Good morning, everybody, and welcome along to the 6th meeting for the Rotax Max Karting Championship here at the sun-drenched Jelgava circuit in Latvia. What a beautiful surrounding we have got here for this incredible meeting. This very tight, very technical circuit. Oh, that's someone that is trying to find a bit of available space in this very packed practice session that we are seeing. It's a warm-up session for the DD2 and DD2 Masters that are currently out on circuit. And so yesterday all the quality and practice sessions took place. We'll be enjoying the racing today. 3 rounds we will be looking for all 9 of our grids. The first final, second final and super final will be rounding out the day. And there's not a cloud to be seen here at Jelgava. My name is Chris Buxton and I'll be bringing you the English commentary throughout the entire day for this particular meeting. And we start with a very interesting category of electric cars that will be opening festivities for us here. So the BSR X5s will be our starting grid. These cars only launched in June of this year. Still, yeah, mighty powerful. The equivalent of around about 35 horsepower in petrol terms. Very much looking forward to those, and we'll go through each respective grid when we can. This warm-up session is will be coming to an end. As you can see at the top of the screen, those watching the stream, welcome along to you. So a couple of minutes to go for our remaining practice. Oh, crikey, there's been a few cars practicing some slipstream maneuvers, and why not? Perfect time to do so. So a beg your pardon, I thought it was the DD2s. It's so we're actually we're seeing this is actually our Tillotson T4s that are out there. As one of them had a bit of a moment. That would have been at the penultimate hairpin of turn 12. So you can see by the internal layer, there are numerous different versions of this circuit that can be run. We are running this circuit counterclockwise. We'll have 9 turns to this layout. We are currently focused on trying to identify them by the number, and they're going that quick I can't see. I think that is our current pulse sitter of the category, which is 919. Yeah, whoa, that was a little close. So 965 is who's having a bit of a difficulty there. There's Rullītis Dimitrievs. Now the Tillotson T4s are split into the juniors as juniors, seniors, and heavies. That is essentially the 3 age categories for this class of kart. And as you can see on the timing screen, 919, which is the overall championship leader, Daniels Pteris Berzins, leads the way as we see 907 and 953 going at it. So 907 is Amaris Ladsens, 953 is Christopher's Lakis, practicing some great side-by-side maneuvers there. The Tillotson T4s will actually be ending the festivities of the day. This will be our final race of today. Tillotson T4s have traditionally ended the Rotax Max meetings. Have done for a little while now. Oh, that was a little bit flirting with the grass there from Lakis, the 953 kart. You check a flag now out. Oh dear, that's a very slow 965. So yes, Rullītis Dimitrievs seems to be having some difficulty. 5th in the senior category, 6th overall in the championship. They've had 3 rounds leading up to now. One further one to go on the 20th of September. They don't perfectly match the Rotax Max calendar, but they are a regular appearance. The Rotax Max calendar. Daniels, so this is, like I said, this is merely a warm-up session. This is not a part of the qualifying setup, although I would imagine the grid is broadly the same as what we have just witnessed. See on the cart there, cart number 621. That is the cart, that's one of the BSR X5s. That's one of our, you can actually see BSR on what would be the fuel tank. That is the battery unit. That's Chris Zedas that we are looking at there. Well, his cart, at least. As mentioned, the BSR X5, the Blue Shock Race Electric carts, were released on June of this year. We have a very well-stocked 21 entries registered to take part in today's festivities. Oh, that's despite the fact it is 10 past 10 local time. Then I would imagine it's still pretty warm trying to get into overalls, as we see the unfortunate retirement there of 914. That is the Tillotson T4 card of Marco Pletniks. Very quickly recovered by the marshals. Thank you very much to the marshalling crew for doing what they do, so we can get to enjoy what we enjoy. So that we can see in the holding area the electric carts beginning to gather. I imagine it is very, very warm in the full racing overalls. There's a name that we've seen many, many times over. So that is cart number 669 that you can see there. That is Roland's Eurosprooter, who is taking part in the X5 category. Very Lewis Hamilton-esque helmet there. Or Ayrton Senna without the Brazilian flag. Ayrton Senna's helmet was particularly lively. So the BSR X5 is not it's not a championship associated with these. These are a series, and with them being 21 of them, have proven very, very popular with the series. So getting encouragement from the rest of the team, and that's what we also like to see. What we really enjoy seeing from a lot of our contingent, a lot of our categories, is the mutual respect amongst all of the kart competitors. Now, this is going to be quite unusual for any fan of karting, any regular of karting. You'll hear all the tyre squeal, but without that very familiar engine note behind it. So there you've got the 669. There's the 621 kart. That is Chris Cedars that we were looking at earlier. 605. There's Andrew Zupkalp. Number of drivers that have taken part in several other categories in karting over the years are giving a good amount of exposure and experience to the electric karts. 696 we can see on the right hand of the shot, Rudolf Luxtins. I do apologise for my pronunciation and butchery of some of these names. The board being held there by the pit lane official. So 30-second engine start. So it is three minutes on one side, 30 seconds on the other. So that is a cue for the pit crews to get out of the way. Then they'll be waved off on their starting lap, on their warm-up lap, because the tyres don't care what type of car they're attached to. So then, let's have a look at how the grid is going to look then for the first race of the day. Fred Kudo and Joris Spuda on the front row, 677 and 669. Row 2 is Oliver Tamps and Chris Cedars, 601 and 621. Row 3 is Utakovs and Upkalp, 689 and 605 on the third row. Fourth row is Andreas Upkalp and Christis Cowan, 605 and 642. We've got Upkalp twice. Ralph Stamers and Michael Letanovic on 660 and 637. Sixth row is Veselenko and Vitols, 613 and 633. Seventh row is Luke Stins and Malinovskis, 696 and 657. And at the back is Andis Zalkins, 616. As quick as that, they are already back to the grid. So they're not doing the rolling start for the electric karts. They are doing a standing start, as you can quite clearly see. That is someone on the fourth row there, just being shoved backwards. You're slightly too far forward, sir. Right then, just gone 10:16 local time for our first of our very busy race calendar for the day. 8 minutes plus 1 lap for our opening final. It's referred to as finals, but it's our opening race of the day. You can see the start line marshal just ushering people into the right. His shoulders must be aching already. There we go. So that's 668. Just being put into position, and away they go then. So ready or not, we are starting racing for the day. We've got, as you would imagine, lots of side-by-sides. So you can hear the kind of the road roar of the tyres just coming past. And the squeal as they swing their way through the chicane area. 4, 5, 6, 7. The turns come at you thick and fast. As you said, they might be electric, but they are not slow machinery as our drivers there work their way through the back part of the circuit. 10, 11, 12. One lovely side-by-side there, but not quite coming off then. Now Spruder hanging on to the lead. We saw him in the camera was looking at him in the build-up. So as you can see, the driver's still ducking down, using all their karting experience to get the most out of it. The driving technique is broadly the same. How the engines operate are obviously very, very different. Now the tower tells us who has done well to start with, so we have had a lead change. It is 669 of Eurospuda that has the lead at the moment. Part of the Ajax Latvia contingent, and already started to break away. 677 is in second of Thorn Fred Kudu. So Eurospuda starting to break away then. Got himself a couple of tenths of a second, and fastest lap, as you would imagine. First one in anger of the day. You see lots of changes of position through the field. Oh, we have a yellow towards the back of the field. We couldn't see who that was. That has had an incident back there at turn 3. We will catch up with them. They have gotten going again, so we'll see somebody plummet down the tower when they next come out of the line. Look how close that is. Doesn't matter where in the field you are. That's a great big queue of carts that is arguing for top honours. That's great move there. That's a change for third. That's Oliver Tams, the 601. That has taken that third position from Zedas. Now the tower starts to update itself. New personal best being listed on the board as well. Again, people getting everything up and running, the tyres up to temperature, etc., etc. Now that's Eurospuda then starting to get a bit under pressure from Frekudu, who is now really getting to his stride. Third, Oliver Tams. We saw that brilliant move on the inside of turn 12 last time around. That's someone very, very wide. They've lost one, nearly losing two, coming up into turn 12. That's couldn't quite see who that was. They just lost a couple of positions, but look for the lead. That is now Frekudu. He's got the fastest, had the fastest lap a little while ago. No, that's now changed to Oliver Tams. The top three starting to break away now. That was 605, Andrew Zubkaup, that's made the move. I think it was Uzakov's. The 689 that had made the mistake. Gustav Uzakov's from MRG Racing. He had made that mistake, and you cannot afford a single mistake when a pack this close. Really, I mean, irrespective of category, but as is often the way with karting, one mistake is very, very costly. Look at Fred Kudu. The 677 is challenging for the lead again. Our pole sitter wants that top spot back. Then, so the top three really breaking away. Oliver's Tams in hot pursuit right behind, and then a little bit of a gap then of, was it 1.6 seconds? Well, not quite, about a second back to the group being led by fourth place 621. That's Chris Zedas. At the moment, we are focusing very, very much on the top three. Ronan's Eurospuda leads the way in 669. Second, our pole sitter of 677. Of Thorn Fred Kudu. Oliver Tams in the third, who's just got the fastest lap again. The top group, absolutely fascinating to look at. Just under 4 minutes to go, so half the race is now done. Remember, it is 8 minutes plus 1 lap. All races are plus one. It is a time amount plus 1 lap, as is traditional in karting circles. Now, there was a little mistake there from Fred Kudu coming out of turn 8, so he just lost the tail a little bit. That broke a tiny bit of momentum. Didn't lose in the position, but it did give Eurospuda a little bit of breathing space. As now that gap, third to fourth, continues to rise. Now, a couple of seconds here, good 2 seconds between third and fourth. You can see the 621 of Chris Zedas has so much pressure right behind. An enviable position to be in. He's got 5 cars right behind. So the top three still very, very glued together. Working the way through the final turns once again. That's how quickly the laps disappear. Less than 40 seconds per lap for the top carts. Look at that. That's fourth being challenged. So Chris Zedas under all the pressure from the 637 kart of Mikhail Litanovic. almost pushing him through the twisty pass. Goes for the inside line down at turn 8. Nicely done. And that's going to be 2 positions lost for Zidas. As also through was Andres Upkau in the 605. Brilliantly done. And you've got to be in the right place to capitalise on one mistake. It wasn't really a mistake. It was just an opportunity, a well-timed move there from Latanovic that then opened the door far enough for Upkau to follow through. And there it is now, the tower updated, showing Zidas down 2 positions in the blink of an eye. That is all it takes. That's how quickly these things can switch around. One very lonely backmarker who's been having difficulty in this race. But again, the camera has got a difficult time trying to keep up with who's making moves on who. It's a great problem to have. So that's our top 3 catching our back marker. That's 616 of March's Trancalis. That's the blue flag being shown to the back marker, and very nicely gets out of the way. So 15 carts are in this particular race out of the 21 that entered. That's our top 3 now that we are looking at. Jurispruda, Fred Kudu and Tams. Oh, Oliver's Tams having a look on the inside, coming through that long turn 9. Can't get it done though. But that has managed to give Roland Jurispruda a bit of breathing space. Oh, that was a tiny mistake there from Oliver's Tams. Just caught the apex a little too hard on turn 12. And there again, that's how quickly the momentum can shift. So Oliver's Tams going for initially that move, but that one mistake has backed him off, and there's only 30 seconds left until the timer elapses. So let us see then, will the timer expire before they get to the flag once again? There shouldn't be any worry about fuel or battery in these. We have longer races later in the day that these cars are perfectly geared towards. Are they going to beat the flag? No, they didn't. So the board on the right hand side showing final lap, and already you can see a move for the lead being so Fred Kudu trying to wrong foot Jurispruda, but Jurispruda was prepared for that, and that's now throwing Fred Kudu into the path of Oliver Tams. Can't make the move though. So again, they're so closely matched in performance, these 3. The momentum is swinging like a pendulum of attack to defense. Just a couple more corners to go up to turn 12. Then the left hand of turn 13 is going to remain. So your first winner of the day, and there's the checkered flag to confirm. Roland Jurispruda takes the first win for Kudu in second, and Oliver Tams rounds out the podium 3, the first podium of the day. 637 of Mikhail Latanovic takes 4th with Andres Upkau in the 605, jumping up to 5th at the end with 689 of Gustav Utakovs in 7th with falling down 61 Chris Zidas in the end, coming home a big battle. 7th for Zidas, it was 6th for Utakovs. 8th is going to be 660 of Ralph Stamers. And what a great way to open festivities here at Jelgava. You still kind of half expect that distinctive karting note, don't you? But of course, that's exactly what these electric karts are not exhibiting. But what a way to champion these these amazing electric karts, as they built by Blue Shock Racing, hence BSR. This is the X5 model that is being shown here. The actual chassis is still broadly a Imperial Arch chassis. One notable difference is Andreas Upkau running a KR chassis, but the internals are the Blue Shock Race electrics. I've barely broken a sweat, haven't they? Well, at this early stage, that is the shortest race of the day. The finals, the second finals is of equal length, but our super final is a little bit longer. So they'll have another 8-minute race plus 1 lap for the second finals. Take place at 1 o'clock local time, and then at 3:05 local time will be the super finals. That's 10-minute plus 1 lap for our electric carts. So that's them for now. Next up is our amateur Micromax and Minimax contingent. So these are the juniors in. We head to the traditional carts, shall we say. So these are our youngsters. The camera's looking at number 16, Tom's Gruzins. There's the noise that we expect to hear. And now the Micromax and Minimax contingents are led away. So it's just 2 Minimax of Ricard's Mednis and Ares Vasnis were registered to take part in this category. The Micromax are our juniors, our junior of juniors, we could argue, and the Minimax is the next age group up, as people are trying to find their position now. It looks like they've gone straight to the 2x2 formation. So yes, they have. They haven't done a rolling lap. They've gone straight to formation. So as you can see, they are in the 2x2 line. So unlike the electric carts, these carts are doing rolling starts, and that's what we tend to expect from karting championships. It is normally this rolling start. They have got to get into a formed 2x2 line. They don't have to necessarily do it as early as they've done it, but they then slow down to this kind of, so you could argue, safety car kind of speeds, if for those familiar with. Oh, that's okay. So what they're doing here is they're leading them through the holding area and back onto circuit, so they don't do the last couple of corners. That's all that is. They've got to form the 2x2 lines. The starter has to be happy. I don't think he's going to be happy with that. No, the cars are way too far apart. So the green flag did not drop. If the starter is happy, he will drop the flag, and that would indicate that the racing has begun. Oops, and that's somebody getting a little unceremoniously shoved onto the grass. That's number 16, Tom's Gruzins, that is leading the field. He is alongside the 169 of Aris Vasnis. That's one of the 2 Minimax. Oh dear! Oh no! That's a spin there. He's going to be grounded. That's number 51. That's Gustav Nokutu. Beg your pardon. Gustav Norkut in the parallel chassis. Then sport representative, yes, he'll need help to get off of that. Oh dear. So he may have to start from the back of the field on that one. You almost never see that contact on the rolling lap. The bumping you see there, that's a little bit more, I won't say normal, but to be expected, particularly from the junior categories. Here comes the unfortunate Norkut, N Sport representative in the parallel chassis. Yep, he is going to have to start at the back of the field. Whilst that may not necessarily be entirely his fault, rules are rules. If you fall to the back of the field, you must start at the back. You don't want people working their way through the fields. Oh, what on earth has happened there? I think someone has gotten confused as to the start procedure. And, well, the green flag has been dropped, but that was highly unusual. Someone going way too early. Green flag is gone, though. We are racing then here in Jelgava for our Mini and Micromax contingent. So that looks like it's Vasnis that has gotten up ahead. He has indeed. So that's Ari Vasnis that has gotten ahead of Tom's Gruzins at the beginning part of the lap. Then that looks like it's Augustus Majors in the energy chassis right behind from the RM Latvia entrant. Aris Vasnis is starting to really break away in the 169 kart, but that's a great effort then from our lead Micromax kart, Tom Gruzins. All the pressure on his shoulders from Augustus Majors right behind. Then you've got a third car in that contingent. That might be, is that Mednis? No, it's not. There's 99 kart of Pejas Zamulionis. That is, again, the second of our N Sport entrants for this category. We have a kart already stranded there. That's very unfortunate. I wonder if that's much as Norcus that has come to grief there. Onwards they go, though. And Vasnis is sprinting off into the distance. Second is is Gruzin's. Third is Majors. Now, they have broken away a bit from the next 9 car of Regis, smoothly honest. Now they're starting to get into their racing stride. Vasnes, you can argue, was a little bit expected to break away. He's the only entrant that is taking part in the mini-max class. Sadly, we don't see Rikas Mednis, who was entered to take part, but unfortunately is not starting there. That does look like the stranded cart there would be the number 20 of Majors Norcus. But sadly, as well, before the race even began, his race has come to an end. But a great squabble for second here. Lead of the Minimax, Micromax contingent. And not forgetting number 37 is closing in as well. That is Volta's Cursis in the SM Racing entrant, the Tony chassis. Quite a few different chassis designs in this category. The lead of which is Ari Vasnes in the Energy chassis. He's the only one of the Mini-Max class. A little bit more powerful than the Micromax, so he ought to be, it is expected that he can run off into the distance. Working our way through the final corners then is Micromax then. Cruisins. New personal best for our pole sitter. Then Majors, then Simulionis. Oh, that's now a three-way fight that is going on for fourth. Oh, is that someone in trouble? I think that is someone in trouble. I know. I thought that had become a bigger group. So that is Simulionis that leads that particular contingent. He's wrestled away fourth from Cursis. As we continue to enjoy this battle for second. As you can see on the tower, the fastness got 2 seconds a lap faster than the Micromax. Cruisers and Majors still locked in their battle for second. Simulionis and Cursis. Now the other way around. Still in their battle for fourth. They may be a little bit lighter on power than the electric cars we've just enjoyed, but that does not diminish the racing whatsoever. You saw there, Majors get very close there. Not quite close enough to contemplate a move on the outside of turn 9 and wisely ducks away. You've got to bear in mind that these youngsters are right at the beginning of their racing career. Sometimes the racing discipline is absolutely incredible from these youngsters. So 7 minutes plus 1 lap for this race. As Simulionis gets a new personal best on the board to give himself a bit of breathing space. Cursis, although I think Cursis was a little quicker on that occasion. New personal best as well from the 89 of Ernestis Gilikovskis. MRG Racing Tony Chassis, number 89. He's in 6th. He's under pressure as well. At the moment, this battle for second still raging on. Under 2 minutes to go now. Through turn 12. Towards 13. Oh, so you can see how the momentum was just broken there for Gruzins. He's now under the pressure from Augustus Majors, our Latvia entrant. But just couldn't quite overhaul the number 16 cart. So Tom's Gruzins. The Xpree. He's in an Xpree chassis with Augustus Majors in an Energy chassis. A bit further behind, that's number 99, I think it is. No, that's our battle for second still raging on, but not far behind them is the number 99, still holding on to fourth. Oh, now you can see a different line, a bit more momentum there from Majors. Is he going to challenge for second place? New personal best on the board for him. Not getting close. Are they catching a back marker? Is that the number 20 car? We saw someone part on the side of the road. Ooh, that's a little bit uncomfortable. That's the 51. So that is Gustav Norkut, who had that spin at the beginning of the race. Well, in the warm-up, sorry. So he looks like he's got a problem of some description. That was unfortunate. He wasn't really able to get out of the way of the leaders coming through. Didn't really do anything wrong. It's just wrong place, wrong time, and that has really disadvantaged Augustus Majors. That is racing, whether it's whether it's karting or top flight of racing anywhere. A back marker can change through no fault of their own, can completely change the complexion of a race. 2 laps to go then on as is confirmed on the tower. So this +1, so the timer has now elapsed. We'll be starting our +1 pretty soon, as Gruzin still leads away. So Augustus Majors isn't wasting time though. Look at that, he's really cracking on. Great performance to close in. It's very easy to lose your head when you've had an incident like that, and he's worked very hard to, almost challenged for that second place last time around. There's the final lap board that is being shown by the flag marshal. A bit of a sinking feeling for Majors. He was about 10 slower than Gruzin's last time around. And you can't really take this one away from Tom's Gruzin's. Through the back part of the circuit now, turn 10, down towards. So, the first winner of the Micro and Mini Max is indeed, as you would expect it to be, it is Ari Vazis. Not taking anything away from Ari, but with no other challengers in his class, he was able to run off into the distance. But the first winner of the Micro Max is going to be Tom's Gruzin's. Second in class is Augustus Majors. And then over the line, rounding up the Micro Max podium, is the number 99 of Pius Simoleons. Then it's 37 of Voltas Cursis. Then it is a bit of a gap back to the 89 of Anestis Kulikovskis. He had a little bit of a gap between himself and Dinas Norkus. Then a lap down was Emma Tietzen in the 52. Then 5 of Patrice Lapins. And there is our stranded number 20. We saw that early on. Marjas Norkus very patiently waiting for the race to conclude. That's such a shame. The N-Sport Paralympic chassis. So that's the tower confirming the finishing order. So we got down to Patrice Lapins in 10th, in 9th, sorry, and then 10 was the number 54 of Ralk Teekson in the Birilar chassis. Behind them was a number 51 of Gustav Norkut, who had that unfortunate incident on the rolling lap. There's the recovery of Marjas Norkus in the number 20. So that's the opening race then of our Micromax and Minimax contingent. We will see them later on for their second 7-minute race. And already in the holding area is our next group, which is the Rotax Max Minimax contingent. There is 141, which is Emilius Kapkauskas, 4th in the championship at the moment. So this is our first championship race of the day. Emilius took a win. Has had a handful of podiums through the season. Had a wonderful day at Kandahar. On the 29th of May. Podium in all 3 races. Win in the middle. Opened the day with 2nd on the podium, then 3rd to round the day out. He's had 3 podiums since then. One at Madonna on the 19th of June. 2 more at Alavete on the 7th of August. Camera just panning around. There's the 136. That's Carlos Benson's. 3rd in the championship, he lies. There I am, Latvia entry. Unfortunately, that cable is blocking the car number of the next one. Might be 199 Remigas Carciones. who's second in the championship. The 115, that is Martin's Armour. A bit more of a difficult season this year. On Relapse, the 178 cart. But you can't see the carts that are closest to the camera because there was an advertising board there against the fence there. So our Rotax Max Mini Max contingent. So we've had the amateur Mini Max and Micro Max contingent. That's how they're able to compete together. 30 seconds. Make sure all engines are ready. And then our holding area marshal will release them. There they go. We will run through the grid for our Rotax Max Mini Max contingent. Third race of the day. It's Gracianis and Kapkauskas on the front row, 199 and 141. And Zuba and Benson's have row 2, 121 and 136. Row 3 belongs to Babenko and Lapins, 197 and 118. Then it's Ivowas and Martin Sama, 163 and 115 on row 4. Row 5 is Yorkas Yautsaitis and Henri Laps, 116 and 178. On row 5 is all 10 of our qualifying carts. So these guys will have a rolling lap to form and then do the formation lap. So they'll have one complete lap to warm everything up. My understanding was that the amateur Micromax and Minimax should have done the same, but it could be that they were allowed to form immediately. Yellow flag being shown just to wave them, being waved to them to slow them down to form the 2x2 lines. This is a well-practiced routine for Rotax Max Minimax contingent. 7 minutes plus 1 lap then, so they are allowed to cut through the holding area just to save them going through turns 11, 12 and 13. So if the starter is happy, he'll drop the flag to signify the beginning of the race. They're building up some speed. Yes, we are racing that for the Rotax Max Mini Max contingent. Oh, goodness me, one of the RM Latvia carts getting into a bit of bother for about 6th position side by side with oh my goodness me, still side by side working their way through turns 5, 6 and 7. Now they're starting to get into running order, although at the back lots of nudging, as you would imagine. The field being very, very closely formed. The distinctive livery on the RM Latvia entrance. Got a bit of a breakaway up front. Identify everybody once everybody has come over the line. Looks like everybody has made it through. Got a breakaway up front. We've seen how quickly that can change. It's 199. Remigas Krasionis second in the championship behind Martin's Lapans, the 118. But behind him is the 121. That's Mikhail Zuba that currently sits in 6th in the championship at the moment. So there is the tower. Oh, look how close it is. Side by side going on there. I think it's Lapins and Bensons that were arguing for honours. At the moment, it is the 199, Remigas Krasionis, that leads the way. Second is the 121 of Michalis Zuba, the SM Racing entrant. Third at the moment is the 197, Timo Babenko from MG Motorsport. Oh, being challenged. That's a challenge for third and a straight move there for the 118. That's Martin's Lapins, the championship leader. He will want to get on with that. Oh, there's a challenge there for 5th, I think that is. So that would be Benson's making a move on Kapkauskas. Again, a very straightforward move, very cleanly done. The duel is not yet complete. Krasionis is going to be under pressure. It looks like Zuba now back up the speed. The top 2 breakaway now with Bemenko with all the pressure on his shoulders. Last lap of the race, as you would imagine. Oh no, sorry, but that's Babenko. That's fallen several positions in the course of the race. So it's Gracianis from Zuba from Lapins now. It's Kapkauskas in 4th, Benson's 5th, Babenko down into 6th place. No, that's a slide there. Too hot into turn 8. for Lappins, the championship leader. Even the greats make mistakes. It's just a little bit too hot. Probably a bit too eager to chase off after the top two. And that's given third place back to the 141, Emilius Kepkauskas. There's a controlled effort up top. New personal best for Krasionis with fastest lap to Zuba at the moment. Challenge very much underway for third place. Lappins wants that podium spot back. Oh, bouncing over the curb at turn 5. Top two very much glued together. The next six really are not far behind either. It's 141 that leads that group. Emilius Kepkauskas. Right behind him, championship leader Martins Lappins. Right behind him is the 136 of Carlos Benson's. Moment they remain as they are. 3.5 minutes remain, so still quite a few laps to go. In these sprint races, I was going to say no one can really relax in the sprint races. No one can really relax at all with a field this closely matched. Still Krasionis from Zuba. Zuba's really closed that gap back in. Look at all the pressure on Kepkauskas. Oh, is that? I think that's Lappins that's made his way back up. It is. That's the RM Latvia entrant that has got back up into third position. So Martins Lappins has back up into third now. What a number of RM Latvia entrants throughout the entire day, really. There it is, the tower now confirming that Lappin's back up into third. That group is really long now. Oh, look at Krasionis being hustled hard by Zuba. Coming down into turn 8. And Martins Lappins with Kepkauskas, with Bernsons, with Babenko, with Ivor and also the 116 is in there. Jakubas Yazaitis is in that group. There's almost the rest of the field in that particular conga line. Fairness, the 178 of Henri Laps and the 115 of Martins Armour are not too far behind. Still lapping pretty well. Michaelis Zuba nearly pushing through the 119 of Remigijus Krasionis. Almost in literal touching distance, as is often the way in karting. Keep the pressure on, try and force the mistake. A lot of these drivers will have graduating from the Micromax category. Sometimes they'll change car. Oh, there's a defense there. You can see Carlos Benson's the 136 defending very, very hard his fourth place from Emilius Kepkauskas, who's been demoted from that spot. And right behind him is 197 fellow MG Motorsport entrant Timo Babenko. The black and green colour scheme that's the MG Motorsport crew run. Again, another range of quite a big diversity of chassis in this race, or in this category. Our lead being in the Gillard chassis for NSL Racing, Remigijus Krasionis. With 5 wins across the course of the season, but in second place, barely. So close to the top of the championship between Martins Lappins, Remigijus Krasionis and Carlos Bensons. But this will be a big boon for Krasionis, as his main championship rivals are third and fourth behind him. Timer is gonna elapse this time around. Oh, look at the defensive posture there from that Lappins that was having to go defensive. No, that was I was going to say that's Benson's. Oh, crikey! Big defensive posture there for Carlos Benson's against Babenko, but it doesn't work. Timo Babenko bounces the inside of turn 3 to get up into 5th position. Defensive posture there for Krasionis as Zuba trying to wrong foot the race leader. Final lap then confirmed on the tower. That's why we're seeing the moves being done now. It's now or never, do or die for the mini-max contingent. Try as he might, it's going to have to be second for Zuba as the winner of the first finals. Oh, challenge down the line. Why not? Is Ramírez Castellanos hates the first win of the day for the mini-max class. Then it's the 1-2-1 of Michael Zuba. Oh, that was a lot of challenging. And then it was our championship leader, Martins Lapans, that rounds up podium 3. There it is. So Ramírez Castellanos takes the win. Michael Zuba in second. Martins Lapans in third. Emilius Kepkauskas in fourth. Carlos Benson's fifth. Ivor Was in sixth. Timo Babenko in seventh. Jakubas Yazaitis in eighth. Henri Laps in ninth. And Martin Sama rounding out the top 10. But had a lot of challenge there throughout the whole race. Next up is our Rotax Max Micro Max contingent. These are our youngest drivers, as they have now been shown the 30-second board. A slightly smaller field in this class, but by no means is the racing diluted. There were 8 initial entrants. I think all 8 of them are there. Looking at that camera shots, as they very eagerly get away. Indeed, they are. All 8 of them that registered to take part are there. So let's have a look at the grid then for our fourth race of the day. Timus Remus, 55, alongside Domus Norkus, the number 67, have the front row. Row 2 is Rems Alos Nagradov, alongside Karims Kuktis. Then Marco Klabins and Volters Vasnes have row 3. The fourth row is David Vladson alongside Rodrigo Lapins, 18.6. As we saw before, it'll be 2 rolling laps. One is this one where they go at near racing speed, just to make sure tyres and brakes and what have you are warmed up properly. So it is a different procedure for our electric cars because they don't need the internal combustion engine warmed up to the same degree. They don't have one. They are able to do tyres and brakes in to an expected way to enable them to do a standing start. There we go. The 2x29 now being formed down at turn 8. And several different chassis being used in the Micromax class. So we have MG Motorsport, MRG Motorsport, as well as RM Latvia and N-Sport all represented in this contingent as well. Through the holding area they go. Standard for Jelgava. Into the 2x2 lines. Starter's not happy. He will not drop the flag. Wait for it. They'll start to build up a bit of speed. And yes, he is. We are racing then for the Rotax Max Micro Max category. Already challenge with third going on. But no dice at the moment. Top 5 have already formed up. The back 3 are not far behind whatsoever. So that is Timus Remus that leads the way for MG Motorbot. Challenge for second already down into turn 8. All 3 wide on the exit. So that's number 67, Dormus Norkus, who started on the front row, is down into third. And that's giving Timus Remus, our championship leader, a big advantage, a comparatively big advantage at this stage. Dormus Norkus is second in the championship and will want to be making up for lost ground. But Timus Remus is doing his very, very best to capitalise on the early challenge from Rems Balods Nagrado. Well then, Remus in third, trying to challenge straight away, not letting the lap tick down, does not want to give Remus any opportunity to break away. And there he goes. Oh, he went for it, the number 95. That was Karus Kukatis. Challenging for third, but couldn't quite get it done. The only one not in this group is our race leader, amazingly. Everyone else in the entire field is in that group. 7 of the 8. All very much in the slipstream. How close is that battle for second? Norcus versus Kakutis. Right behind them is Balos Negrado and Clavins at the back of the group. Not the back of the race, at the back of that particular group. Let's fragment it a little bit. Well, I was going to say fragmented a little bit. It's not at all. It's still a group of 7. Oh, nearly too wide there for the 67, Domus Norcus. Trying to make up. Well, he's back up into. Yeah, he's into second. He wants to close in on the championship leader. There's only about 40 points between the pair of them. And it is 50 for a win in the finals race. It's 75 for a win in the super finals later on. So Remus leads, Norcus seconds, Balos Negrado in third, up ahead now, ahead of Kakutis. Fifth is the 22 kart of Marco Clavins. Oh, you saw the slide there, that was Kakutis. I think it was really, I think one must have locked up coming down into turn 8 because the back really let go and well caught. But look at how much time that's lost him on Balos Negrado, who in turn is hustling for second from Domus Norcus. Oh, we have a spinner. That's one round. Oh, that's dangerous to go under the grass. That is, that's Kakutis. That is, I think it was Kakutis. No, sorry, it was the number 96 car. That was number 95 of Vasnis. That has fallen by the wayside. That is a shame. Great shame there. But the rest of the race continues in still. 3.5 minutes of it to go. Rimas continuing to build the lead. 1.5 seconds last time around. Look at all the pressure on the shoulders of Domus Norcus. Oh, nearly being pushed as they're coming up through turns 1, 2, and 3. Very well, sorry, that was a very offensive maneuver there for Balos Negrado, but nowhere to use the momentum. That's allowing fourth Kakutis to close in on them. Very quick. Oh, and Banzai's the inside of turn 9. Oh, he's got it done. The 21 card of Balos Negrado. Great effort there. Pushing for the move and got it done up at turn 9. Very nicely done. A double left-hander, but now has got to defend from Norcus, and also Kakutis is not far behind, though that's now fragmented into 2 pairs. Kakutis and Clavins are arguing for 4th place. Norcus not giving up on that one whatsoever. Remus is off, comparatively so. 2.3 seconds lead for the number 55, the championship leader. Into turn 10 they come. Up towards through 11, through 12, down through 13. Oh, Norcus looks it doesn't look the wrong way. It looks where he's expecting his opponent to be, but he was over the other shoulder. Absolutely glued to the tyre tracks is Norcus on the back of Balos Negrado. Battle for second raging on. The battle for fourth still rage on between the 95 of current Kakutis and the number 22 of Marco Clavins. 2 pairs arguing for their own bit of real estate. Lead may well be relatively comfortable in the hands of Timas Remus. Right behind him, battle rages on at a very lonely number 18 there of David Vladsons, the MLG Racing entrant. There they go, continuing to press on. Less than a minute remains of the opening race for the Micromax class. Slightly unusual, the Micromax is after the Minimax. It is usually the other way around, but scheduling for this one, it has the Micromax after the Minimax class. Wonderful sweeping lines there as we're watching number 95 of Kakutis. Trying to get some momentum over the RM Latvia entrant right behind him of Marko Klabins. Up front though, yeah, MG Motorsport getting their fair share of advertising. So the second MG Motorsport entrant of Leon Jonovikius as not taking part. Although we had 8, it's actually 9 entrants on the list. My apologies. Number 7 not with us. But 2 laps remain then, so the timer has now elapsed. There's the final lap board being shown. A thumbs up from various members of the pit crew to these young drivers. I don't think he's going to have any of our drivers are really going to have time, except for our race leader. Oh, that was a heavy hit there for the 67 of Norcus. Preservation of momentum, so crucial in karting. Turn 9. Does look like they're going to remain where they are now. A mistake can happen so very quickly. Oh, there was a challenge there. It was a good effort, but it was not to come off. Winner of the race then goes to number 55 of Timas Remus. Second is number 21 of Rems Balos Nogrado. And third is number 67 of Damas Norcus. Fourth is number 95 of Karobs Kakutis. Fifth, number 22 of Marko Klabins. Sixth is number 18 of David Vladson. The remaining carts post with this. So championship leader continuing to extend his advantage of up top. Balos Nogrado second, Norcus third, as mentioned. Karobs Kakutis fourth, Marko Klabins fifth, David Vladson sixth. And seventh was Rodrigo Lapins, and eighth was Vasnis in the 26th kart. It doesn't, the pressure doesn't let up here in karting. Already the next race of the day is our juniors. A big field here. So this is our Rotax Max Junior contingent. We do have 3 amateur junior entrants. Well, they're 3 registered to take part. See how they fare amongst our championship contenders. Jack Collinson, the British expat, is leading this particular championship. There's Marcus Yauk on the front row with Mazinis on row 2. Sorry, in second position. On row 2 is Emilius Zaitis and Stack. Some of these names I do struggle with. I do apologise. On row 3, Jack Collinson and Kaita Spike. Row 4 is Navas and Klaus Hans, 231 and 248. Row 5 is going to be a big grid here. Adam 6 and Pluxna, 256 and 234. Row 6 is Pitkovis and Kononovs, 284 and 220. Hugo Kimons and Timur Gaziev, 270. And also on the final row, the 15th entrant is Nikonorovs. I did struggle with that one, and again, I apologise for not getting it quite right. I will practice as the day goes. Quite a lot of we had 24 initially entrants. I think 15 of them are taking part in this event. There was the one I was struggling with, the 263. That's one of our one of the amateur class. Nikonorov, so that's how you say it. Oh dear, we've had trouble for the 210. It's Emilius Zaitis. Oh dear, oh dear. That could well cause a delayed start. No, the flagman has dropped it, and I think that caught a lot of the field a little bit unawares. Having seen Zaitis stranded at the side of the field. Oh, that is a real big. I think that's one of the MRG carts that has lost a position already early on. Big field here. So this will be lots of frantic action from our Rotax Max Juniors. This is the next category up from the Minimaxes. Again, it is dictated by age group. Karts are a little bit more powerful again. But over the line to start is we'll wake up the tower and we'll confirm who is where. Jack Collinson leads the championship. Emilius Zaitis, who we saw stranded on the side of the track, he's in second in the championship behind him. Oh, and there's a big move, 296. That's Marcus Mazinas making the move up into the lead from Marcus Young for 288. What a great move. Jack Collinson's already made 2 positions up into 3rd place. But I think he may well have been pushed down by the 209. I think he has been. Oh, that's a side-by-side. Oh, goodness me. That was Jack Collinson getting back up into 3rd. He had lost that position to the MG Motorsport entrant of Joris Stankevičius. Jack Collinson back up into 3rd. He's Gillard chassis he's running. He's representing MRG Racing. Up top, it's now Mazinas from Yauk. 296. The Alanide Racing Cosmos chassis. Ahead of the 288 Marcus Young SM Racing Tony chassis. Right behind them is championship leader Jack Collinson, who's taken 6 wins across the course of the season thus far and has quite a commanding lead up top. 788 points over Emilius Zaitis on 671. I think it's fair to say that this race is going to extend that lead somewhat. I did see in the back of the shot someone is stranded, and I suspect that is Zaitis. He get 210 carts. So whatever difficulty is befallen him, could not solve it at the trackside. Mazinas from Yauk from Collinson. So this is a 9-minute plus 1 lap race. Now, new personal, the expected personal best, you could argue, getting onto the board. All the way down to 7th before you start to see any kind of significant gap. There it is, you've just seen it in the camera. And a really big group. Very tight group behind Oliver Pitkovas. But at the moment, we are looking at, camera was looking at the 231 of Gustav Narvaez. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all in. All line of stern, screaming down towards 1 and 2. Jack Collinson with the fastest lap of the race. We are talking by hundreds, even thousands of a second. It is only a 40-second lap time in these karts. The confirmed in the bottom left corner. Jack Collinson with the fastest lap in the Gillard chassis. There we see the 231 of Gustav Narvaez representing SM Racing. Top 3 still, even with these sprint races, there is still, you've got to get into the rhythm. You have got to apply the pressure. You don't make your move too early. So these drivers, you've got to think they've gone through several categories already leading up to now. So we continue to watch this fascinating lead battle of 4 karts now as the groups are starting to fragment a little bit. Oh, Narvaez lost a position to the 234 karts. That is in the hands of Joris Pluxner. Collinson getting very, very close to the back of Marcus Yauk. There's Mazinas in the championship. He's 11th. He missed 2 rounds. He missed the 2nd round at Kandahar and the 3rd round at Madonna. Took 3 wins in between then and now. Disastrous opening round did Mazinis. New fastest lap of the race actually going to Marcus Yao, the 288 car. He's got 2 wins to his name over the course of the season. Certainly been very, very strong for the SM Racing entrant. Then at the back of that particular conga line is the 209 of Joris Stankevičius. MG Motorsport entered 5th in the championship. A bit more mixed for him. He has seen the podium. And, 3rd in the final race at Shulai on the 24th of July. See the drivers, they're used to that tucking in behind the steering wheel routine. Top 4 really breaking away from the next group then. That Klaus Hans now leads up into 5th place. Jack Collinson starting to get the pressure on Marcus Yauk. Yauk may have the fastest lap, but he's got the championship leader right on his case. This is where Marcus Mazinis wants to try and break away. Can he do so? It's going to be the important question. He's got himself 2 kart lengths advantage at the moment. Half a second between our top 2. Certainly not half a second between the next for the next one. It's Jack Collinson. I would imagine Jack is just biding his time. Jack doesn't need to win, so he's in a comparatively comfortable position. He leads by 117 points. So he's got he just needs the podium, just needs to do well, but he's gonna go anyway. He manages to get Marcus Yauk out of, well, caught him very much unawares there. So on the inside line of turn 12, Jack committed to that very early and has immediately thrown Marcus Yauk into the clutches of Stankevičius, the 209 car. Giving Mazinis a little bit more breathing space. Now a second lead has the 296 car. Oh, nearly pushing him through is Stankevičius, trying to get his way, trying to get Marcus Yauk's attention. Fastest lap goes to our race leader. So very close. You could almost feel the tension that is being applied here. 50 seconds on the clock. Got 3 laps to go then. As a reminder, it is plus 1 lap for every single race. Once the timer has elapsed, it's 1 lap thereafter. Saw Stankevičius lining up a move there on Marcus Yauk. He's trying it again, wrong foot. Yeah, former racer, he was formerly in 2nd. Been demoted from that from Jack Collinson. But also bear in mind, Stankevičius had a great ringside seat for Jack Collinson to make the move. To try and copy, follow suit. At the top of the shot as well, Klaus Hans has got for company the 234 of Joris Pluxner. So very close. I always remark on that. I always remark how close these karts are, and they are very, very close from general spectating standpoint. But this is standard. This is what they normally do. We continue to look at the battle for 3rd. Well, there is no challenge going on with the final lap board. The race leader 1.5 seconds ahead of Jack Collinson. There's Mazinis. The Pelani Racing entered Cosmos chassis. Jack Collinson hasn't really broken away from Marcus Yauk. Number 209, Joris Stankevičius. We have Pelani, we have MRG Racing, we have SM Racing, and we have MG Racing, all in the top 4. And first blood goes to the 296. Marcus Mazinis for Pelani Racing takes the top spot. Then it's Jack Collinson for MRG Racing 2nd, and 288 of Marcus Yauk for SM Racing in 3rd. 209 is Joris Stankovic in for MG Racing in fourth. Fifth goes to Klaus Hans. He did manage to. He has winning, well, the lead honours for RM Latvia. The LNK chassis came home in fifth position. He too was under pressure throughout that race. So here was confirmation of Klaus Hans in sixth, Joris Bruxner in seventh, Gustav Navas in eighth, Oscar Pitkovas ninth, Adam Sick in 10th, Hugo Kimonson 11th, Marcus Kononov 12th, sorry, in the 11th, Dima Gaziev in 12th, Kaita Spike in 13th, and I think it was Nikonorov's, the name I'm struggling with a little bit today, that won our amateur junior contingent, the 263 kart. So see a replay of our lead group coming over the line. Fabulous. That's our fifth race of the day. There was the move there from Jack Collinson to take second. It was a great move as well. In the holding area then is our DD2s, the next category up. So DD2s and DD2 Masters. That is an age group split between DD2 and DD2 Master. Now they do have their own championships. DD2 Masters have one championship, the DD2s have the other. Now a couple of our drivers, Ricards Calciums and Juris Zelitis, were in the DD2s and then had to be moved over to the DD2 Masters. That is, as mentioned, that is an age. That is due to age. You see limbering up there the 490 of Ilya Sheremita. Who hasn't featured in the championship this year. Interesting to see how Ilya does. There you can see 421, Rodrigo Frams. As away they go. Card numbers starting in 4 are our DD2s. Those ones starting in 5 are our DD2 Masters. Let's have a look at the grid then for our sixth race of the day. It's Wilkins and Sheremita that are the front row for 67 and 490. Second row is Yokbere and Rodionovs, 429 and 456. Third is Timingus and Klavins, 405 and 592, our lead of our DD2 Masters. Ricards Calciums and Mikolas Mazinas, 509 and 577, have row 4. Zelitis and Ivozus in row 5, 511 and 520. Batlem and Frams have row 6, 455 and 421. That is all of the grid. Again, a healthy number. 21 registered to take part. We have about 12 of them, but this is one of our fastest contingent. Now they are being ushered to slow down. You need to be forming the 2x2 line pretty quick. Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. There was a power outage at the circuit, and yes, we somewhat need that in order to do what we do. That's why we have a lot of empty carts. So the drivers were informed to return to the grid and come to a halt. There we can see the 490 that is in position. That is Ilya Sheremita. There's Roman's Rodionovs in the 456. There's our 592 of Rullītis Klavins. 577, Mikolas Mazinas. 520, Ivazus. More towards the back, it's Rodrigo Frams. Championship is currently led by Edgar Wilkins in the 467 cart. You can see here, there he is in the Sodi chassis. The family entered. And away we go. So engines up and running again. Edgar Wilkins, the DD2 championship leader, on the front row. So away they go again. They have to do the rolling laps again. I will point out the distinctive blue and white livery. I do believe that is Tonis Johannes Dominguez, the 405 kart. He's the only one that is that distinctly liveried. The Yogisu Kardiklubi entrant. So grid as it was, as we read out before. Now they are bearing in mind we do have a timetable to keep, so they are being ushered into the holding area. I suspect they're going to do a standing start because they have the track is wide enough for them to go into that area. They are doing a rolling start. They're just forming it after that cut through. The carts are too wide to form it beforehand. Green flag up. The starting lines are good. Build up speed, and away we go. So then the DD2 Masters are underway. Sheremita was on the front row. Edgar Wilkins leads the way. Through 4, 5, and 6 they come. So this will be a 10 minutes plus 1 lap race for the DD2s. It'll be the one of the 3 categories have the 10-minute plus 1 lap race for their first race of the day. Being our older drivers, they are a little bit more used to the longer races. So then over the line comes our top 2 of Wilkins and Sheremita. Very much glued together. We'll get that confirmed when the tower comes up. There you see Dominguez, that very distinctive blue and white livery he has. He's in 5th position. Leads that big contingent. Almost 2 by 2, but just about a 1 block of 4 up front. Over the line once again. The tower is not coming up for us, so try and confirm by looking at the cart numbers. That is still Wilkins, the 467 that leads the way. I think that's still that's Sheremita. I think Sheremita may have actually fallen to. Sheremita's in 3rd, so that is not Elias Sheremita, the Birilat chassis in 2nd. That's 429. That's in 2nd. That is Joel Yopere, the AGS Racing entrant. 2nd in the championship behind the cart. He is right behind. So it's 1st and 2nd in the championship, 1st and 2nd on the road. Then it's Sheremita. He's just trying to identify the card a little bit further down as the camera looks at 511. That's Rullītis. Oh, Oh, there's a move there for 456. Still side by side with Sharamita. Sharamita's lost out 2 positions there. So that as Dominguez goes through as well. So that's Roman's Rodionovs that made the move up into 3rd. Brought Tonis Dominguez, who has a look on the inside of the final turn. That's the first time we've seen that today. And then it's Sharamita that tries to get back again up into what is now 4th. But Dominguez shuts that door. There was one right behind Sharamita. That is 509. Yes, that's 509. So that is Ricards Calciums, the Virulat Baltics entrant. He is leading the DD2 Masters contingent in Championship and also on the road. Right in amongst the field. So it's not like all the DD2's Masters are at the back. Maybe have a few more years on them, but they are still able to make the youth of the group work for it. There's Calcium really putting the pressure. Sorry, that's him being pressure applied by Ivos Us, the RM Latvia entrant. Number 520. It's 592. That's Rudis Klavins. And being chased by 577 Mikolas Mazinis. Big contingent, big group of the DDT Masters there. The top group starting to fragment now. Well, except for the top 2 of Edgars Wilkins and Jol Jopere. They are still very much glued together. Championship still very heavily weighted in Edgars Wilkins. I was looking very heavily weighted. Actually, looking at the numbers, it's not particularly. It's only, what? About 100 points in it, which sounds a lot, but bearing in mind it's 50 points for a win. If somebody doesn't finish or finishes very, very further down and the other wins, that can disappear. But with only a few racing rounds left in the season, it's certainly advantage Wilkins as far as the DD2s is concerned. Calciums with only a much narrower lead, 37 points or so over Ivos. DD2 Masters much closer. You see Dominguez has fallen a little bit further down. He's lost his challenge from behind, but to catch up a little bit on the group ahead. Now is our top 3 that are getting close together. Wilkins, Jopere, and it was... We'll try and identify them by cart number. There's the Sodi chassis of 467. That is Wilkins as mentioned. There is Dominguez. His livery stands out a mile. There's 429 in second position. That is Jol Jasper Jopere. Through turn 12 they come, and then it's 456 Romans Rodionovs. Thank you very much, cameraman, for allowing me to focus on the numbers. A huge thanks to our camera crew for getting straight back into position once power is back. Hopefully we'll get the graphical overlays back pretty soon. Top 3 though, really breaking away from the rest of the field, but very close together. Rodionovs our top 3 in the championship in the correct order by championship order. Wilkins from Jopere from Rodionovs. Dominguez in 4th, and also 4th in the championship. The top 4 in their associated positions. And we have the tower. Thank you very much, production, for getting the tower back with us. Very much appreciated. So then, Edgars Wilkins leads from the 49 of Jol Jasper Jopere. Then it's the 456 of Romans Rodionovs. Top 3 glued together. Looks like it's Jopere that's going to be under challenge. 3 minutes to go. First race of the day for the DD2s and DD2 Masters. Edgars Wilkins can't breathe easily though. Still got a decent amount of challenge from the old Jopere. Lion's share of the wins very much with Edgar Wilkins. That's actually very few races he hasn't won in the course of the season. He was outside of the top 10 in the second rating on the 29th of May at Jelgava. Didn't win. It was podium twice, but didn't win at Adavete last time out on the 7th of August. Otherwise, it is a big collection of ones for our current championship leader of Edgar Wilkins, usually representing the family entrant. Not something that Johannes Dominguez can really think about, as right behind him is Ilias Jeremita, fastest lap holder of the 490 kart, the privately entrant Virulat chassis. And now the momentum looks like it's changing up top as Jopere now getting into position to challenge for the lead. It's Wilkins is going to have to think about it. At the moment, they remain where they are. Minute 20 to go, so we still have a few laps left. Oh, Dominguez is really hanging on to that position. Jeremita looks like he was pushing very, very hard. Top three glued together. Next pair really glued together. Our DD2 Master leader, Ricard Calciums, got 1.7 back from Jeremita. Got challenge from 592 of Rudis Clavins. Less than a minute to go, but still got 3 laps left. Timer will elapse next time out, and it'll be +1 after that. Even high on this top 3, very, very close together. Edgar Wilkins in the Sodi chassis. Jopere in the KR chassis for AGS has a look and manages to, oh my goodness me, swaps one way, swaps the other, but they remain where they are. That was Jopere tried to capitalize, a possible mistake from Wilkins there that Jopere tried to capitalize on, or was trying to force the move. Either way, they remain in the positions they started in. Amazing stuff. Timer will elapse, so this will be the penultimate lap then. We operate in the KR chassis. I think there's not an awful lot of engineering goes into karting chassis. There's more in it than you think. And we do have representatives of a number of chassis manufacturers, quite a number of chassis manufacturers throughout the entire day. Right behind Jopere is Rodionov's final lap board is being shown. Rodionov's in the chassis as Dominguez loses out into turn 1. Oh no, that's 520. That's Ivars Us. Second in the DD Masters Championship. He is stranded at the side of the road. Oh dear. Such a shame for Ivars Us. But up top though, no such difficulties. Green flag being waved. Couldn't quite see where Ivars Us has come to rest. But Edgar Wilkins takes the first win for the DD2s. Jopere in second and Rodionovs rounds out the top 3. Jeremita steals away 4th on the final lap from Dominguez in 5th. Calciums wins our DD2 Masters. Second in class was Clavins. Third was Rullītis. 4th, Mazinis. Next of our DD2s was Bethlehem. Ricardo Frams, and it was the last runner in 11th position. In the end, we can see the next class already limbering up. That is our seniors. But our before Stewart's intervention, Edgar Wilkins takes the win. Jol Kasper Jopere in second. Rodionovs in third. Ilias Jeremita 4th. Tonis Johannes Dominguez in 5th. Ricard Calcium 6th. Rudis Clavin 7th. Juris Rullītis in 8th. Michaelis Mazinis in 9th. Then Paul Bethlehem in 10th. Ricardo Frams in 11th. And sadly, Ivars Us coming to rest at the end of that race. Fantastic. next group then is already lining up. As mentioned, this is our Rotax and amateur seniors. Huge field entered into this one. 40. There were 41 registered to enter across 317. That is Major Gomberger that is waving at us there. Fair play to you. Away go our seniors then. Almost all of them are championship entrants. Have a look at the grid then. For the RM seniors, it's Gudelavikius and the Kakas on the front row, 389 and 352. Row 2 is Stolchermain alongside Spike, 303 and 337. Row 3 is Sestikovs and Velungavikius on 357 and 304. Karelevikius and Balsius on row 4, 374 and 328. Row 5 is Drobiseva and Nurusk, 350 and 335. On the 6th row is Karchiauskis and Petkis. On row 7 is Kaikalis and Luitkauskis, 372 and 393. Row 8 is Adrian Steons and Fernando Pemre, 371 and 379. Row 8 is Carlos Gerikovs and Maito Gromberger, 309 and 317. 10th row still going. Karelevikius, Domas Karelevikius and Elizabeth Sulch. And 21 on our 11th row is Rem Smits, the 399. Huge grid for our seniors. So we did have originally, we can't start that many, that's why there aren't. I mean, it was wonderful for talking about 41 carts, but we simply can't fit that many of them. There aren't that many pit crews. Right, 2x2 lines being formed. Is the starter happy? They're still coming into the holding area. There's that many of them. And away we go then. The starter is happy. And again, another reason why you can't have too many carts. You need to be able to be started sensibly. And away we go then. Leading the championship is Artem Sestikovs by a very commanding margin over Fernando Pemre. 150 points or so between the top two, but behind Fernando Pemre is the championship is very, very closely fought. Third, Rodrigo Kakas. Fourth is Gudelavikius, who started on pole for this event. So here they all come. It'll take a while for them all to cross over the line. There's that many of them. Right, let us see then who has done what on the opening laps. That looked like it was Gudelavikius, who has indeed held on to the top spot. It's 3 of 3 of Alice Stolchermain that has gone up into second. The RM Latvia entrant. Good work from Alice. Then it is... Oh, there's a move. That's Sestikovs, 357. There's Banzai the inside of Stolchermain. The second has changed hands again. So was Kakas, the 352. Rodrigo Kakas started in second. So Sestikovs now up in the third. Sestikovs into second. Stolchermain down into third. And Kakas down into fourth. Delavikius not breaking away from the group. Then look at the pack behind them that is being led by the 374 of Marianas Karelevikius from NSL Racing. Rise he may. Davidas Gudelavikius for SM Racing. Not able to break away just yet. Over the line they come. Now we're starting to see the representative laps come on the board. These again will be some of our fastest categories. 10 minutes plus 1 lap for their opening race of the day. We still have 2 more to complete their first race of the day, and then it'll be a lunch break, which may be shortened due to the power outage we had earlier on. Delavikius leads Sestikov, leads Kakas up into third. Alex Startermain was demoted to 4th last time around. Alice looks over her shoulder, sees there is a bit of a gap between herself and the 374 of Kareliveckius. But look at that lead. That lead has evaporated. The gap between second and third, I beg your pardon, has evaporated. Once it looks like someone may well have lost several positions, don't ever count them out. We've seen numerous times through karting, it doesn't take long for the momentum to swap round. Over the line once again, it does look like that Jelgava is starting to break away a little bit. Half a second gap between himself and 357 of Artem Sestikovs. Sestikovs can afford to play the longer game here. With such a commanding lead of the championship, but every driver always wants to win. No matter who you are, you always want to do the best you can. Sometimes it is more difficult to play the sensible game. Top fours, it's going to get into the rhythm a little bit. Looks like 5th place has got some breathing space fore and aft, but that was Kareliveckius. Championship is very, very has had a lot of entrants, a lot of popularity in this category. Look at this group. So that's being led by 373. That is Marius Karkauskas. Look at the group. That's right the way down to somewhere around 13, 14. Then the next group, all very closely together. Possible to talk about all of them. There's just so many. 5 minutes remain. So many of these names have come through. Almost all of them have come through the traditional karting route. Some lesser known names, but a lot of the front runners have been in the Rotax Max karting for several years now through the various classes. Jelgava needs to maintain about half a second gap, about 3 thousandths of a lap difference between himself and Artem Sestikovs. Part of the lap of the race still belongs to Rodrigo Kakis, Latvia entrant. See that confirmed in the bottom right of the screen. Watching along on stream, welcome back to you all. Elise Stoltermain just losing a little bit of momentum on the front group. Again, much like how slipstream works in GT racing, or indeed any other form of racing, if you lose that slipstream, you will find it very, very hard to close in on the top group. You're best to hang on to it though. That's fallen about 1.5 seconds off the leader. Doesn't mean you can't close in on the group ahead, especially if they start fighting. It's just more difficult to do. They really are chucked around in the kart, aren't they? No such thing as seatbelts in these things. Seatbelt would actually be the last thing you would want in a go-kart. Almost equidistant between the top 4. There we go, so the tower pretty much confirms it. Almost half a second between all 4 of them. At 389 continuing to lead of Rullītis Jelgava, one of the Tony karts. And the fastest lap changed hands last time around to the 309 of Carlos Kirikovs. Our biggest gainer, excuse me, was Kirikovs. Sestikovs got the fastest lap. Artem Sestikovs. And it's back in the hands of Rodrigo Kakis. Artem Sestakov had a huge amount of wins in the season, but has had an amazing consistency. It has given him a very healthy lead over Fernando Penre, who is some way down the field. Oh dear, that's 317. That is that's Maja Gomberger, who was waving at us before the race began. That's the SM Racing X3 chassis. That's a shame. 317 has retired. Well, people setting their fastest laps there, we can see on the tower. This Delta is really falling away from this group now. One of the Sodi chassis you can see emblazoned on the kart. So it's the top three then that are in lead contention. Delavikius has had 6 wins over the course of the season. Finds himself 4th in the championship on 533 points. Either way though, when you're out there on track, it's just get on with the business of racing. That's how we like it. Testikov starting to close in very nicely on Gedelavikius now. Everybody's been maintaining their pace, as you do in the early parts of the race. On the longer races, you can afford to do that. The shorter races, you don't have time to do that. You can argue this is their shortest race. Yes, it is, but it's still 10 minutes plus 1 lap. With 39 second lap, that is quite a lot of laps in that time frame. Lap time's quite consistent throughout the entire field. Now, Artem Sestakov is really getting close to challenging for the lead now. Rodrigo Kakas isn't far behind. At least ultimately, you can see the effect of losing that slipstream from the cars in front. And try as she might, she just doesn't have an answer. 2 to go. Timer has now elapsed. Gelavikius, he now really has got something to worry about. As Artem Sestakov is ready to pounce, ready to add to his win count. Oh, and yeah, you can see how defensive Gedelavikius had to go, gluing himself to the inside line, coming up towards turn 12. Very, very close together as they come over the line to signal the final lap. Sestakov's nearly pushing Gedelavikius through turn 1, 2, and 3. No giants just yet. Kakas is really closing in to the top 3, very close together. Oh, now you saw Sestakov went for the move. It was a traditional karting move to make. And now that's put Sestakov under challenge by Kakas. But no change on the top 3 at the moment. Gedelavikius was wise to it. Shut the door. That's a big move from Kakas to steal away second. Very nicely done. Very opportunistic as well. And Gedelavikius will breathe a sigh of relief as he comes through the last couple of turns to take the win. Wow, that was a very dramatic end to the race. So Gedelavikius takes the win. Rodrigo Kakas in second, and Sestakovs at the death of the race is demoted to third. Fantastic. We'll run through the entire order when everybody is over the line. Wow, that was absolutely incredible. Such a shame for Gomberger, the 317 kart, having technical difficulties and sadly not seeing the checkered flag. It's not been a great season for Maja. The lower classification. So here it is then. Gedelavikius takes the win. Rodrigo Kakas in second. Sostakov in third. Elise Stoltermain in fourth. Karelavikius in fifth. Kate Trebasera in sixth. As you can see just how many of them there are. I think Gomberger is showing his classified. I think that will be deemed, because yeah, 7 laps behind the field, I think that will be deemed a DNF. Here is actually a replay of some of the amazing moments we've enjoyed from the Rotax Senior category, especially that last move right at the end for second place. That was amazing. And there it is, just as I mentioned it. Oh, a bit of a tap there, but nothing too egregious for Artem Sestakov's, or against Artem Sestakov's, I should say. Great effort. Next up is our amateur DD2s and our DD2 heavies. As the 317 cart is being retrieved of Major Gomberger. See, in the holding area, being slow roasted in the sun, is our amateur DD2s and DD2 heavies. A bit of a smaller field, but still very much looking forward to the racing. 13 carts are registered to take part. You can see in the front of the group 551 of Edmunds Susvix. There's 595, which is Armand's Kanks. 533. All except for two are start with the number 5. So we don't have a clear division on who's DD2 and who's DD2 heavy. There's 505, which is Antonevich Dmitrievs. That's one of the DD2 heavies. 575 of Artas Zenis, one of the Sodi chassis. Almost all of these are private entrants. There is the unfortunate Gomberger being recovered. So that's what's causing the delay. Of course, for safety reasons, the held group can't be released until all carts stranded out on circuit are recovered. Again, thank you very much to our marshals for doing a sterling job. Okay, 30-second board held aloft. Oh, that was a very... That on the left, that was very keen to go, was Bruno Van Hannes, the 488. Away they go. A little bit too keen to get going as the Virulart Baltics entrant. So no championship to talk about with this group, and this is how they line up. Our 8th race of the day. It is Carlos Brickis and Edmunds Sizefix on the front row. 522 and 551. Then there's Bruno Van Hannes, who was very keen to get going in 488, alongside Jan Wiedka. Armans Kanks and Marcus Spikis, 595 and 523. I think they're the 4th row in that graphic, unfortunately. There are more than 6 out there, quite clearly. Once again, they get 2 rolling laps. Oh dear, so someone's very much taking the slow board a little bit too early. They will catch up. They will have an opportunity to catch up. 579, I think it was. It was either 575, which is Artis Zenith, which I think it is, or was 595. I think it was 575. And they are now forming up, just coming into turn 8. Oh, they're back to need to catch up a little bit. They still have time. They won't form the 2x2 probably until after the cut through the holding area anyway. Smaller carts can form beforehand, as we've seen. The larger carts cannot. There is not enough room to do so. 527. Sorry, 522. That's Carlos Brickis. Family entered Gillard's chassis. 2x2 line is formed, so they'll start to pick up speed. Here they come. Is the starter happy? Yes, he is. We are racing there now, and that's Brickis under challenge already. Has the bounce over the apex of turn 1. Oh, we've got a spinner at the bottom of the shot. Oh, who is that? That is 533 that's gone for a spin. That's Endis Vasnes in the privately entered Sodi chassis. Oh, there's a bit of a challenge there for third, a bit of a tap there from, we can't identify who that was from that range, but the challenge for third already. We'll identify them when they come over the line. A shame for Vasnes. That's up and running again. Yep, we can see he is still going, so he won't need recovery. But sadly, there'll be a lot of hard work to try and close in on the group. Over the line they come. So this is another 10-minute plus one lap side by side. The pair of side by sides coming up into turn one. Oh, they're still going. That's one off. Oh, that's someone losing a lot of position. I think it was Van Hannes that's been pushed out of the way. That's a big slide there. Again, they've shuffled up so much since they came over the line. Can't quite identify who's falling through the field, but we'll get an update when they come over the line, when the tower is updated. I think certainly Brickis is fine. Zefix, I think, is okay. Our top two were certainly unaffected by the misadventures going on of others. It is indeed Carlos Brickis that still leads. Yep, it was indeed Van Hannes that got crowded out at turn 3 last time around. The Brickis leads, Zefix in second. V-Car now up into third position in the 464. Then it's 595 of Armand's Kanks in fourth place. 523 of Marcus Spickis in fifth position. Brickets continued to, well, Brickets has got a bit of a lead to himself for now. As you can see, the top group coming over the line, they really are spread out. The battle for third is still very intense, and that's a move there for fourth. It's a relatively easy down. I think that was Spickis on Kanks. Oh, that was a big hit on the apex there from Spickis, who I think it's just lost out to the... It might be Van Hannes that's making his way back. It is. That's the 488 car that's making his way back through the field. Still lots of groups fighting for their own bit of real estate. The 3 group here, so that's 488 that the camera was looking at. Or Bruno Van Hannes, who they just got crowded out and dropped right the way down to 6th. But up into 5th in the course of the lap. And ahead of Spickis as mentioned. The top 3 are pretty much minding their own business. There we see the 595 of Armand's Kanks, who definitely does not have a lot of breathing space. He's got the recovering 488 of Bruno Van Hannes. You can see the Birilat logo on the overalls. Van Hannes really will be looking to make up for lost time. It's so difficult to make up the lost time in karting, or a significant amount of lost time at least. The main bit that makes the difference is the driver. Or Van Hannes again on a mission to try and get up through the field. That was the 595 of Armand's Kanks, and was almost had someone introduced to him somewhat forcefully. Van Hannes, oh wow, a very late dive there for Bruno Van Hannes. It's true, that was a very decisive move there, as the fastest lap now belongs to the 551 of Edmunds Susvix, closing in a little bit on the 522 of Carlos Brickis. There the camera looks at Bruno Van Hannes, who I wouldn't surprise me if he steals away the fastest lap the way he's driving at the moment to make up for lost time. This is where being tall or broad is definitely not an advantage in karting terms. Brickis continues to lead and steals the fastest lap back again by all of 0.02 of a second from Sizefix. V-Car in third, the 464. The Racing Academy entered KR chassis of Jan V-Car. Camera currently looking at 595, or was looking at 595 of Armand's Kanks. Continuing to chase Bruno Van Hannes. Bruno's got some distance to close in. 2.4 seconds to close in on a podium spot. Half the race done. 4.5 of it to go. And now the fastest lap goes to Jan Vidkar. The only man on that lap into sub 40 seconds at 39.977. Oh, that was someone stranded on the infield there, but I don't think it was. 10 cars out there, 13 registered, 10 took to the start. Oh, that is someone on the infield. That's 533. That's Vasnes, who's had a pretty torrid time today. I think it's fair to say Endis Vasnes, the Sodi, so one of our Sodi chassis. Not been a good day in the office for the 533. Still press on. You never know what's going to happen. Van Hannes looks like he could be coming back under challenge here by Armand's Kanks. Yes. Our very lone Vasnes. Getting some airtime. Getting some consolation. some sympathy airtime there. Ricketts and Suzefix. Closer together. Fastest lap still belonging to the 551. So Carlos Brickett, he'll have to really think about how he's going to defend this the final 3 minutes. Don't have too much to think about yet. Certainly will do if Edmund Suzefix has his own way. There's only half a second now between the top two. That's actually allowing Jan Vidkar to close in on them. Or I should say could allow Vidkar to close in on them. About 1.7 seconds between those two. Van Hannes, unless something happens to the top three, is possibly too far back to make a difference. And yeah, looking at the lap times, you can see there on the tower, fastest lap again is Suzefix, with Vidkar now getting into the sub 40 second bracket. That's another 10th gain for Suzefix on Brickis, or close to it. Is there enough time for Suzefix to mount a challenge? I would say there probably is. Carlos Brickett is not going to be easy to pass. I'd say that gap has come out a bit. Was just under half a second previously. Still time for another 3 or 4 laps. Certainly 3 laps. Last time around was, I thought it was personal best for Brickett. That's gone up to 8/10 of a second now. So Carlos Brickett responding to the pressure from Edmund Suzefix. There's the 522. That's our race leader catching an indication there from, I would imagine that is Vasnes that they are closing in on. Oh, so that was an indication from the back marker, pass to this side. Oh, it needs to bleed out more than that. Got a little bit close. Now seeing a few more drivers get sub 40 seconds. Suzefix trying to respond. The time is going to elapse, so one more lap after this. Well, what can Carlos Brickett do? He's got himself, well, he built up 7/10 of a second last time around. There is our race leader, those watching on stream. It went out again, so it should be around about a second or so. Final lap. and it's going to be comparatively comfortable for Carlos Brickis. Family entered Gillard chassis. Unless he makes a mistake in the last few quarters, and it's certainly possible. Seen it before. Not from Brickis specifically, but going stages of a race, you can relax a little bit too much too early, but no such troubles for 522. Carlos Brickis takes the win. 551 of Edmund Sizefix takes second, and at 488 of Bruno Van Hannes takes third. 595 of Armand Kanks fourth. And 523, Marcus Spickis, our lead of the DD2 Heavies, comes home in a big one. That's sixth position. Vidkar was third. No, that's where I've gone wrong there. My apologies. Firm finishing positions. There it is. Carlos Brickis in taking the win. Edmund Sizefik second. Jan Vidkar in third. Bruno Van Hannes fourth. Armand Kanks in fifth. Marcus Spickis in sixth. Excuse me. Eurus Spickis in seventh. That's what happens when you don't mute the mic going quick enough. Demetrius in eighth. And unfortunately, because of the sneeze, I didn't get through the grid quick enough. But look at that challenge for the lead early on. And that unfortunate spin right at the beginning for Endis Vasnis. We didn't see how the spin took place. But this race didn't get any better. There was a big move there from Van Hannes, making his way through the field. But couldn't get close enough to the podium after being crowded out at the beginning of the race. Race number 9 then is our Tillotson T4s. Another large contingent registered to take part. 18 of our Tillotson T4s registered to take part. Oh, this is the treble 9 there of Ralph Egals. His car's struggling to get going. That's somebody else struggling to get going as well. These don't have onboard starters. They are starting manually like so. Everybody is now going. There's several championships in one. For this one, we have an overall championship, of which Daniels Pateris Berzines is leading. The championship is split up into juniors, into seniors, and into heavies, and also one overall. Go through that shortly as we have a look at our starting order for our first of the Tillotson T4 races. It is our championship leader, Daniels Pateris Berzines, on the front row with Ladsons alongside. It is Gorenko and Legines, 944 and 928 on row 2. Is Kenemis and Savins on row 3, 931 and 936. On row 4 is Lakis and Predniks, 953 and 914. On the 5th row is Dmitrievs and Lazdans on 965 and 907. Novik and Roydolf Berzines on 908 and 909. On the 7th row is Grossberger and Egals, 99 and treble 9. That's 14 of our registered 18 that are taking part. And to make my life more difficult, a lot of them have the similar colour scheme, or that blue, or primarily kind of sky blue colours. Identifying them out. Oh, we've got one off at turn 8. I think that's someone that's got a little bit too brake heavy there, because they rejoined the circuit, and that's going to be an interesting one. They haven't technically fallen to the back. Are they going to try and resume their spot? I think they are. Yes, they are. As is customary. Oh, that's narrow to be doing the 2x2 before the holding area, but they are squeezing through. Into the 2x2 lines is the... Oh, don't jump out. The starter won't like that. Did manage to reform just in time, and the flag drops. Our Tillotson T4s underway. Traditionally the clothing category of Rotomax meetings. Lots of side-by-side. Oh, great move further. Oops. A bit of a punch in the face as well for somebody. Right, we will have to wait until they have crossed the line to figure out who is where. The field is that big, and a lot of them are very similarly coloured. I wouldn't want to comment on who is where at the moment. Well, you can see that was 919 of Daniel Pateris Berzins, who has won all 3 races of the championship thus far. So it's been a stunning effort for him. Over the line they come. And that is still Berzins that leads away, but being hustled very, very hard by, I think that was Lasdans in the 985 kart. Yeah, it was indeed. And then it's 944, sorry, of Argus Garenko. There it is. Berzins from Lasdans, from Garenko, your top 3. And it's Kiminis, the 931. Oh, lots of side-by-sides going on. Fantastic stuff. I think everybody has made it through the opening lap. Oh, some people flirting with the outside line coming through turn 10. Great racing from our Tillotson T4 competitors. Over the line. Now the pace starting to come true. Oh, that's a very close challenge there on 4th gear. Jimenez and Legines, 931 and 928 respectively. Daniel Pateris Berzins defending very heavily, coming down into turn 8. Wow, well, he's really feeling the pressure from Christian's Lasdans, second in the championship. So you can understand why Berzins is feeling the pressure. And again, very defensive, but that's putting well offline. That's forced Kazdan to go to the outside line. He can't get the momentum though, so Berzins manages to hold on to the lead, but right behind them, that's 3rd that looks like it's changing hands. 944 of Garenko barely holds on to that. Oh, that's 6th, I think it is, changing hands there. That would be Lakis on Savins. Good move, but Daniel Pateris Berzins, again, look at that, very heavily defensive into turn 8. Oh, a little bit of impact there for that's the one behind 944. So there was Jimenez, I think it was, being bounced around by competitors. Look how early that Berzins goes to the defensive line. That is very slow through turn 11, and that's bunched up. Well, that's bunched up the top 2 right back into the pack. Pretty much the top 10 almost are all line astern. Look at Garenko right in there, right behind Lasdans. The top 3, well, pretty much. If you look at the tower, the gaps are near non-existent. Oh, there's a move for 4th, I think that was. That's Legends on Jimenez again. Oh, is that Berzins that's lost the lead? No, that's the 3rd that's changing hands. Garenko being crowded out, going down into turn 11. But that's actually cost Jimenez the position. Legends right there, side by side coming through the final turn. Brilliant stuff from our T4s. Now, did the lead change hands? It did not. There's so many battles going on, it's difficult to keep up with all of them. But Berzins still leads from Lasdans. Garenko in 3rd, still Jimenez in 4th, so he didn't lose a position to Legends. And again, Berzins defending very, very hard. Down into turn 8, the specific spots he's defending. Fastest lap is in his hands, our race leader, but that is fairly inconsequential. He's defending so hard everywhere. And again, that's going to make him slow out of turn 11, but then there's the inside line for 12. And Lasdans just cannot get the momentum that he needs at the time he needs it. Brilliant defensive driving from Daniel Pateris Berzins. Through turn 1, again, Garenko is right there if it goes wrong between the top 3. Now he's got breathing space. Does the 944 kart of Argus Garenko. Oh, thought about a move on the inside line on Lasdans there, but didn't commit to it. That's allowed the 4th place car, 931, to close in of Edvars Jimenez, I beg your pardon. But the top four are now being reeled back in by the absolute chasing pack. Fifth down to something like 11th. Can't even count them that quick. That is the whole field. You've just seen the entire field in that camera shot. That's fantastic. And again, this goes to show how costly a mistake is. And this is 8 minute plus 1 lap, so it's not one of our 10-minute races. It is 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Now, Bezzies may breathe a little easier, and he does. He goes for the traditional racing line this time. Doesn't feel the need to defend so heavily, so we may see the fastest lap change a little bit. Still in the hands of our race leader and championship leader, Daniels Pateris Berzins. Oh, I think it's a challenge for someone like 6th. Garenko stands out by not having colour on his kart. Usually it's the colour that makes you stand out, but his kart and overalls are all, and helmet are all black. A menacing look then for the 944 of Argus Garenko. Return 11 once again. Oh, that's trouble for the 922. Oh dear, fallen all the way down to the back of the pack. Here's Ozols. That's very, very unfortunate. It's Ricard's Ozols. Oh dear. Shame for him, but on they continue. With less than a minute on the board. Where can our competitors appear? Yeah, you can see there on the board. Just highlighting Ozol's difficulties. So Garenko, oh, that's someone that's really gone out of sequence. Lots of side-by-sides in this group, but someone was really shoved wide. We'll have to see who falls down through the tower. So, penultimate lap then. Oh, 963. That is Oris Rivalds. Third in the junior category. Unfortunately, has fallen by the wayside this time. The lead group still continuing as they have been. Timer is now elapsed. Through the penultimate turn now. Berzins under pressure yet again. Final lap board is now raised. The top three have very much broken away. Finally, this group is fragmenting, but that's of little consolation to the 965 of Kiras Dmitrievs, who's leading that group. He'd rather be leading this group, I'm sure, but he's got a big old pack of chasers behind. Top three, though, continuing as they are. Not many opportunities left for Last Dance to try and pressure for the win. Is it going to be? Will the clean sweep continue for Daniels Pateris Berzins? It does look like it will. Out of the penultimate turn through the final one. It's another win for the 919. Berzins takes the win. It's either someone very keen or someone that has spun. At the back of the picture, I can't quite tell. Someone that's spun. So Daniels Pateris Berzins continues his winning ways, taking another win in the championship. Last Dance in second, Garenko third, Dimitrievs fourth, Lygens in fifth. That is Last Dance. That is Maris Last Dance in seventh, Jimenez in eighth, and it's the 914 of Pritnix in ninth, with Lakis rounding out the top 10. There's plenty more after him as well. 7th, 11th, Novik 12th. Another Berzins in 13th. That's Rudolf Toms Berzins, 909. There it is, just to continue where we left off. Where did we get to? 7th, Novik Berzins. Then it's Ingus Just in 13th. Ralph Egals in 14th. Ace Grossberger in 15th. Marcus Namines in 16th. Rehards Ozols 17th. And Oris Rivals we saw at the side of the road, not able to continue. Wow, that was quite something from our Tillotson T4s. Whoever that was at the back of the field was very lucky to get back in time. Our top three established themselves very, very early, didn't they? Nearly a move on the inside line. But it was not to be for Gorenko. There was a lot of bouncing around. We saw early on in the race. That was that move on Gorenko. Nearly paid off, but no such luck. It is now time for the lunch break. And we will be back for the start of our second round of finals at 1 o'clock local time. Welcome back, everybody, to the 6th meeting of the day. Of the season for the Rotax Max Championship here at Jelgava. As we can see, we've had the first set of finals. It is now the second set of finals before our super final at the end of the day. Our electric cars, the BSR X5s, are now forming the only category to have a standing start. So it does need the starter to make sure they are all in position. That's why his flag is held aloft. No one is to get going, of course, because they are electric cars. It's very easy just to get going again. And away we go. We are away for our second finals of the day for the BSR X5s, which formed from the results of the first race of the day, the opening of the meeting. How everybody has done when we get the tower at the end. Look how there's already a side-by-side there coming through turn 9. Double apex left-hander now through 11 up to 12. Looks like everybody has survived the first racing lap. I'll get the right words out in a minute. Over the line then, and starting to break away up top. Get confirmation of who that is breaking away. Let's see the cart number. It's 677. It is Thorn Fred Kudu, who is challenging Spruder on the first race of the day. It's the same top two up top. The change for third place, 621 of Chris Zedas up into third, demoting Oliver Tams, the 601, down to fourth place. Very close behind is 689 of Gustav Zutakovs. Most of these carts are privately entered. A few of them have got team support. Oh, there was a challenge there. Zedas was actually up into third by the time they crossed the line. Spruder now with the fastest lap of the race. First racing lap in anger. So as a reminder, this is 7 minutes plus 1 lap. So their super final will be 10 minutes. Plus 1 lap, due to start at 3:05 local time. Whoa, that was very, very deep for Kudu. Almost lost the lead. Way too hot coming down into turn 11, but managed to hold on to the lead, but only just at 0.4 of a second over Roland Spruder last time, but that absolutely vanished in one mistake. Kudu, Spruder, Oliver Tams up into third, promoting the 621 of Chris Zedas. Wonderful to see this new category of electric racing so well represented. It was only June of this year when these cars were launched. Already a very healthy field, 15 drivers taking to this category. Fastest lap of the race to Oliver Tams, the 601 in third, challenging Roland Spruder. Spruder in the Ajax Latvia entered kart. As all of them are Birlat chassis. Zupcap was the odd one out on that one. He's got a KR chassis. At the moment, it is now the momentum swung. Look, as Kudu has got himself some breathing space over Spruder, who's thrown into the clutches of Oliver's Tams. Dawn Fred Kudu has now got the fastest lap of the race. Change hands several times, I have no doubt at all. Through turn 9 once again. Leading the next block is the 689 of Gustav Zusakovs, the MRG Racing entered kart. He's got a lot of pressure behind. He's just relieved the 621 of Chris Zetas from that spot. Oh, Zetas is in trouble. He's fallen all the way down to about 8th or 9th or so. It's 8th that the 61 has fallen to. A terrible lap for the 61. Thrown very much into the pack. We keep seeing in the shot. Kudu still with a little bit of breathing space, but comparatively little. Great four-way scrap for what I think was 7th position. 6th position, I beg your pardon. Currently led by Andreas Utkalp in the 605. Up top, though, they remain as they are. 3 minutes until the timer elapses. They may have had a retirement in the form of the 616 of... Oh no, still running. Just had a bad lap last time around. Zolkins. Still, people are setting new personal bests up top now. The fastest lap in the hands of back in the hand of Oliver's Tams. Top 3 once again glued together. Tams trying to find his way past Spruder. It's still trying to close. Spruder still trying to close back in that small gap between himself and Fred Kudu. The 669 of Spruder does not have the luxury of being able to just keep eyes forward. Oliver's Tams very, very much in the tyre tracks. The family entered kart. That is allowing, that pressure from Tams is allowing Thorn Fred Kudu to continue to breathe comparatively easily. Well, they are catching a black marker, and there's a move. There was impact between Tams and Spruder there. It certainly looked like it from that viewpoint. Blue flags being shown. I think those Zolkins, and dutifully getting out of the way. So up into second then, Oliver's Tams, a little bit controversially if there was impact between the two. Could have been just apex impact. It did look like there was side-to-side contact there. Roland Spruder would not be happy about that at all. Slightly different line being taken there from Thorn Kudu. Over the line, still very close together. Roland Spruder's falling a little bit off the back of the top two, but not by an insurmountable amount at the moment. Oliver's Tams is really starting to push now. Closing in on Thorn Fred Kudu. You can see the different lines that the two are taking. Now Kudu is going to have to very much think defensively. Oh, as Tams, I think, may have turned in a tiny bit too early into turn 10. Or certainly risked turning in too early. And final lap board, and literally as they cross the line, the very second they crossed the line was when the timer expired. So final lap board has been shown. We will see the BSRX 5s later on this afternoon, and that's again either a mistake or a different line being taken from Kudu or from Tams. And Tams managed to bounce his way through on Spruder. So I don't think he's going to have as easy a time against Kudu. And it's going to be close, side by side, but that's the victory belongs to the 677 of Thorn Fred Kudu. Second is Oliver's Tams. Third is Roland Joris Spruder. Fourth is the 689 of Gustav Susakovs. Fifth was the 605 of Andreas Upkow, and in 6th was the 637 of Letanovic. 8th was Zeders, 9th was Stamers, and rounding out the top 10 was the 642 of Christoph's Cowan. Christopher's, I beg your pardon, Cowan. I think everybody has come over the line now. So, as confirmation, it is Thornfrey Kudu at the top, Oliver's Tam second, Rollītis Spruda in third, Gustav Ziskot fourth, Joseph Kamp in fifth, Mikhail Litanovic in sixth, Chris Zeders in seventh, Ralph Stammers in eighth, Christoph Cowan in ninth, and Martin Tankevicius rounding out the top 10 in the 668 cart. Now, that was where very, very deep on the opening lap. And that was where Oliver's Towns manages to elbow his way past Roland Spruda. Right. Straight on with the program then. It's flat out racing all the way until the final checkered flag of the day. Next up is our amateur micro and mini max contingent. Camera looks at Tom's Gruzins, the number 16. Run through the grid when we get the graphic for that. Returning ever so slightly behind schedule. We're starting at quarter past one local time. Marshals and pit officials doing a great job to make up for last time. We did have a power cut trackside earlier on today. Everybody's itching to get going. You can see the 169 at the bottom of the shot there, Arjun Vasnes. Privately entered energy chassis. Where they go? Number 16 of Tom's Gruzins is in trouble. No movement then from the number 16. That is a great shame, but let's have a look at how the grid at least would have looked had everybody got going. It is Arnes Vasnes and Tom's Gruzins. Well, it's not going to be Tom's Gruzins. 169 and 16 on the front row. Then it is Augustus Majors and Voltas Kurzis, 4 and 37 on row 2. Pims Samilionis and Kulikovskis, 99 and 89 on row 3. We didn't get the rest of that graphic, unfortunately, as trouble for our front row starter of Tom's Gruzins. Privately entered Expree having difficulty. Oh dear. That is, yeah, so you can see there's a little bit of confusion of people essentially lining up in the wrong place. Not through fault of their own. They're expecting people to be there, but they have correctly, and well done to our youngsters, have correctly sorted themselves out. So Irish Vasnes, our solo mini-max contender, is likely to, being a mini-max kart, he is got a bit more power under the right foot, a little bit more racing experience as well, so he will run off into the distance, the only representative of the class. Alas, some Gruzins will not, doesn't look like we'll be taking part in this one. Now then, form the 2x2. Come our drivers. Correctly spaced. Oh, that's not right. That's not right. You saw the left-hand lot did not stay in line. Now, as a reminder, these are these are amateurs, so not meaning that in a derogatory sense. They're not part of the standard Rotax Max Championship, so they are likely to have less racing experience. So someone has gunned it too quickly, you can see, and the starter did not drop the flag. That indicates that they are not to start and they are to do another rolling lap. Oh, number 52 there of Emma Tietzen. And they're all giving each other a bit of a nudge. I shouldn't really do that, but really going to cause an awful lot of trouble. They have formed the 2x2s, as they did first time round, very, very early. Now that could be... Oh, they've actually come to a halt. No, I don't think they need to come to a halt. The only reason they would need to do that is if there's an obstruction or... Oh, and there is a problem. That's number 51. That's Gustav Norkut, who had trouble in the first race as well. Oh dear, now that's stranded somewhere out on track. Couldn't quite see where that was. So they may have to halt this. I mean, they're still rolling. They are still being instructed to roll. But if that cart cannot be recovered, may cause a delayed start. And there it is, look. So it's on the exit of turn 10. There's nothing he can do if the cart has come to a halt. Well, the field are quite correctly being very cautious here. It's been a horrible day for... so he is going again. Interesting. He's slotted in on the what's going to be the second row. Not sure the stewards will look favourably on that, but we'll let them deal with that particular issue. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised to see the red flag there. You've got a cart very out of position. I'm not sure what the marshal on the left is signifying. I think that is indicating engine off or come to a halt. That's the last thing somebody needs is a camera right in their face. Yeah, I think they're actually indicating engines off. I think that's what the crossed arms are signifying. Unfortunate, but you have to bear in mind that these youngsters are very much at the beginning of their motor racing career, and this is also the, as we said, the amateur lineup, so with potentially less racing experience than others of the Minimax and Micromax category. Couldn't quite see who that was being pushed aside. Now there is Tom's Gruzins. Yeah, that's the 51. That's Norkut that's being pushed to the back, and correctly so. I mean, ideally he should have waited until the field had passed him, but again, unless you know that, you're not going to do that. He tried to slot into an available space, but as he's starting out of position, should have waited and gone to the back. But that is a lesson learned. Sometimes you have to learn it by making the mistake. If you haven't encountered that particular event, then how are you to know? So it'll be another rolling lap. Number 16 still in the holding area. Is still in his cart. Hopefully that means that Tom's Gruzins will be able to take part in the second race. And yes, they are that young. Not said with a hint of jealousy whatsoever. Good to see a lot of family and friends and teams and supporters have come along to support our young drivers. Young and some not so young. Conversations there going on with, I think it was Ari Ivasnis. Yeah, it is. Again, the only representative of the Minimax contingent, so it's the next class up from Micromax. Word of encouragement going on to, and the engine started once again. Oh wow, straight off and down to business goes Ari Vasnes. Number 16 car, I can see in the background of the shot, still has not left the holding area, but he's interestingly still in it. So so hasn't left the holding area forwards or backwards. Oh, oh, where's the spinner? Oh no, eager to get going. That was the number 52, the Emma Tietzen, who we saw ping-ponging in the field. She's going to have to start at the back. When the field has passed you, as is standard in all motor racing categories, you have to start from the back of the field, irrespective of your qualifying position. Oh dear. Cold brakes. Oh no, that's a mistake there from number 20. That was Marcius Norkus, who has had the worst day. It has not been a good day for Marcius Norkus or Gust Norkut. But they have formed the 2x2 line. And will the starter have to hold them again due to a few karters getting a little bit too eager with their feet? No, he is holding the green flag aloft. Oh, make your mind up. Stay in your 2 lanes. There we go. That's right. Stay there. And yes, the flag starter is happy with that. And away we go. And I can see at the top of the shot that Tom Scruzins has managed to get going. So with very cold everything compared to the rest, he is at least in the race. Good to see. And that has put us a little bit behind schedule, but we will get the racing underway nonetheless. So Ari Vasnis, this is pretty much just a time practice session for him. He's not going to have, unless he has a spin or some kind of issue, he shouldn't really be challenged up front. There he goes, just going through the shot. But notice Augustus Majors in the RM Latvia number 4. And there you saw right behind a change for, change and then change back again, curiously. It looked like that was, the first move looked fairly straightforward, but the return, oh no, that's 89 that's gone round. There's Anestis Kulikovskis. Oh dear, it is all happening all over the place for the Micromax contenders. But Augustus Majors leads the number 99 of Pius Simulionis. The front-running N Sport kart is N Sport have had some difficulties today. Oh, nearly into the back of Majors goes Simulionis, but no impact there. Right behind the number 99 is the demoted 37, Voltas Kuris, SM Racing entrant. Great three-way fight for the lead of the Micromax class. Second, third and fourth overall. Second and third in Micromaxes. There's number 16, you can see on the towers flying through the field. That is Tom Gruzins, who didn't get a chance to do the rolling laps and had to start from the holding area. Already found himself right the way up there in 7th. Boy, would love to be involved in this. Look at the number 4 of Augustus Majors. He is really starting to push now. There goes Ari Vasnis just out of the shot. Majors, Merlionin and Kuris has fallen quite a bit off the back of the 99. Must have made a mistake there somewhere. And now that gives Simulionis opportunity to attack Majors for the lead of class. Some work to do then for the 37 of Voltas Kuris to close back in on Simulionis. The 89 of Kurikovskis, as we saw, had come to a halt. Yeah, some laps down now, unfortunately. The camera waits to pick up the race leader of Ari Vasnis. Well, mean, use the opportunity to get your track time. Just because you're the only one in your class means no difference for him, and rightly so. Have a look then for, and that's what over 5 seconds looks like to these carts. Need now for new personal best there for Kuris. You can see 7.3 seconds. Ultimately, it's 1 second between second and third. Just over a second, or just under a second, beg your pardon, third to fourth. Oh, that was a little bit late on the brakes there for Kuris. Manages to flick the tail round, but that's cost him a lot of momentum. Subsequently, a lot of time. Rullītis still staying in the tyre tracks of Augustus Majors. He's slowly losing touch of the class leader. New personal best for both of them. A little bit further back, you've got the number 81 of Dinas Norkus. We at the moment are looking at the ever decreasing gap between Augustus Majors and Pius Rullītis. It looked like it was decreasing, but then in the course of this lap, so he's gone back out again. Fastest lap of the class is currently in the hands of number 4. That certainly has increased now, the gap between the top 3. Very much in their own groove now. Cool, number 16 is still flying though, and fair play to him. Tom's Gruzin's now up in the 5th position. That could be, well, with only a minute left on the clock, it is likely as far up as he's going to go unless someone in the top 4 has a problem. And that is another one of the tail enders. That is what I missed, which car that was. My apologies. Ari Vasnis continuing along his way, picking up the back markers. It was number 20 that he's just gone past, which is Marcus Norkus. As Ari comes through turn 10, then 11. The timer will elapse on the next lap. That is number 54. That is Raul Tietzen being challenged. Now that is for position. That is for 7th. Tietzen and number 5 of Patrick Lapis. They are being caught by the race leader. Patrick's having a look there. Not able to get the momentum he needs. They're going to have to get out of the way. Oh! Now the blue flag was seen by the 54. Oh, the number 5 has paid no heed to it. And there goes race leader. Easy move for Ari. And final lap board now shown. I think what happened there is that Raul Tietzen saw the blue flag and backed out of the throttle. That the youngster of Patrick Lapins, they're all youngsters, I grant you, sees the opportunity. It's a little bit cheeky, but it's not strictly speaking against the rules. Once again unchallenged is Ari Vasnis. Through turn 11 he comes. Up to 12. It's 2 for 2 then for Ari Vasnis, the 169 kart. Takes the checkered flag. Was Lapins and Tietzen, 7th and 8th, just coming over the line. Bit lap down. And we've got a few back markers being caught by the Number 4 of Augustus Majors. A great effort for him, keeping the ever persistent Pius Simolianis behind him. So well played for the RM Latvia entrant of Majors. N-Sport entered kart of Simolianis coming home in 3rd. Then it was Curious in 4th. Tom Grutis, from starting from the holding area, eventually went up into 5th position in the end. Venus Norcus in 6th, Patrick Slappins in 7th, Ralph Tietzen in 8th, Majus Norcus in 9th, and Emma Tietzen rounding out the top 10. We lost in the course of the race Gustav Norkut and Ernest Kulikovskis. Right. Straight to business then. It's the Rotax Max Mini-Max category. Martin's Lapins. We've just seen another one of the Lapins is Martin's Lapins, Remigius Krasionis and Carlos Bensons that are the championship forerunners. 118, 199 and 136 cars respectively. You see a few additions to the liveries on some of the cars. There is 199, that is Remigius Krasionis. Glaring at the cameraman. A lot of drivers do. A lot of drivers are not a fan of the camera being poked at them. That was Carlos Benson's. That was almost ignoring the cameraman. That is Emilius Kapkauskas actually at the front of the pack. There is Martin's Lapins. It was the 115 of Martin's Armour, 178, which is Henri Laps. 32nd board, held aloft. So your engines are running, visors are in the correct position. The green, you can see that Henri Lapser is definitely eager to get going. Away they get them. We know the procedure by now. Let's have a look at how the grid forms for the second running of the Rotax Max Mini-Max. But it's Remigius Krasionis and Emilius Kapkauskas on the front row, 199 and 141. So we would have gone through it, but the graphics disappeared. Unfortunate, but we will run through the order when we have that. The first lap is completed. They're not wasting any time, are they? These drivers have all either progressed through the Micromax category, a number of them have, or they have joined the championship a little bit later on, found themselves eligible for the Minimax class. Warm up soon after turn 8, which they are just arriving to now. It's the first of the slow boards that they see. This group tends to do it on the way down towards turn 10. Exactly what they've done. They're kind of forming up almost at pace. Through the holding area they come. The 2x2. Patience. And is the starter happy? Interesting, he was not. I must admit, the 2x2 lines looked fine to me, but the yellow flag is indicating that the drivers will know this procedure. Let's have a look at it again. But they look to me to be in their lines. The starter has spotted something that I am missing. By the way, starter is the one with the authority to drop the green flag. They're not racing. They know they're not racing. They are just getting back to the formation point in a hurry. Oh, bit of a nudge there towards the back. That was Martin Sama that was a little bit eager. Now they pick up speed thus. Yes, he is. He's happy that time, and away we go. Oh, and again, as tends to be the Seems to be the way. It seems to be a little bit elbows up. Wow, as we see a big old move there on the inside for third. We'll confirm who has appeared where. Challenge for the lead already. That's what happens when you leave the door open. I think that's Kapkauskas that has made his way up into the lead. We will have that confirmed when they get back around again. It could be Benson's. It looks like it's an RM Latvia kart that is up at the top. So who is it? Can't quite see the number there. It's Zuba. My apologies. It is Michaelis Zuba, the 121, that has had a cracking start. Kapkauskas is second. Kratsianis has fallen to third. Excellent start then from the 121. I've seen the podium a few times this season, but he finds himself sixth in the championship. Could this be a podium then for Michaelis Zuba? We will have to wait and see. 141, Emilius Kapkauskas. Second, MG Motorsport, the black and green livery, being hounded very hard by the 199 of Remigius Kratsianis. Remigius will want to capitalise on the fact that Martins Lapins, the championship leader, is down in fifth. He needs to bide his time. He knows he's got several minutes of the race to run. Martins Lapins is not exactly far behind on track. Take too much time to capitalise on his arch rivals. Where's Carlos Benson's? Benson's is down in seventh. Oh, in that very group right there. That is a great squabble. It's a five-way argument for wooden spoon avoidance, of which Carlos Benson's, who's third in the championship, is currently leading the group. They look like they're going to be squabbling all the race long. Wonderful for us to watch. As the lead group continue on their merry way, we've got this fantastic five-way fight for what is sixth, but it also goes back to the tail end of the field. The top four are just kind of continuing pace. Kapkauskas gets the fastest lap of the race thus far. 4 minutes on the clock still. So it's going to be about 6 or so laps, including the +1, of course. From Kapkauskas, from Kratsianis, from Babenko. 197. Won the championship a little bit later. Didn't take part in the first two rounds. First two meetings at Kandahar. Wasn't present at the fifth meeting at Arevete either. Whilst towards the tail end of the championship, Timo Babenko is really pressing on though and showing MG Motorsport that he deserves to wear the colours. Zuba. So two of the top four are MG Motorsport. There's Emilius Kapkauskas. Keeps his eye very, very much on the tail of Michaelis Zuba. And a little bit further back, you can see the championship leader has broken free of any challenge. Beg your pardon, it's not Lapins, it was Benson's. That's right, it was leading that particular group. So Carlos Benson's, while still racing for RM Latvia, but still want to be pushing for personal honours and won't be happy by the fact that he's got a lot of pressure behind him whilst the championship leader is already ahead of him. Still remember now, Martins Lapins, with not having to defend from anybody, has got the fastest lap of the race, but has 1.2 seconds to close down. There he is, before he closes into the back of Timo Babenko. It is so close between the top three in this championship. Any one mistake can spell disaster. Only one meeting after this one. They want to capitalise on every point they can possibly get. A minute and a half to go. Zuba is going to be very, very conscious of the fact. Obviously, these things don't have mirrors. They just have the sense, the spidey sense of the driver. Turn 8 to come. Double left-hander at 9. Oh, that looked like it was... I think that was Grazianis thinking about a move on Kepkauskas for second. That has backed them away from Michele Zuba. Zuba will be very, very happy if he can finish there, as that will be his first win of the season. He had 2 podiums at Madonna and 1 at Shilai. All of those podiums were third places. He would love to have a bit of silverware in the trophy cabinet, with the number 1 on at least. Time it is going to elapse, so 1 more lap after this one. Through the final turn. Final lap board is then held. There it is. The charge for championship leader Martins Lapin seems to have stalled a little bit. Not able to hasn't been able to close in too much on Timo Babenko, who in turn hasn't really been able to close back in on the top 3. Turn 8, turn 9, here they come. Zuba still leads, doesn't feel the need to defend anywhere, and I think quite rightly, as Minas Kepkauskas is more concerned with the presence of that 199 car of Remigijus Grazianis. They are going to remain as they are. That is a win for Michele Zuba of the 121 card over the line. Second is Emilis Kepkauskas, and third goes the way of Remigijus Grazianis. Fourth, Timo Babenko. Fifth is Martins Lapins. Go through the rest of the field. They all cross the line very, very quickly there. So fifth, as mentioned, was championship leader Martins Lapins. Sixth was Carlos Penson. Seventh, Eukibis Zaitis. Eighth was Ivo Os. Ninth, Martin Sama. And rounding out the field was Henri Lapsa. They all started and they all managed to finish. Again, the starter was not happy about something. It looked fine from my perspective, if I'm honest, but he's the one that's down there, and he was happy with the second attempt. As you always have, you have that frantic scrabble for early positions, which, yeah, Michele Zuba made full use of. Brought home the win. First win of the season, fourth podium of the championship. Very nicely done indeed. It's the Micromaxes next. Out they come. Oh, trouble for 67. That's Domus Norkus. He does manage to get going, but that's dropped him right to the back of the field, unfortunately. Let's have a look at the grid. It's Timas Remus and, was Domus Norkus on the front row, but now he's fallen to the back. He'll have to start from tail end. Then it's Rems Alas Nogradov and Karins Kukutis on row 2. Marco Klavins and Volters Vasnis on row 3. We do have a fourth row. We didn't quite see who is in that. Oh, right in the back there, Domus Norkus. It's been a very mixed day for N Sport across the categories. Alas, Domus Norkus. A shame, front row to the back row. That is the nature of the beast. Tomas Remus leads the championship on 745 points with quite considerably the lion's share of the wins for those present here today. 6 of them over the course of the season, all 3 from the first round at Kandahar and all 3 from the third round at Donna. Oh, that was nearly impact there towards the back of the field. Form up, form up, form up. That was Damas Norkus not wanting to lose any time. Right, they are okay. The left-hand column, as we look at it, was a bit slow to get into the right position, but the starter was happy with it, and away we go. Remus not wanting to lose any time, but can Damas Norkus make his way through the field? We will have to wait and see. Into turn 8 for the first time in anger. Again, as a reminder, it's 7 minutes plus 1 lap for the Rotax Max Micromax contingent. Top 3 starting to break away. That can very easily change, and pretty much already has changed. Is that Damas Norkus back up into third already? It is. This number 67 car's already made his way back up to third place. Stunning effort to get back up through the field from the tail end of it. He's right on the back of the 21 of Renz Ballas Negrado. Where is Clavins? Clavins is in 4th. He is 3rd in the championship. Tomas Remus wanting to add more wins to the score. Still got Ballas Negrado right on his tail. And there's a tiny gap between themselves and the 22 of Marco Clavins, who in turn has got the number 95 of Karims Kukutis right on his case. Right, what can Damas Norkus do? There we can see Kukutis, the 95, chasing third place in the championship, Marco Clavins. Championship leader, number 55. Damas Remus. God, look how closely packed that top 3 is. Remus having to go defensive against the charge from Ballas Negrado, who's left the door open though. Through into second goes Norkus. Stunning effort from last to second in the course of the race. Ballas Negrado, he had the momentum out of the final turn, tried to use it, but left the door open enough for Damas Norkus to slot his way through. That's also allowed Marco Clavins and Kirims Kukutis to close in. That was a 5-way argument for the win. Rasnis and Vladson have swapped round. See on the tower. Oh, you can see there that Marco Clavins having to go a little bit defensive from the momentum of Karims Kukutis. Up top though, top 3. Well, the top 2 are breaking away a tiny bit from Renz Ballas Negrado. The camera now looks at 4th, 5th and 6th. Oh no, beg your pardon, that's the tail end of the field. That's 6, 7, 8. I beg your pardon. That is number 96 of Vasnis. Made his way past the number 18 of David Vladson on the previous lap. Comes our lead group once again. Norkus with the fastest lap of the race. Made excellent progress. Oh, hits the curve quite hard at turn 5. So easy to lose so much momentum in these karts. Well, in any kart indeed. That happens from Kukutis, still just off the back of the top 3. It's easy to say to stay in your rhythm and do your thing, but in mind that these youngsters haven't had too many years of racing experience behind them just yet. So it's learning about managing pressure as well as the art of racing. Staying as they are though, 2 and a bit minutes left on the clock. Marco Clavins for RM Latvia trying to break free of the great livery on Krim Kukutis. That's also an RM Latvian entered card. It's a little bit different livery on that one. That's quite approve of that. Oh, that was a slow exit from turn 12 for Remus, our race leader. You can see he's immediately gone defensive there to try and break the momentum of Damas Norkus. He had to put his car in position. That was a run for Damas Norkus. He's going to have to banzai it somewhere. But equally, he's got Remus Balos Negrado right behind him. Oh, that's off. Oh no, that's Karim Kukutis. Down at turn 8. He was in that battle with Marco Clavins. Through final turn with a minute and change on the clock. Turn 1 once again. Now it should make it to the end before the timer elapses. With 3 to go, including this one. And again, how early did Remus go for that defensive posture? And again, coming up into turn 9, he's parking his car to prevent Damas Norkus getting the run. Early apex again into turn 11. And again, holding inside line. That's a big move from Balas Negrado on Norkus for second place. That's exactly what Remus wanted. Championship leader is going to enjoy that. The timer is about to expire, so 1 more after this one. It was a clean move from Remus Balas Negrado. And very well executed. Oh, a little bit wide there from Norkus. Now, what can he do? Timer is elapsed. Final lap board will be shown. There it is. So Remus wants to make it 2 for 2. Balas Negrado to add to the podium count. For this weekend, he only had the one, which was third at Aravete last time out on the 7th of August. Whereas Damas Norkus has an absolute plethora of podiums. Certainly not one of them is the top step of. And there's the move again. That's Norkus regaining second, but has gone too deep. Balas Negrado gets a run on the outside line. Oh, right, the flag. He held onto it and handheld aloft by Balas Negrado. Great effort there. Fair play to Norkus for trying the move up at turn 12 at the death of the race. But equally fair play to Remus Balas Negrado for having the wherewithal, having the peace of mind to keep his foot in it, keep the momentum, and thus maintain the position. There's another win then for Team Damas Remus. Second, Remus Balas Negrado. Third was Damas Norkus. Fourth, Marco Clavins. Fifth, Valters Vasnes. Sixth is David Vladson. 7 is Rodrigo Lappins. And 8 was Karim Kukutis, who had that late spin. Right. Next, well, we'll have a replay then of all that left as we were looking at it. Colin was very lucky to stay legal there. There was such jostling between the top 3. That was the late move there from Norcus, but brilliant situational awareness from Velos Negrado to hang on to that one. Yeah, you can see the frustration on in Dumas Norcus there. He slammed the steering wheel. Next race then is the RM Juniors. It's Marcus Yauk and Magis Mazinis that has the front row. Emilis Yazaitis and Joris Stankovekius have row 2. Jack Collinson and Kaita Spike has row 3. And Narvais and Klaus Hans has row 4. Adam Spick and Juris Pluxner on row 5. Row 6 is Pitkovas alongside Kononovs. Row 7 is Hugo Kimons and Timur Gaziev. Finally is Nick on or... see, I still can't get it. Nick on or Rovs. Why can't I get that right? I can get it right when I say it slowly. Nick on or Rovs. So then forming single file through into the holding area and then forming the 2x2 straight afterwards. Very nicely done. Don't have a lot of space to do that. Play to the junior contingent. Flag aloft. On the 2x2 is the starter happy. Pick up some speed. Yes, he is, and away we go. Jack Collinson has made his way through the field last time, following a poor qualifying. Oh, that's off. That was I can't see who that was that went awry. I think it was Narvais that went off the 231. We'll know with who's lost a lot of positions on the opening lap. But again, crowded out of turn 3. We've seen several people that have fallen victim to that. That's led us. Whoa, that's a cello. I think that's second to fourth for someone. Someone's lost quite a few positions there. Right then, Tower. Let us see who is where. And was it Gustav Snarvais that dropped down through the field? It was not. It was the 209 that fell a long way down. Stankovekius. But Marcus Yauk leads the way in the 288 car for us. Racing Jack Collinson all the way up to second already. And that's a challenge actually on Jack Collinson from the 296 of Magis Mazinis. Well, that was that changed hands very rapidly, as is very commonly the way. Actually, that's Jack down into fourth, as Emilis Yazaitis has also followed through. So it's Yauk from Mazinis from Yazaitis, your top three. Jack Collinson pushed back down into fourth, and no sooner did I say that, then that's Jack Collinson jumping back up into third. Lots of slidey ways going on through turn 9. Jack Collinson's got a lot of pressure there. That's Emilis Yazaitis right on his case, who is just pushed back down into fourth. Jack Collinson with the, like I said earlier, with the commanding grip of the championship over Emilis Yazaitis. Really, that's the only car you need, or the first car you need to primarily look at. Marcus Yauk is third in the championship and leading the way. But there is 178 points between Marcus Yauk and Jack Collinson. Over 100 points between Collinson and Yazaitis. So Jack Collinson just needs to do the sensible race here. But as mentioned earlier, you always want to take the top spot. Marcus Yauk and the 296 of Magis Mazinis are not interested in what Jack Collinson is doing. They want the top spot to themselves. Both have taken wins in the course of the season. Mazinis had a very slow start to... had a terrible time. Oh, and before he even finished that sentence, Marcus Yauk is demoted from the lead by Marcus Mazinis. Had a terrible event for the opening round at Jelgava on the 16th of May. Didn't attend the second and third rounds. Then took 2 wins at Rullītis and on the 24th of July and another win at Aravate. The fastest lap of the race, that's Jack Collinson that's now taken that one. Now free of Rullītis. Now going to get himself involved in this lead battle. Zenas, Yao, Collinson. Rullītis, then Nave, who I thought had fallen down through the field early on. Was indeed Nankavekius. That was the one that was crowded out on the opening lap. Under 5 minutes to go. Another 13. Sorry, there's a bigger one. Another 9 minutes plus 1 lap. Their final lap race is 13 minutes plus 1. Return out they come away. You see Mazinas really throw the car quite hard there. And he maintains momentum. Got himself a couple of kart lengths between himself and former race leader Marcus Jauk. Marcus has had a couple of wins this season. He won the second race at the opening round in Jelgava. Also the opening race of the previous round at Aravate. Jack Collinson has had 6 wins before this weekend. Another 7 podiums on top of that. In fact, of all the races he's finished before this weekend, he's only been off the podium twice. Consistency being king in any championship. Collinson wanting to further increase his podium count. There's 2 very quick drivers ahead of him, wanting to delay his progress. Fastest lap still with Jack Collinson. Great battle here with the... Where's he go? Oh, that's a move from Jack Collinson. Banzai's the inside of turn 8 on Marcus Jauk. And that is second position then for the British expat. To the current championship leader. Jack is in the MRG Racing camp. One of the Gillard chassis that we have this weekend. Rullītis still the 4th position. Not where he would want to find himself, especially with his main championship rival gaining another position. And Mazinas add another to his win count. He's got 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap to do it. Jack has not broken free though from Marcus Jauk. Oh, I beg your pardon. I think are they catching to a back marker? Jack Collinson here. I was right first time. I said what I said and doubted myself straight away. No, Jack Collinson does still have pressure from Marcus Jauk. Zenas from Collinson from Jauk still going. 1.5 minutes to go. Fastest lap time now in the hands of Martin Zenas. Jack Collinson concentrating more on the defensive posture than trying to attack for the race win. As I mentioned earlier, the championship lead doesn't require him to push for the win. Play the sensible game, take the podium, rather than risk where he is for the top spot that he doesn't need. Still nearly a second between Mazinas and Collinson. There is Margin Mazinas. The Pelanai Racing Cosmos chassis. Through turn 12. Goal time on the clock when they come over the line, so you can see the last lap board not shown. Fastest lap now with Jack Collinson. By mere fractions of a second. Now it's starting to get his toe down. Give himself some breathing space from Marcus Yao. Rullītis not close enough to mount a challenge. Through 11, through 12 once again. They will be where they finish. The interval's not closing up any. There's the fastest lap one. No, last lap one, fastest lap once again in the hand of Martin Mazinas. Will it be another one for the Pelanai Racing entrant? Oh, what might have been for Marcus Mazinas had he have taken part, or had he been able to take part in the second meeting at Kandahar and also the meeting at Madonna. Things could have been very different in this championship, but it's the win for the 296. It's Marcus Mazinas that takes the win. Jack Collinson second. Marcus Yauk in third place. Emilius Isaitis fourth. Then it's Joris Stankovečius in fifth. Or has that changed? Oh, I think that changed on that lap, actually. Stankovečius is showing in fourth. Isaitis fifth. It's Narvaez in sixth position. Pitkovas in seventh. Sixth and eighth. Klaus Hans was ninth. Spike, Kiter Spike was listed in 10th. So here it is. Martin Mazinas takes the win. Jack Collinson 2. Marcus Yauk 3 as third. We got down to Kiter Spike in 10th. Joris Pluxner in 11th. Marcus Kononovs 12th. Hugo Kimont in 13th. Timo Gaziev in 14th. Articus Nikhonorovs. I'm getting there. Rounding out the field. We'll see some amazing moments then from the junior class, and there was that moment there. Shoved who I thought was Narvaez. Oh, crikey, that was close there for Joris Pluxner. Oh, Argy Bargy going on towards the back of the field as well. There was that move for third. And then that was Jack Collinson, Banzai the inside of turn 8. Great stuff from our juniors. And up next is going to be the Rotax DD2 and DD2 Masters. Edgar Wilkins that leads that particular contingent. Get their grid up and running very shortly. And away they go. So the DD2s and DD2 Masters, let's have a look at how they line up. It's Edgar Wilkins, championship leader, against Ilya Sheremeto, who had trouble in the first race. Let's see what happens in race number 2. Your Kasper Jopere and Roman Rodionovs on row 2. Donis Johannes Timingus and Ridus Klabens on row 3. Row 4 is Ricards Calciums and Michaelis Mazinas on row 4. Row 5 is Joris Zalitis and Ivozus. Row 6 is Paul Eke Bethlem and Rodrigo Frams. Row 7. Oh, it isn't row 7. That's our first row again. Don't think Edgar Wilkins and Lily Cheramita want to be starting back on row 7 somehow. We know the drill. This is their second rolling lap, so they will now give it plenty of slidey ways coming through turn 9. Single file as they head to the holding area to and then form up. Give you plenty of gas. Such a short run from the holding area to the start line. They don't have a lot of space to form the 2x2 for bigger grids. Right, is the formation to the starters for satisfaction? Yes, it is. We are then racing once again. Can Edgar Wilkins? Oh, that's Dominguez having a go for third position. Couldn't quite get it done up at turn 3. Oh, we got it done at turn 8 though. I think that's Wilkins and Cheramita that are breaking away up top. Great progress from Thomas Johannes Dominguez. But he's got the entire field breathing down his exhaust pipe. Over the line to lead the way. Edgar Wilkins. Oh, Dominguez has got so much pressure at the moment, so the top 2 really have broken away. That's your that's Yopere. Cheramita dropped down to 5th place, so Yo Casper Yopere tried to make the move, made a tiny tap on Edgar Wilkins down at turn 8, but then undid itself a couple of turns later. Yo Casper Yopere. Second in the championship to the man he's chasing. Dominguez has now broken free of what is now Ilias Cheramita, who's just got up into 4th ahead of Rodionovs. Absolutely frantic stuff. So this race, as a reminder, is 10 minutes plus 1 lap. So we have a block of 3 10-minute plus 1 lap races now. We head to our super final. Well, before we have one more race from our Tillotson T4s, and then we head to our super finals, which will be the longest races of the day. Who's got the fastest lap? It keeps changing hands. It's Ilias Cheramita at the moment. Edgar Wilkins probably not overly interested in that right now. As on his case is Joel Casper Yopere. It does look like Thomas Johannes is being caught by Ilias Cheramita. Top 2 really have broken away. Only 1.5 seconds separates them and the great starting Thomas Dominguez. Another new fastest lap by Ilias Cheramita. That pair again are breaking away very slightly from the 4.56 of Romans Rodionovs. Top 2 in the championship in the top 2 places in the race. With Dominguez 4th in the championship, 3rd on the road. Keeping at bay Ilias Cheramita or 90, who wasn't part of the or wasn't on the championship standings. Oh, again, look how close Yopere is getting. Nearly shoving Edgar Wilkins down the road. Then that group of 3 really close together. Dominguez, Cheramita and Rodionovs. Oh, a very robust defence there from Cheramita. By accident or intention, it was certainly very stern slamming shut of the door. a mere thousandths of a second between the top two. And this group of three are being caught as well, but it looks like by the 509 of Ricard's Calciums, the lead of our DD2 Masters. This is second in that in the DD2 Masters Championship, but he's right the way down in 11th overall. Both championships run independently of each other. As far as points standing is concerned, the fact that Ricard's Calciums is finishing in 5th, he will get the win on points. He is winning the class. Challenge for whatever position you can get hold of. Coming through turn 9. It's the 429, the old Casper operate, the AGS Racing entrant. Can he do it though? That is a very difficult driver that he's trying to get past. Edgar Wilkins is leading the championship for a very good reason. He's taking the lion's share of the race wins through the season. And there have only actually been 4 races over the 15 that we've had so far that he hasn't won. 2 of those he was second place for. Proving once again the consistency is king. Look at this, Dominguez, so much pressure on his shoulders. Sharamita's trying to find a way through for 3rd. Dominguez going very defensive on the run down towards turn 1. Absolutely has to. Oh, that group of 3 is so close. That's Dominguez, Sharamita and Rodionovs. And right behind them is Calciums. There he is, just coming into shot. This is a superb battle going on. Not far off the back of them is Rullītis. The 511 car, Yuris Rullītis. And Mazinas has actually made his way past the 455 of Paul Eke Becklem next to the AGS entrance. That is down in 9th place. This is definitely a four driver conga line now. Dominguez, Sharamita, Rodionovs, Calciums. All in each other's tyre tracks. Top 2, well, they're still there, as you can see them at the top of the shot, but they are holding their position for now. For the final turn. Dominguez likely having to defend on the way down towards turn 1 again. Fastest lap of the race has changed hands too. The 4-5-6 runners, Rodionovs in that group, challenging for 3rd. That is how quickly things can change. Going to be of little consequence to these two though. 3.4 seconds behind them is this group. Wow, fast lap of the race. As soon as I say that, it's gone back to the old Casper operate. Oh, Dominguez has got so much pressure on his shoulders right now. Look how early he was defensive down into turn 8. That really broke the momentum of Sharamita. Absolutely what you're supposed to do. And again, very tight line coming through turn 12. These two continuing to run off into the distance is Wilkins and Yopere. Dominguez has got it all to do to keep that ravenous pack behind him at bay. Oh, I thought that was an opportunity there for the 509 of Ricard's Calciums. Could not make that tight line out of turn 8 work. Is that inviting the 511 of Rullītis to close in? Well, he is closing in slowly but surely. I don't think it's going to be enough to join in the fun of this group. Could yet be wrong. We will see. Dominguez wants desperately to hold on to that third place. He had 3 of them leading into this weekend. Generally inside the top 6. Last meeting at Aravete not going quite his way. 10th and the 12th. Look how close Rodionovs is to the back of Sheramita. Oh, was that a challenge? Was that a challenge there? It wasn't, but it looked like it was a challenge there from Rodionovs on Sheramita. Again, you're just seeing Dominguez having to take that ultra defensive line every single lap. Now, Edgars Wilkins has managed to build up half a second lead. One mistake, and that gap will be gone. Here comes that next group. Dominguez defending for all he's worth, and that's a move. Oh, that's impact! Sheramita takes a clout to the side and drops several positions. That was Rodionovs trying to make the move up into turn 9. Oh dear, that might earn the ire of the stewards. But it is another win for Edgars Wilkins, chased home by Jol Kasper Jopere. But yeah, it is. You can see the tower now updating. Third now goes to Rodionovs. Well, we'll see if that impact is reflected badly on or not. That is up to the stewards. That is not up to me. From that camera angle, it did look a little bit too much of a lunge, but we'll let the professionals handle it. So it's Wilkins from Jopere, from Dominguez, your top 3. Rodionovs in 4th, Kausi in 5th. Rullītis in 6th, Klavins in 7th, Sheramita dropped right the way down to 8th in the end. 9th is Miklas Masinas, and 10th is Paul Ekebel. Bethlehem. 11th is Ivars S, and Rodrigo Frems rounds out the 12 arts lineup. The start again. It was very nearly a misstart on that left column from our side. There was the nudge from Jopere to initially take the lead, but he wasn't able to hang on to it. See the impact again on Sheramita, and and there it is. I mean, well held by Sheramita. He had the run of it, but not the space to use the momentum. It Rodionovs. Now it is the turn of the Rotax Max Senior and Amateur Seniors. Our very big grid of the day that we can look at is Marta Spike, the 337. Next to Rodrigo Kakas. No recovery to do. The Field of Senior. Field of Senior sounds like an old people's home. The Field of Senior category. Category cast now led underway as cameraman focuses in on one of the team members. Look at that. Let's have a look at the grid then for our 16th race of the day. It is Cadella Vikius and Rodrigo Kakas on the front row, 389 and 352. Row 2 is Elise Stoltermain and Marta Spike, 303 and 337. Row 3 is Artem Sestikovs and Ines Valengavikius. We'll get it right. Row 4 is Karela Vikius and Balsius. Row 5 is Drobiseva and Narusk, 350 and 335. On row 6 is Kartiauskas and Petka. Row 8 is Ikutis and Lietkauskas, 372 and 393. On row 8, Legends Tions and Fernando Pemre, 371 and 379. Row 9 is Kirikovs and Gomberger, 309 and 317. Row 10 is Karelevicius and Elizabeth Sulch. Rounding out the field is Rem Smits in the 399. Oh, there's a lot of them. So getting to the end of the second rolling lap. Into the 2x2. Does the starter drop the flag? We can't see from there. We can see from there. Get in line. Yes, they do. And away they go. Wow, the left lane jumps over to our right. As is always the way, the outside lane does need to cut in and get the railbars out and get their bit of real estate before the field works their way through turn 1. Otherwise, they tend to just be crowded out. Leader is to pull away already. Wait until the tower confirms who is who. Oh, good move there on the inside of turn 11. Further down the field, but we will have a look at who's where, and that's a challenge for second. A successful challenge for second as well. It gives the Skadelovicius that is leading the way. But that's Sestikovs that's just demoted Ali Stoltermain, and that's another move on Stoltermain. That's Kakas making the move. Oh no, that's one off. That was somebody had gone off the road. We couldn't see. I couldn't quite see who that was. Skadelovicius from Sestikovs from Stoltermain. No, from Kakas. I beg your pardon, from Stoltermain, because that Ali Stoltermain's lost a few positions in this lap. I have to try and see who drops down the tower. Oh, so there's at least Stoltermain. No. Well, Stoltermain dropped another one as Karelevicius has gone through into 4th. And it was Marta Spike, I think, that we saw running off the road. We saw 6 positions. Yes, I would say that is indeed Marta Spike dropping down after being crowded out after turn 8. Good problem to have is to have too many people to talk about, and that's a spin. Oh, there's several spins, so that's 350 and 309. So that 309 is Kerik. Oh, what on earth? What on earth was that? So 350 is Kate Drobiseva just completely bypassing turn 12. I'm baffled as to that. Why on earth they felt the need to cut the grass there? I have no idea. Yes, I'm a little lost for words on that one. I suspect the stewards will definitely get involved with that, but that's up to them. See one of the flag marshals getting ready with a flag. That looks like a green one he's got in his hand. Oh, lots of bumping and bouncing going on, as you would expect with a field of this size. And look how fast these carts are. Some of the fastest we have here this weekend. Oh, look at this group here. That 373 at the back of that particular group. That is Marius Karkiauskas. That is a little bit further down the field. That is for 8th position that he is in. So that's a 3-way fight between himself. The one in front of Karkiauskas is Balsius, and then Valalungas in that group. Skadelovicius from Sestikos from Kakas still your top 3. Karelevicius in 4th. Lee Stoltermain in 5th. Look at that. That's the 328 of Matos Balsius in 7th place. Challenger, or pressuring hard, the 304 of Linus Rullītis. That is for 6th position they are arguing for. Camera looks at 374. That is Rullītis. Starting to get a bit of a gap for himself is Jelgava, 4th in the championship, leading into this round. With 6 wins over the course of the season. Oh, how close is that? That's Balsius on the back of the 384. 304, so excuse me, of Jelgava. Oh, that's at least Stolzermain is very, very close to the back of the 374, the NSL racing entrant of Jelgava. So that's a potential challenge for 4th position going on there. As we pick up again the battle of Balsius and Jelgava, sorry. It looks like they are closing in. Are they closing in on Elise Stolzermain? Well, she was challenging Jelgava a lap ago. Suddenly, she's falling into the clutches of the next group. Yes, you can see at the top of the shot there, like, the pink helmet of Elise Stolzermain. Yeah, you can see on the tower. It's a bad lap. There's a yellow flag there. Someone is off at the top of the shot. So that's off at turn 3. Is that Marta Spike who's continued to fall down the field? I couldn't see, unfortunately, who has come to rest. I wonder whether that's the 334 of Tomas Jelgava, now down in last position. Here, though, Elise Stolzermain has got the ever-present pressure of Linus Jelgava, and bringing with him is the 328 of Matas Balsius. There they are. So that is a group for 5th place. And then not that far behind them is this pack for 7th, I think. No, that's a pack for 9th. That's Fernando Pemre that leads this group for 379. He's 2nd in the championship, would you believe? But finds himself almost outside the top 10. Not been a comfortable weekend for Fernando Pemre. He is breaking free, it looks like, of that, or now making that group a 3-way fight behind him. Top group spreading out a little bit now. As the 374 of Jelgava continues along their merry way. 4th place we were looking at. You can see the top 4 are almost equidistant apart. Top 5 indeed are equidistant apart to each other, but the 5th place car of Elise Stolzermain has got 2 challenges right behind her. The 304 of Linus Jelgava, as well as the 328 of Matas Balsius. We continue to look at the race leader of 389, Rullītis Jelgava. 4th coming into the championship, 6 wins to his name, won all 3 at Madonna, 3 out of the 4 at Arabete. A little bit of a case of what might have been, because it's been a little bit inconsistent season for the SM Racing entrant. Actually, only of the other 9 races it's competed in the season, besides the wins, 1/3, 3 top 10s, and 4 outside the top 10s. So a little bit up and down for Jelgava, but certainly making up for lost ground here and leading the way again. It looks like Elise Stolzermain has now managed to has lost the position. Whilst I was looking at Jelgava's championship trials and tribulations. Startermain's lost that fourth place to Gorillavekius. And she hold on to fifth, or will the 304 of Lungavekius get involved? In turn, has got the 328 of Balsius right with him. Less than a minute on the clock. Let's see, will this be the last lap, or will there be one more? Ooh, that's cutting it close. So 40 seconds on the clock when they came over the line. It's around about 40 seconds a lap. We'll see if they hold out. Well, there you go. So most people into the 39s, and in fact, everybody's in the 39s. So, oh, that was a side-by-side there. I think that's Startermain. That was Elite Startermain making him move back up in the fourth, ahead of the 374 of Larinus Gorillavekius. Has to be done. Complete another lap. Did they wave the last lap board? They did not. So the drivers did manage to beat the flag. So this plus one more. Oh, I think that was the defence more than anything else. From Lungavekius on Gorillavekius. Oh, big defensive posture there. Is that going to cost him? The 374's under challenge. That's the 328. It's getting involved. Bowsy is trying to make a move on the 304 of Lungavekius. Not quite coming off. This group of three very close together. That's our top three now. All reunited on the final lap. Gorillavekius, Sestakos and Kakas. All right with each other. And that's a move from Kakas. Can he wrong foot Sestakos? Tries one way, tries the other, outside of turn 9. A long way to go, can't get it done. Gorillavekius looks over his shoulder on the run down towards turn 10. Oh, is that a bit of a mistake there from Sestakos? That's allowed Stoltermain right at the death of the race to get right back up with the leaders. It's all going to be for nothing. Oh, Stoltermain right in there. Oh, they're going to remain as they are side by side for third. Not quite. They remained where they were, but goodness me, that got very close towards the end. Look at this. The next groups after 10 minutes of racing, well, 11 and a half minutes of racing almost. Goodness me, there's still these big groups all together, but it is Davidus Gorillavekius that takes the win. Oh, Struth, got to catch my breath after that. That's not a complaint, I can absolutely promise you. Excellent stuff from the Rotax Max Seniors. Gorillavekius takes the win. Sestakov second, Kakas third, Startermain in fourth, Lungavekius fifth, Balsius in sixth, Gorillavekius seventh, Tions in eighth, Pembury ninth, Petkus rounds out the top 10 all the way down to 25. I think everybody made it home. I thought Domas Gorillavekius may well have retired, but I think he managed to continue. There's the look at that again, how the two columns merge is always such a big move. That was how second place changed hands. That was where Elise Stoltermaid lost out, not once but twice, leaving the door open. Oh, and that was where, I've forgotten who that was now, that was crowded out at turn 8. And that's where that spin happened. Now, very strangely, we saw there, so two carts then cut the grass. Very, very bizarre behaviour there. Whoa, as we see somebody else getting crowded out there. And there was that very last, very late challenge for the lead coming up here, and this was the final lap. At least Stoltermain got right up in there, but couldn't challenge the top 3. Wow, that was fantastic. Straight on then to the amateur DD2s and DD2 heavies. It's Carlos Brickis and Edmunds Suzefix that has the front row. Row 2 is Bruno Van Hennens, I got that right last time, and Vikar alongside him. Kangs and Spickis have row 3. Row 4 is Vasnis and another one of the Spickits. We have Eurus Spickis and we have Marcus Spickis as well. Dimitris and Zenis have the final row of this race. No championship for this one. These are our amateur DD2s and DD2 heavies. Again, some of the fastest karts out there. So this is another, as our final 10-minute plus 1 lap race. Our 17th race of the day. Into the 2x2s. They formed it quite early, so they're going to have to really squeeze through the run towards the holding area. No, they quite sensibly go single file there. I don't think they actually could go single file. Sorry, double file through the tyre bit. Form up, form up, form up. They start to pick up the speed there. Is the starter happy? No. That left. Yeah, you can see that the driver on the right there had his hand up. It was the column on our left that broke too early. Again, bearing in mind that this is the amateur category, so some of these drivers will inherently have less, well, indeed they all have less racing experience than number the junior categories. Yeah, you can see by the time they crossed the line, the two columns were very out of shape. Starter will not start them if the two lines are not in proper formation. Round 2. Slight taps there from Bruno Van Hannes. This time, that looks a little bit more sensible. Oh, the right column just managed to hold on until the flag dropped. And away we go then. It was a rough start for Bruno Van Hannes last time around. Does seem to have held on to third. Had a look on the inside line at turn 8 for second. Did not commit to it, but everybody has survived the opening lap, it looks like. Nicely done indeed. Into, oh, there's a challenge for third. Oh, if there was impact, it was minor between the two, but I think third is going to go back towards Van Hannes. No, and then a switch back again. I think that's Vidkar. It is the 464 of Vidkar that is challenging for that spot. It all got very, very side by side and messy. So we'll see what the tower says the order they are in. The leader is not particularly troubled. There's Van Hannes still in third. There was Brickett from Suzefix from Van Hannes as they came over the line. I think it was Vidkar that was challenging for what I thought was third, and it looks like it was fourth he was challenging for. Look at this group. Oh no, that is Artis Dennis. That has come to grief. The 575, one of our DD2 heavies in the midfield. So Brickett leads the way. Zefix in second. Van Hannes under all pressure in the world. That's a move there from Kanks, the 595. Oh, that was very close. There we see an argument with Antonevics, Dimitri. And also the 533 of Eddie Vasnes. Top two really have broken away now. Fastest lap going to our second place car of Suzefix. Van Hannes. Oh, Van Hannes has gone deep. Oh, just managed to recover in time to keep the 595 of Armands Kanks behind, but only just. Oh, there's a challenge there from the 464 of Vidkar trying to get up, back up into fourth. No dice this time. Plenty of way to go. Banzai's the inside of turn 11, and manages to get it to stick. And that is the 464 of Jan Vidkar, the Racing Academy entry, up into fourth place. Fastest lap goes to, remains with Suzefix. see the 488. That is Van Hennis that leads all the rest of the field. With the exception of the 533 of Eddie Vasnes, that is the rest of the field. We have had one retirement, as we know. Oh, and that's a straight off there. Was that Van Hennis that disappeared? It is. That's Bruno Van Hennis that's gone off into. You can see him at the top of the shot in the pit in the holding area. Oh no! Trouble then for Van Hennis, and that's another kart in trouble. Oh no, that's Artis Dennis that had trouble earlier on. The front cowling of the kart is off. We now look at 5-3. Well, we did see the 5-3. That's the 5-2-3 of Marcus Spickett. We had the 5-3-4 of Juris Spickett and John. There is that duel behind. Van Hennis, I think, has just come up on the tower, so is back on circuit. Right the way down in 9th place. Who fastest lap? No, that was for Sivekis. Now for Jan Vidkar in 3rd place. Bit of a gap though between Vidkar and the top two. 3 seconds, 2,000ths of a second separate the fastest lap of Vidkar and Suzefix. That is often all it is between the top flight of karting. There's the gap between first and second. See it with your eyes. That's what 3/10 looks like. It's not that now. Fastest half of the rates are changing hands. Well, when did Suzefix went back to Vidkar again? Vidkar closed in a little bit, but wouldn't be by enough to challenge for the top spot, although that wasn't a good run through turn 8 for Suzefix. So that's cost him a bit of time on Brickis. Let us see then if Suzefix has an answer. Whether it was a mistake or whether it was a stunning match from Brickis. Well, it was a new personal best from Carlos Brickis and another fastest lap of the race from Jan Vidkar. He's really getting on with it. Wow, he took a big chunk out of the gap between himself and the top two. Is it going to be enough though? He's 2.6 behind the leader. There he is. But we will have to wait and see to see if it's enough. It's still 4 minutes on the clock, so quite a few laps still to run. But can Jan Vidkar close in that gap to the top two? New personal best for the top two, and another fastest lap of the race. It's by thousandths each time. It is by the merest margin. But that gap is now under 2 seconds between Jan Vidkar and Carlos Brickis. You can now very much see, well, he's always been able to see Suzefix, but he's closing in at a rate of knots. Can Jan Vidkar get the quickest through under 40 seconds? We'll wait and see on that one. The line once again. New personal best for Suzefix. Oh, it was nearly another faster lap for Vidkar as well, but again, another 0.3 of a second out of the gap. Another duel going on here. That's the 5-2-2. Oh, sorry, that's our lead pair. The 5-2-2, that is Brickis. There are other duels going on. I wondered if that was Dimitri and Spickis, but it was not. Slightly different lines coming through turn 11. I think that gap's even further down now. Let's have a look. New personal best, new personal best. It was not a personal best, but he was still quicker than the personal best ahead of him. Was Vidkar, new personal best behind, so people still finding pace out there. The Vidkar, I think, it did actually lose a little bit of time there. Tyres are probably about ready to catch fire. The tyres aren't, the brakes probably are.
Vidkar is absolutely pushing that car to its limits. I feel bad for the 575 of Artis Dennis. He's got no choice. He's got to stay there. You're not allowed to cross a live track, so he's got to stay there until the race is done. All he can do is watch on and be recovered once the race is finished. Only 1.5 minutes until the timer elapses. This is it going to be a duel between Ricketts and Zefix, or is Vidkar going to be able to close in enough to make that a trio? You can see just by how the tail wags on the corner exit that Vidkar's really pushing hard. Only a second separates the third to fourth. Sorry, first to third. Although Zefix is falling back a little bit. Probably encouraging Vidkar to push a bit more, but you mustn't push too much. Due to go after this one, the time it is going to elapse on this lap. So yeah, you can see now Brickis really pulling away another personal best. Oh, 2,000ths proud of getting under the 40-second mark for Vidkar. If he can get a bit of slipstream off the back of Edmund Suzefix, then that could enable Vidkar to challenge for second and or challenge for that fastest lap. Stunning stuff. Vidkar is absolutely flying. Final lap. There's the board. 40.3, 40.2, 40 flat. It's now or nothing. Or anyone challenging for a position. Fourth is hotly contested as well between Kanks and Spickis. Sixth is challenged as well by Dimitri and the second of the Spickises. Marcus Spickis challenging for fourth and Eurus for sixth. Does look like though, unless somebody makes a mistake in these last few turns, that it is going to be status quo for the top three. And a new personal best for Van Hannes as well. And there's the flag. It is another win for Carlos Brickis. Zefix came home in second. Great charge there from Jan Vidkar, but it was not to be. Oh, he couldn't quite find that 3,000ths of a second to get under 40 seconds. I mean, at this level of racing, that is so hard to find. Excellent effort there from our DD2s and DD2 heavies. Great shame for Zenis, from Arta Zenis. Not sure if that was frustration or celebration there for Van Hannes. So Carlos Brickis in the top spot, Edmunds Suzefik second, Jan Vidkar in third, Armands Kanks in fourth, Marcus Spickis in fifth, Dimitri in sixth, Eurus Spickis in seventh, Endo Vasnis in eighth, Bruno Van Hannes in ninth, and sadly we lost Artis Zenis in the course of the race. It's our final now. It is the Hillison T4 ready to do their 8-minute plus 1 lap. There's no break in between this race and the super finals. It is straight on to business. Have some replays then from the DD2s we have just enjoyed. Oh, there was a bit of impact going down there into turn 8. Oh, that was close there for the 464. Was running wide there. Oh, Vidkar. You saw there Van Hannes put his hand up to indicate that he was coming in. It's good to see that he rejoined. As now the Hillison T4s get started up. We must have shoulders, you know, bodybuilder like shoulders to start a group of these things. Each one may not be too hard to start, but when you're starting a number of them. And away they go then. Daniels Pateras Berzins took the win last time. Can he do it again? The 919 kart. Copious amounts of weaving. Alright, so let's have a look at the grid then for our 18th race of the day. It is Daniels Pateras Berzins and Kristen's Lazdans on the front row. Gorenko and Lejean have row 2, 944 and 928. Row 3 is Jimenez and Sabins, 931 and 936. Row 4 is Lakis and Preetniks, 953 and 914. Row 5 is Dmitriev's and Maris Lazdans, 965 and 907. Novik and Rudolf Berzins, 908 and 909. On row 6, row 7 is Grossberger and Eagles, 929 and 999. Row 8 is Just and Niemenis, 926 and 911. Row 9 is Revolts Ozols, 963 and 922. That is everybody lined up to take the grid. Big grid for Tilts and T4s. Prompting everybody to slow down, form the 2x2. They managed to squeeze through it first time round. Ooh, that's tight. And squeeze through it they do. Right then, into the 2x2 line. Up to speed. Is the starter happy? Yes, he is. And away we go. Not such a violent entrance into the line from the outside queue. I think we've had a big change with third. Difficult to identify them at range. I think Gorenko is up into second place now. He's challenging Berzins for the top spot. We're able to spot the 944. It's one of the few non-sky blue karts out there. Oh, but that 944 demoted back down into third, nearly fourth as he's run wide on the exit of turn 8. Oh, robust defence there, and there's impact. Oh, the fifth place kart came to grief, but manages to keep going. Lots of side-by-sides going on towards the back of the shot. The top 4 have broken away. Right, it's Benzines from Jimenez, from Gorenko, from Sabins, your top 4. Then it's pretty much the rest of the field from 5th downwards. And an almighty great scrap. Oh, big collection there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 karts involved. 909, 911, 908. So that's Rudolf Berzins, Miroslav Novik, surely. Now, are they going to be able to recover any of these karts? I think that's Maris Lazdans in there as well. So that's from the midfield. That's from 10th, around about 10th or so. If they can get those cleared in time, and they may well be able to continue. Oh, that's one off in the background. Lots of dust been kicked off there. Couldn't see who. That has gone off at turn 3. Oh, someone taking a slightly unusual line. I think that was Lakis that was taking a slower line through turn 7. Now, someone has retired, but I think everybody else involved in that 5-kart pileup has gotten going again. It looks like the 911 of Marcus Nimanes has not got going again. Oh no, yes he has. I beg your pardon. Now that was, I can't see who that is. That's off at turn 3 on the outside of the circuit. There they are. You can see in the camera shot. Can't see who that is. Unfortunately, that could be the 911 of Nimanes. he is now showing a lap down. I dare say it likely is. Oh, that's a move. Who is that? That's the 926 of Ingus Just trying to make a move on the 991. I think it was 991. Who was that? So just, 999, excuse me, of Ralph's Eagles as we look at our top group, all arguing for the top spot. So there has been a change of lead. Berzins has been demoted from the top spot. Can the winning streak be broken? Here's the 931 of Edvars Kiminis, the man to do it. Wow, Berzins is pushing his rival through turn 8. Urenko right there to pick up the pieces if it goes wrong. Oh, Berzins wants the win, wants the top spot back again, and why shouldn't he? He's championship leader, he's won every single race in the season. Of course he would want that top spot. Not sure he's going to wait for the timer to elapse. Fastest lap now in the hands of the 953 of Christopher Lakis. He's first in the junior category. Fifth in the championship overall. That is a potential look there for the 944. Wasn't really going to come off on the outside of turn 9. That is Gurenko. Oh, that's challenging Berzins, challenging the championship leader. That left him open to attack there. Quite come off. So 4 karts have retired. Dimitrios, the second of the Berzins, that's Rudolf Berzins. The 907 of Lazdans, that is Maris Lazdans, as well as Niemenes, have all retired from the race. There's a little consequence to these 4 really. They continue their merry way. With the camera shots still Jimenez, Berzins, Karenko, Savitz. Then it's the 914 of Gridnix. Ooh, got a bit uncomfortable there for Daniel Spateris Berzins. You could literally walk from one car to the other, they're that close. Berzins is literally bump drafting. He is in contact with Kiminis. And Garenko trying Berzins trick there. Now that is the 936 of Kirill Sabins that is falling away a little bit from the top 3 into the clutches of that is Lakis, the fastest lap holder. And beg your pardon, no, it's not. The 914 of Marco Gridnix that Sabins is falling into the clutches of. This top group is not resolved at all. They're still tied together by the invisible string. All the while leaving Evans behind. Personal best being scored down through the field. Renko trying to put the pressure on. Berzins going very, very defensive on the run down towards turn 8. And still managing to maintain touching distance to Kiminis up ahead of it. And again goes to that early apex line. Does not come off. You never know, do you? You never know exactly how it's going to work out. The line once again. There's a minute left of the. This is a fantastic race, and we have this group that's going to close out festivities here for 27th race of the day. There's 911. There is Nimanes. Marcus Nimanes. Oh, and that's again a very defensive posture from Berzins against Karenko. Does not change anything. And again, is that a move? Is he trying to make a move on Kiminis or try and defend from Karenko? Probably a bit of both. Berzins is yet unbeaten in this season. Might this be the race that breaks the streak? Fastest lap has now been set by the 985 of Christian Lasdans, who's second in the championship. Oh, Berzins, have a look on the inside line down at turn 8. Tiny gap there, left open by Jimenez and Daniel Piteris. Berzins seizes the opportunity and dives through to retake the lead. I bet Jimenez is kicking himself for that. He's fourth in the championships. He definitely knows how to pedal these karts well. Garenko is actually down in 8th. We're 8th in the senior category, 11th in the championship overall. So he's actually had a very, very good day. He was challenging for top honours in the first race for the Tedderson T4s. He's doing so again. Seems to favour that wide line coming through turn 8. Ooh, he's thinking about an inside manoeuvre down to the turn 10. That's a little bit unusual from what we've seen thus far today. It did not pay off for him. Is the checker flag out? Yes, it is. Another win. He continues the streak. Oh, he's happy about it. He's very happy about it. Is Daniel Piteris Berzins, and rightly so. Great effort, though, from Edvars Jimenez. He led for most of it, but at the end, it was just overhauled. And again, a great run from the 944 of Argus Garenko. Challenging for second. Held off the advances of the early attacks, but a great podium. Yeah, Jimenez, great effort there. Up 4 places as well as the 914 of Marko Pritnik. Great effort. Fortunate for those that we've lost in the course of the day. You can see on the tower we lost 4 of our competitors in the course of that. So then it is Daniel Piteris Berzins takes the win. Edvards Jimenez second. Artus Garenko third. Marko Pritnik fourth. Christian Ladstands taking the fastest lap and 5th place. Kirill Sabins in 6th. Ralph's, well, again, couldn't get through all the names anywhere near quick enough. We lost, sadly, we lost about 4 of our karts in the course of the race. Let's have a look at some of the action again before we head to the first of our super finals for the day. See there of Garenko almost getting crowded out. Coming down to the turn 8. Well, broke away very, very inclusively. But then, oh, goodness me, that 911. That was a very heavy impact there. That was Marcus Nimanis. Oh, that's... he's going to feel that one in the morning. He probably feels it already. But that was Berzins' constant attempts to keep Garenko at bay and also keep... to keep the pressure on for second, and there is a very happy Daniel Piteris Berzins at the bottom of the shot, and already in the holding area are the electric karts, the BSR X5s, ready to do battle for the final time today. So we are now into our super finals. This is the longest race for each category. And for this category, it is 10 minutes plus 1 lap. 4 of our categories have that length of race. This plus the next 3 races have all 10 minutes plus 1 lap. That's the recovery of the 911 Kaya. I'm not surprised that's being recovered. That was a hell of a whack that Marcus Nimanis suffered. Just could not stop. The group ahead of him just stopped so quickly. No real chance of getting past it. The BSR X5 Super Final is up next. And away they go then, the BSR X5s. Let's see how the final grid, the super final grid, is going to line up. It's Thorn Fred Kudu alongside Roland Jurispruda on the front row, 677 and 669. On row 2 is Oliver's Tams and Gustavs Uskovs, 601 689. Row 3 is 605 Andreas Utkalp and 637 of Mikhail Lechanovic. Row 4 is Chris Cedars and Ralph Stammers, 621 and 660. Row 5 is Christopher's Cowan and Martinez Tankevakius. And row 6 is Rems Vasilenko and it is Malinovskis, 613 and 657. Row 7 is Rudolf Luxkins and Vitols. And at the back of the field is Anders Zalkalms on number 616. As a reminder, these are the only category that have a standing start. Drivers needing a little help to get in position. Excellent work from the officials and from the drivers to minimize the time loss. We're only about less than 10 minutes behind schedule. So very good effort there from everybody concerned. Everybody, it looks like they're in position. Doug Marshall is happy with the start. He waves and waits for the flag to drop. And away we go then for the super final. Oh no, we're going to spin already. Oh my goodness me. One of the officials has been hit. Oh my goodness, I hope they're all right. But the race is currently continuing. I was going to say I would be surprised if there was a red flag needed there, as that was quite a whack that the official took there. And that could require some medical attention. It was very unfortunate. It was whether it was an impact that caused one of the cars to jut out like that, or whether there was wheel spin. Again, there could well be enough power in the electric engines to spin the wheels. It's understandably the concern currently with the official that has very, very nasty hits. So we'll understand the privacy given to the marshal. They could well require some attention. So we will cut to a break for now, and we will be back as soon as the necessary aid has been rendered to the official. We will come straight back for the restart of the super final for the BSR X5s. Carts are back on the grid then. And the drivers are being ushered out of the carts, so the stoppage is continuing for the time being, whilst the necessary aid is rendered to the officials. So rather than the drivers being slow roasted in the racing overalls in the sunshine, the drivers have been ushered out so they can grab a breather and keep themselves hydrated. So again, which we would again urge everybody trackside to do the same. Once the confirmation that the race is being restarted, we'll be right back with you. We do apologise for the delay, ladies and gentlemen, but as you can see, the drivers of the BSR X5s are being invited back to their karts, which is very good to see. Very unfortunate what happened to the racing official. We wish them a speedy recovery. But the show must go on, and we still have all of our super finals to do. So we are 18 races down, 9 remaining. As mentioned, the super finals are the longest races per category. So the BSR X5s have a 10-minute plus 1 lap race to conclude. We now have a scheduled start time of 3:30 local time. That is in 3 minutes time. We are remaining in a position. The tyres and brakes will still require the same warming operation as the petrol engine carts do. It is very, very warm. Trackside. One start position is vacant, unfortunately. And who it is that has not returned, but the green flag is held aloft. And away we go. We are racing then. The super final for the BSR X5s is underway. And without incident this time, we get the race underway. So who is going to come out on top this time? Let us see. We ran through the grid before. Oh, there's a challenge for the lead. Leave the door open, and 1-2 carts go through. And so first to third for our lead, for our pole sitter. We'll get the confirmation of who was where when the tower updates after the first lap is completed. And everybody has made it through the first lap unscathed. Okay, so it is. Is it Tams that has the top spot? Tower. It's Spruder. It is Spruder then that has the way in the 669. So, Roland's Spruder. Oh, that's very wide for the 6-7, I think. So that might be Oliver Yearback. We can quite see the number on that one. Might be the 5-7 of 657 rather of Man. Oh my goodness me! Big impact between the 660 and the 621. So that was that's Chris Zedas, who's one of the front runners in the opening race. Leaving bits of the car behind. Oh dear, oh dear. I think that was Stamers was the other one. So the process of elimination are non-starting car with the 642 of Christopher's Cowan. It's a shame he ran quite well in the first race. He did not start in the first 2 races rather, and has not started the super final. But Spruder from Towns, from Kudu, from Utakovs after the first few laps then. Now, it was Kudu who was our pole sitter. He now has the fastest lap of the race in the 677 kart. Family entered Burlat chassis. Almost all of them are Burlat chassis. Into turn 11 once again. One of the flags fell over in the background then. There's almost a 5-way fight for the top spot. Fastest lap changing hands was briefly with the 601 of Oliver's Tams, but it's now back with Thornfred Kudu. Definitely a 4-way argument as Utakovs is right there now. Zedas and Stammers may still be running. Stamer's got going again. No, Zetas did not. His car is stationary. There it is. And I suspect that the Stamers didn't get going again. After an impact like that, I'm not surprised. No, he didn't get going again. Spruder now has the fastest lap of the race, our race leader. You can see they may well be electric, but they do not hang around. Oh, big slide there from Kudu going into turn 8. The top 4 starting to fragment a little bit. Top 2, Oliver's Tams building up a tiny bit of gap between himself and Thornfred Kudu. In turn has got Gustav Zusakovs chasing him. Fastest laps now in the hand of Oliver's Tams, as is always the case. It is changing hands by mere thousandths of a second. And again, we're seeing sub 40-second laps here, so they are challenging the fastest cars of the weekend. So all credit to Blue Shock Race Engineering, who've built and developed these karts. The X5 was only launched in June of this year. A superb effort to develop a fully electric kart that is on the pace of some of the top traditional karts that we have here this weekend. Spruder, Tams, Kudu. Gustakovs are starting to fall a little bit off the back of the third place entrant. And in 5th is Andreas Upkaup, the AGS Racing entry. Just 10-11 comes our leaders. Tams really all over the back of Ronin Spruder. The Ajax Latvia entry. Looks over his shoulder, sees where his challenge is. New fastest lap by Oliver's Tams again. Really in the tyre tracks of Spruder now. Up towards the double apex turn 9 once again. It does take some adjusting, not expecting the traditional noises of the petrol engine go-karts. Racing action is still absolutely top quality. New personal best for Spruder, but not enough to take the fastest lap of the race so far, but it has given him a tiny bit of breathing space over Spruder. That is a back marker that they are catching up to, and I imagine that is Zolkans, who, again, as he did in the previous 2 races, very respectfully gets out of the way. Very nicely done indeed. Through turn 10, down towards the last hairpins once more. Turn 12. Final turn. Still Spruder with only a kart length or 2 in between himself and Oliver's Tams. See on the tower, the fastest lap displayed is so narrow, such a narrow difference between each competitor. It looks like Oliver's Tams is getting closer once again. Bit of a different line that Spruder and Tams takes into the hairpins. Tams takes it a bit tighter. Spruder goes for the exit speed. Perfectly legitimate methods. By 0.5 of a second, Oliver's Tams was slightly quicker. You need a bigger deficit than, you need a bigger offset than that to be able to make the move, unless you barrel your way through, which is more often not the case in karting. Course 10 once again. 2 minutes left on the clock for our first super final of the day. And 12. Into 13. Tams was trying to take the tighter line, get the momentum, but still no dice. Kudu in 3rd. Usakov's 4th. Upkaup in 5th. A little bit spread out, not challenging each other just yet. Oh, you saw Spruder park himself right in the middle of the road there on the way down towards turn 8 and then hug the inside line through 9, preventing Oliver's Tams getting any kind of momentum. I wondered if Oliver's was going to go for the inside line up at 12, but Spruder had that one covered off. Or he's going to leave that to right to the last second. It's a risky thing to do, but sometimes you've got to do it. So close. He's trying to force the mistake, is Oliver's Tams. And someone as experienced as Roland Spruder, that is no easy feat. You can see by Spruder's positioning, he knows exactly what he's expecting. .50 seconds on the clock. 2 laps left. Sorry, 3. 2 after this one, I should say. And the final when they come. Oh, Flag Marshal, don't be standing there. We've already had one incident. Flag Marshal's getting into position. Get the feeling that Oliver's Tams is biding his time here. To turn 8 once again. He wants to try and force the mistake rather than force the move. Anyone wants to force the mistake rather than force the move, but again, with the win on the line, a difficult balance to take. Think you've got it in the tank, you're going to go for it. He's been staring at the back of Spruder's head, and there it is. Final lap board is held. It's all or nothing, do or die, feast or famine. I think Oliver's Tams had a bit more momentum on the exit of turn 3, but nowhere to use it. Is he going to battle? Oh, he went for it. He thought about the inside of turn 8, but Spruder slammed the door shut. Oh, they've got another back marker coming up. That's Vitals. Oh, and that's a spin. That's Oliver's Tams. He, I think, just got out of sync there. I may well have caught the apex a bit too hard up at turn 10, but that has handed on a plate. Roland's Spruder. He's taken the win. He is ecstatic about that. And over the line, did Oliver's Tams hang on to second? He did not. Gustav Uzakovs claimed the second place following that late mistake from Oliver's Tams. He will be absolutely kicking himself for that. Andreas Upkaup comes home in 4th with Thornfred Kudu in 5th. 696 of Rudolf Luxtins comes home in 6th place. Run through the finishing order good and proper when the last of the drivers finish. I think they have. Oh, there's the final one coming over the line now. All right. What a way to finish off the racing for the BSRs. So then it is Roland Spruder on the top step, Gustav Uzakovs in 2nd, Oliver's Tams 3rd, Andreas Upkamp 4th, Doomfrey Kudu in 5th, Rudolf Luxtins in 6th, Martin Tankovekius in 7th, Mikhail Lutovenic in 8th, Rems Verselenko 9th, Eddie Malinovskis in 10th, Katis Vitals 11th, and Anders Zalkans rounding out the finishers. We lost a few carts on the way to the line. Once we got racing good and proper, it was really frantic, and that was the big impact. Oh goodness me, it was a huge impact from on top of Zetas, and there it was. There was that tiny mistake trying to force the move up at turn 10, but not enough for him to do it for Oliver's Tams. So that is it for the BSR X5s. And now it's the turn of the amateur Micromax and Minimax contingents. This is where the journey often begins for the youngsters. Big old thumbs up there from Marcus Norcus. It's been a very mixed day for N Sport and their various entries throughout the field. Once the recovery cleanup operation is complete. Next race will be signalled to get their engines running, and then we'll run through the grid for the next of our super final races. Second board held aloft then, so everybody gets to start their engines. Quite a few waves from our youngsters. Someone's very, very keen to get on with it. I think that's Pius Similianis. It is, that's the 99 kart. See it right ahead of us. Away they go then. There, 2 rolling laps. So then let's have a look at how the grid for the super final for the amateur Micromax and Minimax contingents goes. Arnis Vasnis and Augustus Majors have the front row, 169 and number 4. Tom's Gruzins and Pims Similianis on row 2, although the 99 car looked like he was at the back there. Voltas Curis and Dinas Norkus, 37 and 81 on row 3. Patrice Lapins and Ernest Gurdikovskis on row 4. Emma Tietzen and Ralph Tietzen on row 5, 52 and 54. Margus Norkus and Gus Norkut, 20 and 51, have row 6. They've already got to formation point. Because the cars are smaller, they can fit side by side through the holding area. Nudge there from Voltas Curis on the 2x2. Switch camera. Is the starter happy? Oh, the right column's not looking too great. Yes, the starter is happy though, and away we go. Micromax of Ari Vasnis will now run off into the distance as we would expect him to do. Gus Majors has the RM Latvia entry. He's going to lead the way in the Micromax class. So again, it's 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Already for Augustus has a fair amount of challenge. Let's final race of the day. Or final race of the day for this category. Tower that will then confirm who is where. Gruzins and Curious got ahead of Majors in the course of the lap. So Vasnis, of course, will run off into the distance, but leading the way in the Micromax class is number 16 of Tom's Gruzins. Bearing in mind he had that incredible charge through the field last time out. in the second finals. Very interesting to see how Toms does in this race. Currently running third overall, second in class is the number 37 Voltas Kuris. Then it is the RM Latvia entry of August Majors. He's falling a bit off the back of the top two now. Then there's Gruzins and Kuris that lead the way. Will they pace themselves, or will they go great guns from the beginning? Well, Sensible Bunny says they should pace themselves, but Racing Instinct has a habit of kicking in. Bear in mind that they've did the warm-up first thing. They've had two finals leading before here. Oh, look how close August Majors has got. Not close enough to challenge for that second spot on the podium. Bill leads the group. Here's Tom's Gruzins. Spree Chassis. He's being chased by the 37 of Voltas Kuris. The SM Racing Tony Chassis. In turn chased by August Majors. Latvia entered Energy Chassis. Not much separating the lead three in the Micromax class. Ari Versnis off into the distance, as we expect. Personal best there for Norcus, number 81. I wonder if someone has had difficulty there, but not. Lead three continue to work their way through turn 9 now. Who is that they're catching? Someone had a very, very bad... Oh, goodness me. That's big trouble then for Gusten Norkut. Oh, dear. There was an impact between... I think that was Majors and Gruzins that was... Is there damage to Norkut's car? That's what it seems so. Looked like from the exterior. He's continuing on, he hasn't pulled off. That has split up that top group though. Tom's Gruzins, quite rightly, seizing the opportunity to run off into the distance. A little bit further back, number 81 of Dinas Norkus with the number 99 of Pius Samulionis. Oh, goodness me, that got up close and personal. Well, that's Norcus now behind Samulionis. Jansport entered number 99. Just going through shot. He's now a very lonely August Majors. Third in the Micromax category. That camera angle made him look a little lonelier than he actually is. But with the unfortunate positioning of Norkut, I think it's fair to say has had a very disastrous weekend. The N-Sport Paralin chassis. Somewhat disrupted the top three. Unfortunate, but through no malice, just unfortunate timing. The top three settled into their rhythm now. Well, most people are settled into their rhythm. There is our actual race leader, our sole mini-max entry. We're due to have the 112 of Ricards Mednis join us, but unfortunately not turned up. So carrying the sole mini-max honour is Ari Vasnes, 169 entry. Battle between the battle for fourth in the mini-maxes, fifth overall between Samulionis and Norcus, fairly close together. I think the 99 started to stretch his legs a little bit. The race leader, I think, is catching back of the 54 of Rullītis. They can afford to take it a little bit easier. No point just banzaiing and bullying his way through everybody. Oh, goodness me. Exceedingly slow. That is Knockout. That is just trying to go over the line. So, technical issues befalling the number 51 of Gusta Knockout. Oh, it's number 52. It's Emma Tietzen that has ground to a halt. Oh dear. That's very unfortunate. Whether that's technical malady or run out of fuel, we simply won't know. By the way, the race continues. 2 minutes 40 on the clock. We look at Tom's Gruzines. Now he's been caught. Now he's either Kurz is really got his foot down, or Gruzins has made a mistake somewhere. Because now suddenly the challenge for the lead of the Micromax is very much underway again. Ah, that was a bad lap from Gruzins there. It's a three-way contingent, so that's the number 20 of Margus Norkus, beg your pardon. That was passed by a race leader. Right behind Norkus is Rullītis. There's only a duel rather than a three-way argument. On his merry way goes Ari Vasnis. Wonder why take the time. You are the only one in the class and you're distinctly quicker than everybody else. Well, put simply, track time. May not necessarily be racing anyone of a comparable class, but it's still practice, it's still racing experience, it's still all very valuable racing careers of these young drivers. So this is a battle for ninth position that we're looking at the moment between Norkus and Rullītis. As Ari Vasnis back up to racing speed. He's going to catch some more of the Micromaxes. We now look at the number 5 of Patrice Lappins, who is the next to be caught. So this looks like it's a three-way fight. There's back markers involved. So Lappins gets out of the way. Oh, sorry, beg he's just catching Lappins, who in turn is on the case of Ernestis Kulikovskis. That argument is for 7th in the Micromax. And the timer is now elapsing. So one more lap to go after this. That will be it for our amateur, Micromax and Minimax categories. All valuable racing experience, even for Ari Vasnis. Gruzins and Kuras are not too far apart. They're still within a second of each other. Though they are about 7/10 apart last time they came over the line. And final lap board is now shown. It's the rainbow-coloured energy chassis of Ari Vasnis. Works his way through the turns for the final time of the day. Slides his way through turn 8. The double apex of turn 9. Big slide there. Up to 12. And to take the checkered flag then, it's Ari Vasnis. The super final for him is complete. Then being chased home by That was someone coming out of the holding area there. What was that just came out? It was the number 81 of Dinas Norkus. In quite a contingent of karts, not all necessarily on the same racing lap. Indeed, they're not all on the same racing lap. Second and winning the Micromax contingent is number 16 of Tom's Cruisins. He was chased home in the end by the number 31 of Voltus Curis. Rounding out the Micromax podium is number 4 of August Majors. Their day is done. Ari Vasnis takes the win again, and taking the win of the Micromax, as mentioned, is Tom Cruisins. Third overall, Voltus Curis, then August Majors. Fifth is Pius Semilionis. Sixth was NS Kulikovskis. Seventh, Patrick Lappins. Eighth, the Norcuses were reunited on the tower at least. Dinas in 8th and Margus in 9th. Ralph Teaton rounds out the top 10. This is the replay of the start. Right, Connor was just about formed enough, and that was the impact that August Majors had with an unfortunately placed Gus Norkut. But that is racing. Sometimes the traffic giveth, sometimes it will take it away. And there we saw a I think just wanted to check the checkered flag was Dinas Norkus. Next up are RM Minimax, the Rotomax Minimax category. Martins Lappens led the championship coming into this weekend. Very closely followed by Remigis Crociones and Carlos Bensons. Martins Lappens has had pretty good fortune. Carlos Benson's not quite so consistent. See how things then pan out for our 21st 27 races. Someone's camera shy. It's 118. It's Martins Lappins. 97. Timo Babenko. No one's waving. Everyone's focused entirely on what they're doing. Absolutely fine. Nothing wrong with that. That's 116. That Jakubis Yazaitis. 178. There is Henri Lapsa. Everyone in the championship is supported by a racing outfit of some kind. As the recovery operation concludes then for our amateur, micro and minimax classes. Board. I think the pit lane marshal's showing that to the course car. As we see Batitson's kart, who's sadly retired from the last race, being recovered. "30-second board is held. Engines may start." There was some very eager beavers ready to get going a little bit earlier than they should. Everybody is behaving themselves. And away they go. So again, this is another 10-minute plus 1 lap race. Let's have a look at how the grid will form for the Rotomax Mini Max contingent. It is Michele Zuber and Remigis Crociones have the front row, 121 and 199. Emilius Kipkowskis and Martins Lappans have row 2, 141 and 118. Then it's Carlos Bensons and Timo Babenko, 136 and 197 on row 3. Row 4 is Ivo Oss and Yazaitis, 163 and 116. On row 4 is Martin Sama and Henri Lapsa, 115 and 178. These are competitors for the super final for the Minimax class. Every point is going to be crucial with such a tightly fought championship. I mean, it's Kapkowskis in fourth is not out of it, although we had a bit more of a mountain to climb. Been just about 105 points behind Martins Lapins. Martins has had a pretty good weekend here at Jelgava. Able to work their way through the holding area once again. How will we fare this time? Into the 2x2s. Under starters orders. He is not happy. Interesting. But the decision to start the race is purely the flag marshals. Start line, flag marshal has the right to say no or not to drop the flag if he feels that the formation is not adequate. He has decided that is the case. Look at it again. And there, the left bank just broke too early. And you can understand it. Adrenaline is running. They're picking up pace. They don't want to hit the car ahead of them, but they cannot break formation too early. I think it was one of the RM Latvia carts that came away too early there. And if somebody goes, somebody else, you're behind them, you may well instinctively follow them. Here we go again. Round number 2. Is he happy? No, again. Interesting. Again, from my eye, that looked okay. So this time they must come to a halt. In the event of 2 failures to start, the red flag is shown. And the carts are brought to a standstill. And the drivers that need speaking to will then be spoken to. Again, some leeway is given. These are very, very young drivers. The top 2 have just run off. Interesting they've decided to follow the track line. Who is it that gets the speaking to? They will form up in grid order. Marshals will speak to who they need to speak to. Now, the thing is, we don't know what is being said. It may not necessarily be disciplinary words going on with it. It does look like it's the pole sitter that is having the words spoken to them. Yeah, curious. From my eye, it looked like they were in the right position, but for whatever reason, the start line marshal not happy. Now, that's curious. 118, Martins Lapins, the championship leader, being shuffled backwards. Was that the reason? Was he purely in the wrong place? It could be that he started in the right place but formed in the wrong place. So he could have left the holding area in the correct position. But as they formed, it could have been that he was the wrong way around. I don't know. We didn't see how that mistake took place. Again, once they're in the right place, will then be let loose. So engines are off at the moment. They'll be indicated to start up. Very shortly, though. Interesting, the flag marshal is looking at their starting positions. I was going to say that I'm not sure why he's doing that, because they need to do a rolling lap anyway. Unless it was a visual inspection to make sure for damage or some such. So it's another rolling lap again. I've seen it a few times. It's not common. I have seen the standing formation done twice. So essentially 2 pairs of aborted starts. I have seen that once before. That is very rare. It does occasionally happen. Bear in mind that these guys have done 2 races already today and have done the whole season. They do know how the start procedure rolls, but word of the marshals is the word of the marshals. It does look like there is a space to be left on the on what is on this camera angle, the right-hand bank. Pick up speed. Is the starting marshal happy? Yes, he is. We have got the starting of, the super final underway. Let us see how... Oh, that's a change for the lead already. So as the pole sitter, which is the 1-2-1 of Michael Zuber, took the racing line, that was a great move from Emilius Kipkauskis to dive through on the inside line and steal away the lead. But that's gone back the other way. No, 3 wide going through turn 9. Oh, there's a move for third. Oh, bouncing over the curb to do it. Well, you'll feel that when your derriere is that close to the floor. So it's the top 5 that have broken away then. I think Zuber, yes it is, the 1-2-1 is back in the lead, but not for long as Emilius Kikauskis dives the inside of turn 1. They're being chased by Martins Lappens, championship leader. So it was he that made the move up into third. Kikauskis now up into the lead, stealing that away after the line. And Zuber again on the inside of turn 8. Gets that one done. Here comes Martins Lappens around the outside of 9, not going to stick. Then right behind them is Carlos Bensons, then Babenko. A little bit further back into Zaitis, Ivo Os, Krasionis. Oh, that's a move, is it for second? It is indeed. That is Lappins up into second, demoting Kapkauskis down into third. Fastest lap actually belongs to Carlos Bensons in fourth. That's a change for the lead. Oh, Lappins is really going for it, but can't make it stick. Great effort on the inside of turn 3, but went a little too deep. And a good cut back there from Zuber to regain the lead. The top 5 is our breakaway group. Not really that far ahead of 6th and downwards. Yazaitis leading the next group. Through turn 11 they come. So very close. And they do have a number of minutes to go. They do know that. They have the race timer on our left as we're looking at it from here. But they're right as us. Kapkauskis having a move. Oh, Martins Lappens regaining that second place. Great effort there from the MD Motorsport Falcon chassis. And that's Benson's making a move on Martins Lappens. So that's 2 positions he's lost in the course of this lap. Babenko got a great ringside seat for everything going on right ahead of him. That's the RM Latvia pair arguing for third position. Is that Babenko trying to make a move? Well, he thought about it. The more the RM Latvia cars arguing, that's more allowing Zuber and Kapkauskis to run off. Fastest lap belongs to the 199 of Remigius Krasionis, down in 7th place. Not the start he would have wanted to the super final. And very defensive goes Zuber. I am not surprised. And, my goodness, I think that's the whole field in this group. Not quite, but near enough. It's 7 included in that top group, which includes our fastest lap holder. So that's Kapkauskis that's now up into the lead. Zuber demoted to second. Fastest lap has changed hands again. It's now Carlos Bensons in 4th that has that honour to himself. Dare say he is going to change hands quite a few times before that final checkered flag falls. You saw Zuber. You thought about Banzai on the inside of turn 8 again, but chose not to do it. Through turn 9. Into 10, into 11. Have to be patient. It's difficult to do, and that is, I think it was Yazaitis on Babenko for 5th place. Bit of a gap forming, 4th to 5th now. Was it Babenko being demoted? It was indeed. It's the 116 of Jakubis Yazaitis making a move. So now the top 4 breaking away. Kapkauskis leads. Zuber second, Lappens third, Benson's 4th. This is superb from one of the youngest categories here today. 4 by 4. And Lapsa and Sama towards the tail end, arguing for wooden spoon avoidance. Oh, that's a move for the lead again. That's Zuber retaking the lead. He fought hard for the win in the second finals race. Wants the super final win. More points on offer. So can't blame him at all. Here's Kapkauskas. Will be quite, well, I'll say will be quite happy to take the second as his main championship rivals are behind him, but they aren't very far behind him. Bensons and Lappins are literally nipping at his rear bumper. So let's see who is able to come out on top. I wonder if Zuber may not necessarily have the outright pace advantage of those around, but his defensive driving has been very, very on point in this race thus far. He's got a good amount of pace, don't get me wrong. Carlos Bensons takes away the fastest lap. Great positioning from the 1-2-1 car and opportunistic overtaking. Get back up into the lead when the lead has been snatched away by Kapkauskas, who's got now Carlos Bensons sniffing for an opportunity. Right behind Bensons is teammate Lap. Well, I say teammate. It may represent the team colours. Oh my goodness me! That was Benson's big move on the inside of Kapkauskas for second place. I thought for a moment that was Lappins making the move. It was Benson's. Well, tiny bit of breathing space for Zuber, but it did not last long at all. As we look at, well, Lappins is now the one with the great ringside seat for the battle ahead of him. He's still very much in. Tiny bit of breathing space for Michaelis Zuber, but not enough. Briefly out of the fastest lap before Carlos Bensons reclaims that honour. It's a fairly academic difference, frankly. Fairness to Michaelis Zuber, though. Wants to double his win count. Yep, he had the win for the second finals. Wants the super final one as well. And there's a move from Martins Lappins on Kapkauskas. So from second to fourth, a handful of laps for Kapkauskas. Saw Lappins set that one up on the exit of 10-11. Down into fourth then goes the 141, the MG Motorsport Falcon. Still leading the way. Michaelis Zuber, the SM Racing Tony chassis. Carlos Bensons. RM Latvia Energy. Championship leader Martins Lappins right behind him. There's Kapkauskas, who's falling off the back a little bit of the two RM Latvia contenders. Zuber's got himself a little bit of breathing space, and there goes Lappins on the inside line. Ooh, a little bit of touching going on through turn 8 and 9. That's given Zuber. Has that given Michaelis Zuber enough breathing space? Potentially! Oh, that was Kapkauskas. Well, made well a bit of a nudge there on the side of Lappins, but it didn't give him a position. That's actually thrown those two backwards into the clutches of the 199 of Remigijus Krasianis. This is dreamland for Michaelis Zuber. Lappins is quite happy with that as well. Sometimes you have to take the opportunities rather than risk your position. Benson's. You can see the quick look over the shoulder there. So Zuber starts the final lap. The final lap board is held aloft. Zuber, Lappins, Kapkauskas, Benson's with a lot of pressure from Kratsionis. Babenko is right there as well. Yozaitis isn't far behind, but not close enough to challenge, and that is a challenge. The 199, beg your pardon, of Kratsionis tries to overhaul Carlos Benson's. Can't quite get it done. Spencer's defends the inside line, but he goes too deep. Challenges turn 11. That's Kratsionis up into 4th place. But taking the win and happy with that is Michele Zuber, and so you should be, young man. Very nicely done. Championship leader Martins Lappins in 2nd. Milius Kapkauskas, in 3rd. Then it was Remigius Kratsionis stealing away 4th at the death of the race. Stunning effort, great driving from everybody concerned. Carlos Benson's won't be happy, but will take the 5th place. Timo Babenko comes home in 6th. A lot of cheering going on. If that's for Michele Zuber, I certainly hope it is, but that was a superb effort to maintain that. Great driving from all of our competitors, frankly. Jokubas Yozaitis 7th, Ivo Oss in 8th, Henry Lapsa in 9th, and Martin Sama rounds out the top 10. That is it for our mini-match contenders. Look at that, there's Kapkauskas at bandside in the inside of turn 1 for the lead, but Zuber was having none of that. That was when Lappins tried it, but Zuber was not having that either. That was Kapkauskas on Lappins. Against various overtakes throughout the entire race, frankly, with Zuber under all the pressure. There's the RM Latvia pair almost coming together. And that was where the 2nd place changed hand again. That's Lappins getting ahead of Kapkauskas. Lappins getting ahead of his teammates. All that fighting just gave Druber the leeway he needed. Next up is our Rotax Micromaxes. So Timus Remus and Rems Galat Naskradov on the front row, 55 and 21. Marco Klamins and Domas Norkus, 22 and 67, have row 2. Row 3, Karims Kukitis and David Vladson, 95-18. Our 4th row is Voltas Varzins and Rodrigo Lappins, 96 and 6. So Timas Remus at the championship lead coming into the weekend, hotly contested by Domas Norkus. See then if he is able to maintain his championship lead come the end of the weekend. Two by two lines. Our final 10-minute plus 1 lap race of the weekend. All right, 2 by 2 lines. Everybody is bunched up. Let us see, is the starter happy with this? Into the columns they come. Yes, he is. So the super final for the Rotomax Micromax category gets underway. Remaining out, well, Rems, Balos, Nagrado trying to overhaul the lead, couldn't quite get it done. Everybody making their way through turn 8 for the first time in anger. Oh, big pardon, Rems. Balos Nagrado did get the lead away. My apologies. And defends very heavily. I don't blame him at all. So that is Balos Nagrado up into the lead at the end of the first lap. So then, can he hold it? Championship leader Timas Remes right behind him. Domas Norkus thinks about the inside at turn 8, doesn't get it done. Everybody in slipstream range, although Vasnis falling a little way off the back in number 96 cart. Ooh, that was nearly impact between Ballas Negrado and Rimas there coming into turn 11. Top 5, very, very much almost touching distance. Well, pretty much is touching distance between each other. That's a run there for Timas Rimas. Oh, goodness me. I'll give all the credit to Rems Ballas Negrado there. Kept his head and kept the momentum and kept the lead. Stunning effort from the... Bearing in mind, this is the youngest of the youngest in this group. So, absolutely excellent racecraft. Thomas Norkus with the fastest lap of the race thus far, and that's a move on the inside line. And he's done it again. He's managed to keep the momentum and keep the lead. Stunning effort. There's so much pressure from Timas Rimas. Oh, and that's impact between the two Iron Latvia cars. 95 and 22 come together. So that was Kieran Kukatis and Marko Klabans. They are both Iron Latvia cars, even though the number 95 has got the red livery on it. Well, that breaks up the pack a little bit. It's now the top 3. Top 3, next 3, and then a pair. That's is the entire field. All 8 cars, all grouped together. That'll move on the outside from Rimas. Not going to work around turn 10. Oh, nearly impact between Rimas and Norkus. Again, Ballas Negrado slamming the door shut. Coming through turn 12. Over the line once again. Someone nicked the checkered flag. This is a fantastic race. The top 3 glued together. Now that would normally indicate that the lead of the group doesn't quite have the pace to break away from the group. I mean, whether he does or not, his defensive driving is preventing the move from being done. Again, you look like the door was being left open, but it seems that Ballas Negrado's just got that way with the energy chassis to be able to keep the momentum high enough. Again, it's another RM Latvia entry. He's doing a stunning job of maintaining the lead. Look on the inside line, Rimas thinks about it. But doesn't commit. Oh, I wondered if Norkus was going to have a go up at turn 3. We've seen it a couple of times that pay off. You've got to be up early to... I was going to say you've got to be up early to catch Rimas unawares. Very nearly did, though. He made just caught the apex, just lost a tiny bit of momentum at turn 7. That's actually wrong-footed. Norkus, is that throwing him into the clutches of Klamrins and Kukatis behind him? I think our lead group's going to become a group of 5 very, very shortly. Still, Rems and Ballas Negrado leads the way. It shows development because were it not for the fact that he was not at very light on the 24th of July, championship standing could well be distinctly different. Regularly inside the top 5 is Ballas Negrado. Fortunately was disqualified from the very first race at Kandahar back on the 16th of May. Could this be just... Well, he had a podium coming. He had one podium coming into this weekend. Could it be the top step in the super final when the points payout is at its highest? Timas Rimas is determined to deny number 21 that honour. RM Latvia versus MG Motorsport versus N Sport in the form of Thomas Norkus. And 8. Any one of those 3 could have the win. I mean, if they come together, it could be anybody behind them could take the win. But any one of those top 3 could have the win. That is what makes this so fascinating. Ballas Negrado is pushing like hell. I don't think he's pacing himself. I think he's actually pushing with as much as he can muster. And that's an opportunity then for Norkus. Door gets slammed shut by Timas Rimas. And even holds that inside line a little bit tighter coming through turn 3 to keep Norcus behind him. And that tiny gap that Ballas Negrado had is gone once again. And 4th place is the number 22 of Marco Clavins. He's dragging with him the 95 of Karims Kukatis. That trio up front has been threatening to become a 5 for a while. There's a tiny opportunity there from Rimath. I think there was a tiny impact coming out of turn 11 that just dropped his momentum, and there's an opportunity again. Is he alongside? He is alongside. And finally, the lead is wrestled away from Ballas Negrado, and the second is going to be wrestled away as well. The side by side, there's impact. Oh my goodness. Well recovered from Ballas Negrado. He's automatically thrown into the clutches of Clavins and Kukatis. It was a valiant effort from Rens Ballas Negrado. Led for well over half the race. And it was elbows out for our top 2. Not unduly so, in fairness. That is Rimas then. Leads from Norcus. The top 2 in the championship, top 2 in the race. Clavins is 3rd in the championship. He's behind our former race leader. See then how the remaining 2 minutes plus 1 lap unfolds for the Micromaxes. But Rimas is starting to get into a bit of breathing space over Norcus now. Oh, is that trouble? No, that's Ballas Negrado. Was there damage on his car as a result of the impact? Could well be, unfortunately. But that has dropped him out of the top 5 now. Oh, you've got to feel for him. He did so well in the early part of the race. But now a potential retirement for Ballas Negrado. The race does continue. It's roughly 2 by 2 at the moment. We look at the battle for what is now 3rd place between Kukatis and Clavins. It's RM Latvia versus... Well, it's RM Latvia versus RM Latvia in that particular duel. Right behind them is David Blatten. And there is the number 21. You can almost feel the frustration from Rams Ballas Negrado. Continuing along their merry way, Timas Remus. Can he add another win to the tally? Certainly going the right way about it. Thomas Norcus trying his best to stay in contention with the championship leader. And it's battle between the RM Latvian entrants for the last step of the podium. Thomas Remas for MG Motorsport. Thomas Norcus for N Sport. And it's Kukatis and Clavins for RM Latvia. Someone is obviously going to lose out. I love that livery on the number 95. The eyes on the front are somewhat unjustly not given credit because these cars don't have mirrors. So it's not like that they can stare into the soul of the car ahead of them. But approved is what I'll say to that. Time has elapsed. So final lap of the race about to begin, and there is the final lap board. Gesture there from Thomas Norcus to his team, I think. Probably indicating all as well, but you can't deny the pace now from Timas Remus. It goes to show just how well Rens Ballas Negrado was defending since getting into the lead, and there's been nothing stopping the MG Motorsport Falcon of Timas Remus. Try as he may, Thomas Norcus has no answer to the victory that is going the way of the number 55 car. Timas Remus for MG Motorsport takes the win in the Micromax Super Final. Thomas Norkus in second, with Armis Kukitis taking the last podium spot ahead of fellow RM Latvian entry of Marko Klavins. In fifth, David Vladson in the number 18 car for MRG Motorsport. Sixth was Volta Vasnis, the energy car, number 96. Seventh was Rodrigo Lapins, the privately entered Gillard. And finally, a retirement for Rems Balas Nagarado. Again, the last of the RM Latvia entries. Such a shame. A great start. Kept hold of the lead. As the argy-bargy as you would normally expect. There was the initial challenge around the outside, managing to stave off the advances of Timas Remus again and again and again. And without doing anything daft or silly, there was the RM Latvian pair coming together. Oh, an airborne moment for Lightning McQueen car. That was where the lead finally changed, and there was the impact that forced Balas Nagarado over the curb, and that was where whatever had broken had finally let go. And that is the last race of the weekend for the Micromax class. Now it is time for the Rotax Juniors and Amateur Juniors to take to the field. So this is a 13-minute plus 1 lap race. So a little bit longer to enjoy the company of our juniors. Like I said, Jack Collinson came into the championship with a commanding lead of the points tally, and taken 6 wins before this weekend. See the very sad sight of Balas Nagrado's car being recovered. Super final then for the RM Juniors, and the AM Juniors will be getting underway very, very shortly. Then run through the grid. There is our championship leader, Jack Collinson. MRG Racing Gillard, ready to do battle once again. Doesn't need to take the win, hasn't done anything daft to push his way through. 32nd board held aloft. Everybody gets their engines running. Has been regularly on the podium all but 2 races this season, has Jack Collinson. And away they go. So then, the grid for the final race, the super final race. The juniors is Majas Mazinas and Jack Collinson on the front row, 296 and 291. Row 2 is Marcus Jauk and Gustavs Navais, 288 and 231. It is Joris Stankovakius and Oskaras Pitkovas, 209 and 284 on row 3. Joris Pluxner and Emilius Zaitis, 234 and 210 on row 4. Row 5, Klaus Hans and Adam 6, 248 and 256. Row 6 is Kaita Spike and Marks Kononovs, 217 and 220. Row 7 is Hugo Kimont and Timo Gojev, 270. And Nikonorov, so I still can't get it right, I'm so sorry. Rounding up the field. And everybody's getting on with it to get to the line to form up for the super final race. Through turn 9 they come. into into and through the holding area for the final time of the weekend. Potentially, of course, assuming we don't have any restarts. Into the two columns they come. Start to build up a bit of speed. Here they come. Is the starter happy? Yes, he is. Junior Super Final is underway, and already a stunning start there from Jack Collinson to wrestle away the lead from Margus Mazinas. Championship leader waiting no time in getting on with it from the outside line and into the lead. Lots of side-by-sides going through turn 9. Everybody has survived. Oh, big move for third. Can he make it stick? He can, just about. Or is that someone in trouble? Falling through the field towards the back. Couldn't quite see who that was. Right, let the tower doth tell me who is where. Well, we know who the top two are, breaking away from the field. Here's a Jack Collinson and Margus Mazinas. It is Marcus Yauk in third. It could have been Gaziev that fell down through the field towards the back. Let's see the number on the card. The camera was looking at them. Fabulous. Lots and lots of racing, lots of cards. That's what we love to see. Jack Collinson has not shaken off the advantage of Margus Mazinas just yet. That's a shame that Margus missed 2 rounds, or missed 2 meetings of the season. What we've seen this weekend could well have been right up there, keeping Jack company up top. Emilius Zaitis is second in the championship, himself in 4th on the road at the moment. Marcus Yauk with the fastest lap of the race, chasing the top 2. Jack Collinson tries he may, cannot shake off the 296 of Margus Mazinas. Oh, that was a mistake, I think, from Patad. I couldn't quite tell her. I think possibly Clark's hands or Klutzner in that pack. Maintained their position though. Couldn't quite tell who there was that suddenly jumped out of that group. Is now Emilius Zaitis with the fastest lap, and that's a move from Stankovacius on the inside of turn 8 to demote the newly crowned fastest lap holder of Emilius Zaitis. Even a gesture from the 209 of Joris Stankovacius. But not sure what the gesture was insinuating, but either way, not letting the timer tick down, are they? Getting out there and getting straight on with the job. Exactly what we spectators love to see. Jack Collinson for MRG being hounded hard by Margus Mazinas of Pellanai Racing. No, and that's the lead change. Fanzai the inside of turn 9. It's a shame we couldn't quite see it. I think it caught the cameraman slightly unawares. We haven't seen too many moves on the inside of turn 9. But that's an opportunistic move there from Margus Mazinas on Jack Collinson. If we know anything from Jack, it is not to rule out anything. Fastest lap has gone to 217 of Kitus Spike. Great effort there in the 217. Margus Mazinas, though, has got a whole lot of defending to do from the championship leader. In turn, Marcus Yauk closing in on the top 2. Not far behind them is Stankovacius and Zaitis. Still arguing for 4th place. Fastest lap has changed hands twice in the blink of an eye. Jack Collinson back with it, but to work out how he's going to get past Mazinas. 8.5 minutes to go, so plenty of time in comparative terms to get it done. Let's see how this race unfolds. Marcus Yauk is getting involved in there. He's definitely closer than he was at the beginning of the lap. Gavecchia starting to break away from Jelgava as well. In 4th position. Fastest lap is now in the hands of the race leader. Oh, a good couple of tenths as well. Imagine Zenus. He wants another win under his belt. With prime opportunity to secure another. Into 10-11 they come. Just a never-ending field of Rotax juniors. Believe me, that is no complaint at all. And now Jack Connaughton has regained the fastest lap of the race. It changes different person almost lap to lap. It's just the close nature of this field. Marcus Yauk not far behind, not quite in striking range yet. Great group there. 5 cars very, very close together. I think that's 7th downwards. The 231 of Gustav Marweis is leading. It's that group there. It's just gone through the shot. Top, they're starting to spread out a little bit. So Jack Collinson, does he have an answer for Marcus Mazinas at the moment? It may well be that he doesn't have an answer just yet.
Yeah.
Have to wait and see though. This might be another flag that I'll urge the flag marshal to hide the checkered for. We do not want this to end. It's superb so far. Collington right under the tail of Marcus Mazinas once again. Oh, so close. Nearly pushing the LNI Racing Cosmos through turns 1 and 2. As they remain. Zenus from Collington, from Yauk. Mankivakius, not far behind. Gazaitis is hot on his tail. The duel is fast becoming a 3-way fight. New personal best for Marcus Yauk. He's closing in on the top 2. Mankivakius is only 3/10 back from that battle as well. 7/10 off the lead, 3/10 off the back of Marcus Yauk is Mankivakius. He's dropped Emilius Jelgava. A bit of a distance it looks like. Has Jelgava made a mistake somewhere? As Mankivakius found some more pace from somewhere. Oh, we have a 39. We have a sub 40 lap time. That is from our race leader, Marcus Mazinas. Collington still in tow. Yeah, still right there. Mankivakius trying his best to close in. Not as much time left now. 4.5 minutes on the clock. 3:10:11 once again. Over the line, out of the gaps look, they look fairly steady. Personal best from Jack Collington, but Marcus Yauk was slightly quicker that time. Kind of equidistant the top 3 now. A bit late to be settling into a rhythm. Still people setting personal best all the way down through the field, as you can see on the tower. Jack Collington may have to be looking over his shoulder fairly soon, and there's Marcus Yauk. If they start fighting, that's going to bring in the 209 of Joris Stankovakius. Wow, look at that. Another 39 on the board for Martin Mazinas. He's really going now. Collinson has really got to keep an eye on Marcus Jack behind. Two-time race winner this season is Marcus Jack. Third in the championship. Rullītis is second. He's down in fifth at the moment. Well, Marcus Jack will be quite pleased to close in some of the gap between himself and Rullītis. Now we have another sub 40 lap time on the board. Jack Collinson, by the tiniest margin, of course, but he's managed to do it. Almost a holy grail in this category in this circuit. Venus, though, has built up. It's a second gap between himself and Jack Collinson. Jack Collinson has no such breathing space. He would very much love that, I'm sure. Or Marcus Jack is determined to keep him straight and true. Almost a second now separates Mazinas from Collinson. Going to make Jack's day even worse. He won't have very much slipstream off the back of Mazinas to work with. Ever present pressure from Marcus Gauk. SM Racing will be quite pleased with that. LB Racing would rather they didn't do that. LNI Racing are not entirely worried at all. They are out front. Now over a second separates Zenas from the rest. Less than 4/10 though separates Collinson and Jauk. So Marcus Jauk could well be shaping up for a move here. Wow, Stankovic' best lap is 1/1000 quicker than Marcus Jauk's. Still, nearly a second separates third to fourth. No such luck, second to third for Jack Collinson. With the final turn, 52 seconds on the clock, so the timer will elapse next time around. 3 laps to go. And Stankovic has got a sub 40 lap time on the board now as well. Collinson is not really thinking about that right now. Stankovic is definitely closing on him and Marcus Jauk. Zenas may well be out of reach for the championship leader this time. Still with time on the board, just comes Marcus Mazinas. Well, side by side, the 248 of Clark's hands, side by side with, I couldn't tell if it was Narvaez that he was side by side with. That was a challenge for ninth. Clark's hands was trying to make. Timer has elapsed. Final lap board being ready. At the end of the lap then for the first shown to Marcus Mazinas. There it is. 1 more kilometre to go. And then another victory belongs to the 296. Collinson still has some bit of only to do if he wants to hang on to that second place. You cannot take it away from Marcus Mazinas. He's done everything he needed to do to break away from Jack Collinson. Jack Collinson feeling the need to defend the inside line at turn 12. But the win belongs to the 296 of Marcus Mazinas. Jack Collinson chased home in second, and Marcus Jauk. And also the 209 of Joris Stankovic. Goodness me, that was close for the podium and plus one more. It looked comparatively easy for Marcus Mazinas at the tail end of that race. He had a lot of work to do to get that breakaway, but once he did, really was untouchable. As the remainder of our competitors then crossed the line. Everybody made it home on that one. So then, Nigel Vasilis takes the top spot. Jack Collinson second. Marcus Yacht third. Joris Stankovic fourth. Emilius Izaitis fifth. Skaros Pitkovas sixth. Joris Plukner seventh. Counter Spike eighth. Klaus Haas ninth. Gustav Naves round out the top 10. Mark Kononovs in 11th. Adam 6th, 12th. Hugo Kimons 13th. Timo Gaziev 14th. And Arkadiy Nikonorovs, still don't get it right, towards 15th position on that one. So let's have some replays then of great race for the junior contingent. So much close racing going on. Exactly what we love to see. Fourth place changing hands. That was the 248 of Klaus Haas being crowded out. And that was Jack Collinson being chased home in second position. Oh dear. And we had 225 of Timo Gaziev backwards into the tyres, separating the pit lane entry. So that's it for the juniors. It's now the turn of the DD2s and DD2 Masters. Edgars Wilkins rules the roost in the DD2s, and Rickard's Calciums holds aloft the DD2 Masters Championship lead. Albeit coming into this race, I think it's fair to say that Calciums has been very, very dominant in wins. That hasn't given him a massive points advantage over Ivers. This is how the grid looks. Edgars Wilkins and Joel Jopere have the front row. Tonos Johannes Dominguez and Rickard Calciums on row 2. Ilias Cheremitia and Romez Rodionovs on row 3, 490 and 456. Row 4 is Aurelius Klabans and Juris Zalitis, 592 and 511. Row 5 is Miklas Mazinas and Ivos Hus, 577 and 520. Row 6 is Paul Bertlem and Rodrigo Frams, 455 and 41. Second formation lap underway. Just 4 races remain here at Jelgava. It is this and the next 2 are the longest races of the event. 14 minutes plus 1 lap for these, the DD2s, DD2 Masters, the Seniors and the Amateur Seniors, and Amateur DD2 and Amateur DD2 Heavies. And we finish out with the Tillotson T4s, 13 minute plus 1 lap for them. Right. Not going 2 by 2. We've seen this all weekend. They are slightly too big for that. Form up, form up, form up. Don't have a lot of room to do it. Is the starter happy? Back held aloft. Yes, he is. We have got the super final of the DD2 and DD2 Masters underway. What a start from Dominguez. Jumps up into second. Brilliant effort for him in the distinctive blue and white livery, Estonian. Yogisu Cardi Klubi entry. Oh, is he going to be demoted back down to third? Not yet. The challenge, but not coming off. So then. Oh, yes he is. Oh my goodness, down to third, down to fourth. Back up to third, back down to fourth. Goodness me, great side by side. But he ended up finishing the lap where he started it. That's a shame almost in a way for Thomas Johannes Dominguez, but that's nature of racing. So Edgars Wilkins lead the way. Joel Jopere still in second. It's now Cheremita up 2 places into third, so Dominguez down into fourth. I beg your pardon, I thought he started fourth. He ended up back down into fourth. being up in second for a very brief period of time. Pushed back down to fourth. The Rodionovs in fifth. Calcium's DD2 Master, lead DD2 Master in sixth. Chased by Rullītis in seventh. Latvins in eighth, Us in ninth, and Betlem rounds out the top 10 for the time being. Look at that. Edgars Vilkins starting where he means to go on. So is Jopere with the fastest lap. He's got a second to close down with Sheremetyev breathing down his neck. Dominguez as well is going to lose another one. That's Rodionovs that bandsides the inside of turn 8. Nothing Dominguez could have done there as Rodionovs committed to the move, nice and clean. Oh, yeah, look at this. Second right the way down to somewhere like 10. Fourth, well, that's 5'11". That's Rullītis trying to get past Klavins. Or back past Klavins, I should say. The seventh position. Vilkins starting with the second. It's slightly eroded, but not by very much. Still just over a second for himself and Jopere. So, what can Jopere do? Sheremetyev right on his case. Rodionovs in hot pursuit as well. Not quite one long grid. A little bit fragmented. Jopere, new fastest lap of the race. Took 2/10 out of the lead gap between himself and Edgars Vilkins on that lap. Vilkins doesn't need to push, he just needs to stay consistent. It's such a dominant season in terms of podiums for Vilkins. The bad second race at the second meeting at Kandava the 29th of May has not finished lower than fourth outside of that one instance. That was only once. He finished second twice, last time at Erebete, and won everything else. Has a comfortable lead up top, and he wants to extend it. Can't blame him for that. Rodionovs now with the new fastest lap of the race. Having just demoted Johannes Dominguez into fifth position and built up about half a second gap between himself and the Estonian. Top then, let's see how the gap changes. It's gone out by a tenth this time. With Vilkins. As you can see on the tower, barely any difference between any of the best laps. All of them in the 39 second range. We currently look at the battle for second. That's Jopere fending off the advances of Ilya Sheremetyev. Roman Rodionovs back of that particular, what is now a trio. Johannes Dominguez has fallen off the back of it. In turn, are losing touch with Edgars Vilkins up top. Back up to a second now, the gap between Jason Group and the leader. Still plenty of time for the race to change or continue to take shape. Seen before, all it takes is one tiny mistake for the whole race complexion to change. Vilkins from Jopere, Sheremetyev from Rodionovs. Vilkins and the family entered Sodi chassis. Have had, again, not undeservedly so, a very firm command of the championship all season long. 49 of your Kasper Jopere, the AGS entered KR. We've seen a lot of podiums for this weekend. And a comfortable gap between himself and Roman Rollītis, who found himself in 4th position behind Ilya Shcherbina, who in turn hadn't taken part in the championship before now, or what might have been. Hadn't scored points in the championship, I should say, Shcherbina. Doing a very, very strong job here. The privately entered Rullītis. Still, that lead up top has increased. Not slowing down for anybody, as we're now starting to see 38s come onto the board. Still, the fastest lap belongs to Kasper Joppanen. No movement towards the front. Continues to fend off the advantage of Ilya Shcherbina. Roman Rollītis hit the halfway stage. Just gone over the halfway stage. See how they bounce when they hit the apexes. Want to, of course, get as close as they can to the apexes, but they feel that these things don't have suspension. Only suspension is pretty much the driver's buttocks. They feel every single bump, curve, how many legs are on the spider they just run over. Oh, there's a challenge. That's Rollītis and Shcherbina. A big move on the inside of 12 and has made it stick. So that is the 4.56 of Roman Rollītis, the MRG Racing Killer, up into 3rd now. Rollītis, 3rd coming into this weekend. In 3rd place 5 times in the course of the season. He's generally inside the top 10. That is always inside the top 10, hasn't been outside of it all season. The occasional podium visit, as mentioned. And he push forwards and make it a 2, or will he remain in the will it be a 3? We will have to wait and see. Joppanen, hardly a easy person to overtake, has seen numerous podiums across the season. Every single race meeting has seen at least 2 of them. 7th being his worst finish of the season at July on the 24th of July. Amazing consistency from Kasper Joppanen. Less than 5 minutes to go now. They're remaining fairly constant between Wilkins and Joppanen. 0.2 seconds now. Gap to leader. Rollītis not hardly focusing on that. He wants to be pushing Kasper Joppanen for that 2nd spot. MRG Racing Gillard chassis is Rollītis. They have got themselves some little bit of distance between themselves and Ilya Shcherbina. Leads in the Sodi. Joppanen, the KR. I think there were 4 different chassis in the top 4. Rollītis, Gillard, Shcherbina, Rullītis. We do have 4 different chassis in the top 4. But it's 5 for 5 because Dominguez is in the energy chassis for Rogisu Kartiklubi. Lead of our DDT Masters, the 509, Rickard's Calciums, representing Rullītis Baltics. Doesn't they guess what chassis he's in? Been pretty untouchable all season long. The DDT Masters has Calciums. When it has gone wrong, it tends to go wrong fairly spectacularly. It's been a podium. It's been the top step of the podium. And he's had 2 of them today so far. Looking set to complete the set, the super final. Second in the DDT Masters is Ivars Urs for RM Latvia in the Saudi chassis. Not been a good day for him. First round was by far the third round at Medona. Second and 2 wins for Ivars. It was fairly close in points before the weekend, but it's not been a good day at the office for Ivars Urs. We look at Ricard's County and fending off the advantage of the 592 of Rullītis Klavins. Rullītis is only 5th in the championship as he was knocked out at Avita, which is such a shame. He had such a good, consistent championship, with the exception of one race at Kandahar, the opening round on the 16th of May. Came home in 8th. Otherwise, he has been top 5 all season long. Sadly, was not at Avita. So that dropped him right down to 5th in the championship for this weekend. 1.5 minutes to go until the timer has elapsed. 4 or so laps. See then if anybody is able to push forwards. Rodionov has the fastest lap by 300ths of a second. Have closed in the gap between themselves and Edgars Vilkens a little, but certainly not enough for championship leader to be worried. Still 2 personal bests coming up. Just seen Dominguez set a new personal lap. He's now 2 seconds off the back. Sheramita in turn is about 6/10 off the back of the podium battle. But on they go. They never give up until that checker flag falls. Quite rightly so. Definitely be feeling the fatigue. They'll probably be feeling very, very warm, as it has been a glorious sunny day in Jelgava. Even a cloud to be seen, I don't think. In fact, there isn't a cloud to be seen. There isn't very much cloud to be seen, I should say. Certainly hasn't given any respite from the sun. That is the old Kasper Jopare. Held that second. Or certainly for a significant part of the race. The timer has now elapsed. Anything left in the tank, now's the time to use it. Yeah, Jopare getting the gap down to under a second, but not going to be quick enough. Challenge for the lead. Edgars Vilkens looking to finish the weekend on a high. 3:10.9 he comes. Through 10. Unchallenged. Looks set to extend the championship lead. And through the final turn, it is a victory for Edgars Vilkens and a big, big celebration. Rightly so. In the Saudi chassis for Edgars Vilkens. I would think that the family will be happy with that. Second is the 49 of Joel Kasper Jopare AGS, picking more silverware. Another podium, another second place finish for Jopare. Third is Roman Rodionov, 456 for MRG. Fourth, Ilias Sheramita, 490, the private entrant. Rounding out the top 5, Johannes Dominguez for Yogisu Kadiklibi, the energy chassis, in 5th place. Ricard Calciums wins the DD2 Masters contingent. He was chased home by Rullītis Klavins. See Replay then of the DD2 Masters. The DD2 and DD2 Masters, I should say. The big group coming up next, the seniors, getting themselves ready. You just see that the lead just opened up, and Ignatius Wilkins, huge gesture of celebration for him. Really controlled it perfectly well from the outset. Has likely sewn up the championship now. Let the point counters deal with that one as we look forward then to the biggest grid of there is Edgar's Wilkins. Imagine quite keen to get the lid off. He is going to be quite hot, I would think by now. There go the seniors then, so let's have a look at how the grid will form for this grid. It is Gadelavikius and Kakas on the front row, 389 and 352. Second row is Artem Sestakov and Andy Stoltermain, 357 and 353. Row 3 is Valo Lengavikius and Karelavikius, 304 and 374. It is Balsius and Karchauskas, 328 and 373 on row 4. Fernando Pemre and Drobiseva on row 5, 379 and 350. Row 6 is Petkus and Spike, 383 and 337. Row 7 is Hans Narusk and Adrian Steons, 335 and 371. Row 8, beg your pardon, it's Kalkulis and Kirikos, 372 and 309. Row 9 is Lietkauskas and Karelavikius, 393 and 334. Row 10, Gomberger and Schultz, 317 and 338. And finally is Ren Smith in the 399. There's a lot of them. Well, Gadelavikius and Kakas will have the front row to command. Into the holding area they come. Another 14-minute plus 1 lap super final awaits us. One of the biggest grids of the weekend, if not the biggest grid of the weekend, with 21 competitors. Lovely drone shot there as we see them forming the columns. Is the starter happy? He certainly is. And away they go. Absolutely flying through to turn 3. This will be absolutely frenetic. Purely down to the grid size. One mistake is going to drop you a very, very long way. Great try. Love the drone shots. Almost never-ending stream of cars. Look how early the leader went. I think it's Gadelavikius still holding on to the lead. How early they went for the apex of turn 11. Over the line they come. Let's see who has filtered into where. It is indeed Gadelavikius that holds on to that top spot. Sestakov's up into second. Demoting Kakas down into third. Lee Stoltermain right there in fourth. Lungavikius still in fifth, and that's a move for second place. That's Kakas trying to get back on Sestakov. The big Stoltermain dives through into third. That's right the way down into sixth. But Kakas, goodness me, that changed very, very quickly. Birds right in the way of the drone shot. But look how early the defensive line for Gadelavikius is. That is very, very early, but great move from Stoltermain. Saw the opportunity and dived upon it to get up into third. Sestakov's, Kakas down into sixth, or seventh even. I said, didn't I? One mistake is all it takes. And that is exactly what has happened. But again, heavy defensive posture for Gadelavikius, but that's going to cost him. That has cost him the lead. Sestakov managed to get the exit out of turn 8 and has wrestled away the lead, nearly side by side, coming down towards turn 10. Goodness me, this is going to go on all race long. I certainly fancy some of this as the drone shot. See just how close that's the whole field. All 21 of them still line astern. Over the line they come. So Sestakov now leads the way. Gudelevic is second. Dotame trying to wrestle away second. Had to get out of the line there to avoid ramming into the back of our pole sitter. Lungavekius in fourth. Balsius in fifth. That's Dotame trying outside of turn 8. Whether by design or not, that's a spin. Oh no, who is that? That is the 328. That's Matas Balsius. Oh no, from fifth position. Has dropped right the way down the field, but Alice Dotame went for third and has ended up in fifth as a result. Goodness me, but has managed to hang on to fourth. Great defensive manoeuvring there for Alice Stoltermain. Look at the amount of arguing going on. Oh, Kudelevic has got wrong-footed there. Oh, there was impact. There was impact going into turn 3. Oh, huge impact. 2 cars still running. I think that was that Sestakov's that's gone off. We'll have to see who that is. I couldn't see any of the car numbers, but I think it was one of our front runners that has been absolutely clouted off the road. We will see when the field comes past, or if we're able to identify the car numbers. There's at least Stolterman, the distinct pink in her colours. It was Sestakov's. I thought it was. There's another one stranded by the side of the road. Oh my goodness. Somewhat atrocious, this race. Gudelevic leads now. Velungavekius, Stoltermain third. Karelevekius in fourth. With Fernando Pemre up into fifth. Fernando has not had a good weekend here at Jelgava. Oh, and that's a challenge on the 350. That's Drobiseva from Marta Spite. Oh dear, some angry karters, I suspect. That is the nature of the beast. Still lots of side-by-sides going on. 350 Drobiseva arguing with the way through. Oh no, that's trouble for the 357. That's either puncture or damage to the rear left. 357, that is Artem Sestakov's. Oh, so involved in that early accident, but limping the car back to the pits. It looks like it was a puncture to the rear left. Gudelevic is now Lee Stoltermain. Lee Stoltermain in the 303 up into second place now. Demoting the 304 of Linus Volungavekius down into third. Oh, and that's a challenge there. The 309 working their way past the 374. There's Karelevekius getting overtaken by Kirikovs. And then Banzai straight back at him into turn 10. And that's 37 Gorga. Oh, Karelevekius hip checking somebody. Both of them losing positions. That is the fast nature of kart racing. It's often impossible to keep up with all the moves going on in such a big field. Such as this. I can't keep up with all of those moves going on right in front of us. We'll figure it out when they've finished arguing with each other. Which might be this time next week. Brilliant stuff, though. Absolutely great stuff. Oh, goodness me. Another challenge going on there. Again, I've lost track of which position that is entirely for because they've all changed so very rapidly. I think that is somewhere around 8th or 9th. Somewhere around there. But we will work that out when they get to the line again, when they're still arguing. As they should. Yes, it's very entertaining for us, but of course there are championship positions on the line. Oh, that is... Who is that is struggling there? That's still Sestakov's. I thought he would be coming in to retire. He's chosen to continue, oddly. With a very damaged cart, Artem Sestakov's. I don't think his money's worth it, Right, it looks like everybody has finally figured out their own bit of real estate. Well, we'll see how long that lasts for. Gudelevic, though, is still leading the way. Alice Stoltermain in second. That gap now about half a second between separating first to second and second to third. Lungavic with the 304 of Lungavicius. Fastest lap is Fernando Pemre in 4th. Fernando's really struggled this weekend, but the super final really coming his way now. Got a bit of a gap though to close into the podium 3. We look at the 383 of Karjas Petkis, leading that particular group. Very long group that it is. Oh, that's a side-by-side that's cost... Oh, goodness me, the 393 there. That is Rutkowskis. Getting very elbows out there, trying to make up positions. That is 12th that he was arguing for. The field is that big, it's often difficult to figure out who is arguing for which position. Look at this group here. So this is essentially sort of 10th and downwards. It's in this fabulous group here. Already well over half the race done. Again, I implore someone to steal the checkered flag. They don't want this race to end. They're doing a brilliant job. Benetinius Gedenovic is very much in his stride now. He's got the fastest lap of the race and has really opened up that gap between himself and Elise Stolterme. Elise, though, has got the ever-present number 304 of Linus Volungavičius right behind her. Fernando Pemre, where is he? There he is. So he's closing in on the podium battle. Second place in the championship for Fernando Pemre. A commanding lead in the championship in the hands of Artem Sestikovs, but he's out of this race. You could argue he could afford to be out of the race, but that is not how he would have wanted to end his weekend. Yeah, 357. MRG Racing won't be happy about that. That is the nature of the beast. Jelgava is now building up that lead to a second between himself and Elise Stolterme. Over the line to complete another lap. 4.5 minutes to go. Stolterme's holding her own against the 304 of Linus Volungavičius, the Jogisu Kladi Klubi entry. 3 heavily populated nationalities are Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia. We were going to have... I was hoping we would see the Swedish entry of Marcus Papp. It was on the list, but sadly has not been present in the racing this weekend. We did also have representation of Finland. Sadly, neither driver from that nationality able to take part. Grid that big. Much as we would love to see 41 cars doing battle, I think maybe a little bit busy. Plus, I cannot see that they would actually be able to form the 2x2 line before the race starts somehow. So now, finally, the top part of the grid, top part of the race, just getting into their rhythms. You can see the tower they have spread out. We can see in that camera shot, they have spread out. Still personal best being set and not giving up on the chase, and nor should they. We look at that's the 304, that's the one chasing Elise Stolterme, that is Linus Volungavičius. Jogisu Kladi Klubi entry. Right behind him, the 379 is Fernando Pemre. AGS. The new fastest lap of the race too, our race leader. It shows he's not willing to let off the gas. Oh, that is close. Who's that? That is very, very close together. That's the 371 of Adrian's Tions arguing with the 377 of Genus Rimkus, I think it is. No, 337, sorry. I was going to say, I don't think Genus is here. 337 is Mark White. And that is for 7th. They're arguing for. They're not that far behind Drobiseva in 6th and Kirikov's in 5th either. So that four-way group hasn't dissipated too far. Another personal best there for Fernando Pemre. Facing off, trying to get into the podium fight with only 1.5 minutes left. Maybe a little bit too far back. Breathing space is exactly what the 337 does not have. Marta Spike would love some breathing space at the moment. From sorry, Marta Spike has actually got that position from Adrian's Tions. That is 7th position that's changed hands. A minute left on the clock. There will be one more lap after that. And then this brilliant super final will, alas, come to an end. And the biggest gainer is the 309 of Alex Kirikovs. 16th to 5th, stunning effort. Capitalizing on the misadventures of others, but yeah, absolutely, that is also racing. Huge 11 position gain there for Kirikovs. The race leaders have come past the line then, so 2 to go. We continue to watch there was Kirikovs in the centre shot. 309. In the midst of this group, so Kirikovs is in 5th. Sorry, leading this particular group, I should say. The time has now expired, and the final lap has begun. This one has absolutely flown by. It's quite something to take these cars that fast, throw them into these corners. It takes a lot more bravery and strength than you might think it does. These guys have done it a lot. Oh, you saw the defensive posture there for Drobiseva against Marta Spike. Not up though. There is no denying the win going to Davidas Godalavekias. Elise Staltermain rounds on the podium almost side by side, as we saw in the camera shot there. Elise Staltermain is in 2nd. 304 of Volongavekias rounding out the podium 3. Fernando Pemre in 4th place in the 379. 309 of Carlos Kirikovs with 11 positions gained from qualifying rounds out the top 5. Just like that, everybody's over the line. In 6th was Kate Drobiseva, in 7th Marta Spike, 8th Adrian Tions, 9th was Karelevekias, and 10th was Hans Norusk. Scroll down to the tail end of the list. So we did lose a couple. We lost Artem Sestakov, our championship leader. We also lost Rodrigo Kakis, our 3rd place championship runner. Enjoy then the replay from some of the action from our seniors. That was the spin of the 328 of Matas Balsius. See, we'll keep your eyes to the right. And there is where the impact happened. With an angry gesticulation there from, I think that was Sestakov's. Firm but fair racing through the field. Oh, you saw, I think that was the 374. I think it was Karelevakias. He got shuffled out on a big sideways moment. With more impact going on through the field. Just 2 races remain here at Jelgava. It is the last of our 14-minute plus 1 lap race. It is our amateur DD2s, and our DD2 heavies will be up next. Away they go then. The amateur DD2s and DD2 heavies now hit the track. And let's see then how the grid will look for our penultimate race of the day. Our final 14-minute plus 1 lap. Carlos Brickis and Edmunds Suzevakis. 522 and 551 have the front row. Jan Vidkar and Armand Kanks are 464 and 595 have row 2. Marcus Spickis and Bruno van Hannes 523 and 488 on row 3. Row 4 is Dimitri and Spickis and another Spickis, Eurus Spickis. And row 5 is Endis Vasnis and Artis Zenis after his retirement. In previous race sees him start from the tail end. No championship contention to look at for this one. Just on track action for this race. See how Artis Zenis does this time. He retired from the second race for this category this afternoon. See. Bruno van Hannes had a fortunate incident that dropped him down the field. Can Carlos Brickis complete the collection? Take the super final win? Will he be denied at the last? Into the 2x2, into the columns. Pick up speed. Is the starter happy? He was not. Well, I don't quite see why. I was mainly focused on the flag, if I'm honest. So, certain what the restart is for. Start line. Flagman, not happy with something. Let's look at it again. Oh, yes. The left bank, well, from our perspective, not correctly positioned. So the flag marshal quite rightly not starting the race. We'll have another go then at the rolling start. Into the 2x2 columns once again. With a nudge in the midfield. Pick up speed. Is he happy? Yes, he is. We have our penultimate super final then underway. It's flying through into the lead. Maintaining the lead is Carlos Brickis. What is he going to do? I would imagine he's going to try and run off into the distance, but Jan Vidkar had a moment, didn't he, in previous race, charged through the field. See who is able to keep that ever determined 5-2-2 of Carlos Brickis in check. Oh, that's close. I think was... I'm not 100% sure who that was. I was getting very close there. But up top, though, yeah, top three, not quite close together, but not too far apart. That's Brickis from Vidkar from Spickis. So Suzevakis has not had a good start at all. Dropped down to fourth. Enemies Van Hannes. Oh, and that's trouble for the 534. That is Eurus Spickis that has had trouble. One of the DD2 heavies. Oh, and that's another off. That's not the same incident. That's gone off at turn 10. Oh, nearly side by side there. The 5-2-2 of Carlos Brickis. That's challenged for the lead by Jan Vidkar. That's Vasnis and Eurus Spickis that have had trouble in the early part of this race. Can they get back into it? Well, we'll see. But Carlos Brickis does not have any breathing space whatsoever. If he had wanted to run off into the distance, well, no challenge going on into turn 10, as we do still have a stranded car on the outside. There it is, look. You can see from the drone shot, that is not a comfortable place for a car to be. God, look at Carlos Brickis defending for all he's worth. It's horribly wrong for someone. They'll end up in the drink with the jet skis. Still keeping Jan Vidkar at bay, but looks like he's having to work very, very hard to do it. And then you've got The next Spickus of the Carbon of 523, that's Marcus Spickus, that is keeping the 551 under control. That's Edmund Cizefix. Fastest lap holder in the hands of the 551 as well. The stranded cart on the outside of turn 10 has now gone. Well, it's not gone, it's just moved slightly further down, but it is out of the firing line, so the yellow flag has been withdrawn. Top 2 continue to break away from the rest of the field. Fastest lap now in the hand of the race leader. Hardly have 2 fastest laps being listed on the tower. Entirely sure why. They're both in the same class, so I don't know why that's happened. But Hans Brickis, though, is trying his best to run away from Jan Vitkar. The Racing Academy entered KR chassis. 2 by 2 by 2 at the moment. Marcus Spickis with Edmunds Cizefix right on his tail. It was 2 by 2 by 2, but it's now a sort of a group of 4 that is challenging for 3rd place. Top 2, though, unchallenged. There's the drone hovering over turn 8. It's highlighting the gap between the lead pair and the 4. Just saw coming into shot 7th and 8th, which is the 505 of Antonevics Demetrius and our retiree from the last time out, Artis Zenis. Oh, there's a chat. Well, I was going to say that's a challenge. Was that a mistake or is there a problem? Well, it looks like he's back up to speed. That would be, I think that was Spickis losing out on 4th. It was Marcus Spickis losing out on 4th, but immediately challenging back again as Van Hannes has now moved up into that spot. That's allowing Cizefix to get away from chasing group and start to run off after the top 2, who are now catching one of the back markers. That must be 533 of Eddie Vasnis. Fastest lap of the race going to Jan Vitkar, sole Estonian in the field. Representing Racing Academy, want to run the KR chassis. Running it to great effect. Oh, that's a bold, big move there from Jan Vitkar. We saw plenty of that in the previous race for this group. Absolutely threw it on the inside of turn 11. Made it stick, though. There may have been a tiny impact between himself and Brickets, as that is our back marker staying very much out of the way. Very nicely done. Jan Vitkar having that troubled start to the previous race, flew through the field and has now already gone himself 0.8 of a second over Carlos Brickis. Excellent effort as we look at our 3rd place entrant, Edmund Cizefix. He has got recently ascended 488 card of Bruno Van Hennis. The Burilat Baltics supported entry. Already, Vitkar's nearly made that gap over a second between himself and the former race leader. Tell you what, Cizefix is closing in on the lead group. The blue flag continues to wave for Eddie Vasnis. Whoa, that was a big slide there. And there's Cizefix is pushing very, very hard to close in on the top 2. There are the top 2. Fastest lap now in the hands of our new race leader, Jan Vitkar. Now over a second separates him and Carlos Brickis, but only about 0.3 separates Brickis from Cizefix. Van Hannes isn't that far behind either. Could have a 3-way fight for second. Big car quite happy to run off into the distance, which is what I thought Brickets was going to do, but Big car had other ideas. Another fastest lap of the race from Jan Vidkar. A lot of people setting personal bests. There's still pace out there to be found, just Vidkar finding a little bit more than the rest of it so far. Zefix, I think his charge towards Vickers has stalled a bit. Now 1.7 separating second to third. Roughly the same between third to fourth as well, with Van Hannes trying his best to close in on the podium. And a little bit more to do that. Another fastest lap of the race from Jan Vidkar. Not leaving anything to chance, not leaving anything on the table at the moment. Well over halfway now. 5.5 minutes to go. Battle forming, and there it is for fourth place. Van Hannes, Kanks and Marcus Spickis. Van Hannes having ascended from sixth to fourth. To start concentrating rearwards. Keep his the formerly ahead of him behind. We're nearly into the 39s now for Jan Vidkar, 40.022. Every lap has been successively faster. At the moment, Carlos Brickis has no answer to it. Vidkar in the Racing Academy KR chassis against Carlos Brickis in the family entered Gillard. Third is Edmund Sizefix in the privately entered Sodi chassis. We've got Van Hannes in the Birlart Baltics entered Birlart. The personal best for third, fourth, and so that would look a bit wide there for Brickis. He's pushing hard to try and do something about the dominant performance of Jan Vidkar, but so far his answer has not yielded anything for him. Camera currently looks at Marcus Spickis, who is still keeping 595 of Armand's Kanks company. That's what the lead three look like. They are very, very spread apart. They go though. Not giving up. No one is giving up on anything at the minute. Nor should they. 3.5 minutes to go. There is a challenge forming there. There's the 595 of Armand's Kanks, keeping Marcus Spickis at bay for the time being. So this is an argument for fifth place. Completely lost touch with Bruno Van Hannes either. And there it is. We have our 39 on the board from Jan Vidkar. Bear in mind that the cars are getting gradually lighter the more fuel they burn off. The most significant part, the most significant weight in any go-kart is its driver. Even still, though, like power, any weight is always going to be the enemy. So, still pretty significant. The fuel is burning off quicker than the tyres are wearing out. Absolutely nothing is slowing the progress, and that's another fastest lap for Jan Vidkar. Absolutely no one has any answer to the absolutely superb performance that Jan Vidkar is putting out. So Racing Academy know how to put a kart together. Jan Vidkar somewhat proved it in the previous race, but certainly proving it this time is showing really what he is made of. And the fastest lap again? It isn't it. Less than 2 minutes on the clock now. It is either time to accept your fate or press on and see what improvements you can make. Yanks would very much prefer that Marcus Bickers didn't do that, but challenge for 5th is still very much on, and there it is. The rest of the field are pretty much spread out at the moment, occupying their own bit of real estate. Leader across the line once more. With 1 minute on the clock, sub 40-second lap times, looking at about 3 laps to go. I think that Jan Vidkar would wish this was a championship. Very much there, front and centre. Look at the 5.22 of Carlos Brickis. 3 seconds behind the lead he once held. 2.2 ahead of any challenge from Edmund Czefix. The timer will elapse in this lap. As quick as Vidkar is, he's not going to beat the timer this time around. 2 laps remain. Absolutely stunning performance. Jan Vidkar. That battle for 5th, though, still rages on. There, again, just going through the shot. There's 3rd. There is Kanks and Van Hannes. Closest battle, or one of the closest battles we've got for position at the moment. Last lap board held aloft. 1 more kilometre to go. It is all done and dusted for the DD2s and DD2 heavies. This is supposedly an amateur category. Well, Jan Vidkar's sake, I hope that there is recognition held aloft. Amateur simply means amount of racing done as opposed to racing ability in its own right. But an absolutely untouchable performance for the 464 of Jan Vidkar. He takes the super final win. And the 5.22 of Carlos Brickis, try as he made, there was no answer to the dominant performance of Jan Vidkar. 3rd over the line, 5.51 of Edmund Czefix. 4th in the end was 4.88 of Bruno Van Hannes. 5th remained in the hands of the 5.95 of Armand Kanks. Marcus Spickett in the 5.23, I think was our lead DD2 heavy. We will confirm that when the results come up. Pretty sure Marcus Spickett was our lead DD2 heavy in that, so he was indeed. So then it is Antonovich Dimitri in the 5.05 in 7th. Joris Spickett came home in 8th. Artas Zenis in 9th. And Andy Vasnis, a bit unfortunate that towards the tail end of the field. It was not his weekend. Finished 2 laps down. Replay of our DD2s. Oh, and there was that impact for the 5.34 of Joris Spickett. Kept going though. That was a big move for the lead. But with the pace difference, it was coming. That's a great sliding shot there from Brickis. Number 1 held aloft for Jan Vidkar, and deservedly so. There was no touching his pace. As our Tillotson T4s are in the holding area for the final race of the day. 13 minutes plus 1 lap upon us very, very shortly. Well, we were thoroughly entertained by the Tillotson T4s last time, and hopefully to see out the weekend, we will be entertained again. It is Daniels Pateris Berzins on the front row alongside Artis Gorenko 919 and 944. Row 2 is Christian's Lance stands and Jimenez 985 and 931. Ralph Legines and Marco Pridniks 928 and 914 have row 3. Row 4 is Kyrillis Savins and Kyrillis Dimitri 937 and 965. On row 5 is Lakis and Maris Lasdans 953 and 907. Row 6 is Ralph Eagles and Ingus Just 999 and 926. On row 7 is Novik and Grossberger 908 and 929. On row 8 is Berzines and Revolds 909 and 963. Row 9 is Ozol's Nemanis 922 and 911. What a group to see. Sorry, I should have said Daniel Pateris Berzines leads the way. It's Rudolf Toms Berzines was the second surname that I read out there. Well, what a group to finish their weekend with. 13 minutes plus 1 lap for this big group of Tillotson T4s. Is it going to be Daniel Pateris Berzines? He's won all so far, but he had a lot of work to do to maintain the win streak in the last race. Will he be defeated this time around? Into the columns. Is the flag bearer happy? Yes, he is. Our final super final of the day is underway. And having to elbow his way in is the 944 of Argus Garenko. He's shuffled down into third as the two columns merge. And it's still Daniel Pateris Berzines that leads, but he did not run off into the distance last time around. He had to work very, very hard for the win in the previous race. Getting a bit lively for third place. Still side by side going on for fourth, and they just about, no, for fifth, sorry. They still just about have resolved it. Over the line then. It is Pateris Berzines, the 919, that leads the way. Who is that right behind him? Trying to identify the number. It is Lasdans that is in second, demoting Garenko. The 944. Oh, there's a move. I think that was Legines on Jimenez going up into fourth. Garenko stands out, as we said. He's one of the few that is all black in kart and in overalls and racing helmet. The rest of the Tillotsons tend to be that sky blue colour. So it is Daniel Pateris Berzines from the 985 of Christian's Lasdans. Then it is Garenko in third. It was Legines getting ahead of Jimenez, and also Savins has got through as well. So Jimenez down into sixth position. Top four have broken away a little bit. See how they are able to continue to do so. Everybody is in a battle of some description. Does look like Jimenez has not started though. The 911 Marcus Jimenez not on the field, sadly. 17 of them are, oh goodness me, that is someone getting very, very out of shape coming through the last hairpin of turn 12. Look at this. This is lead group. That's first to about 9th. Daniel Pateris Berzines had a lot of pressure on his shoulders and had to really work to maintain his winning streak. He has won every race this season. Looking to finish the weekend strong. There are a lot of people right behind him wanting to deny him the streak, and you see look how defensive he's going. He's going to bunch the whole field. Now there was a challenge just off camera there, and that's 2 cards gone off. Someone's collected the cone. Oh dear, who is that? Is that Jimenez? It is the 931 of Edvards Jimenez that has fallen down through the field. just crowded out. Look at that, just so defensive, Berzines. And he had to in the previous race as well. He's defensive at every single opportunity. There's the 907. That is Maris Lasdens making his way up a position. There are two Lasdens. There was one in second, the 985 car of Christian's Lasdens. And one much further down the field, that's the 953 getting the inside line. That's Christopher's Lakis. That is making a move. But that is pretty much the entire field, top to bottom, in the grid. In the battle for the lead. We do have one off the back, and that is the 922 of Ricard Zozols. Everybody else is arguing for their own bit of real estate. Oh my goodness. Again, you leave the door open slightly and you've got half the field coming through, as somewhat proven. That camera shot. Oh, that was a move there from Legines on Gorenko. Oh, that was an insinuation of a move, at least. Dmitry is right there as well. Dmitrievs. It's just that almost every single car taking part in that camera shot. Dmitrievs has the fastest lap of the race in 5th place. Right now, it is all about defense for Daniels Pateras Berzins. Was that someone trying to get past Gorenko? I think it must have been Legines that was trying to make his way up into 3rd. Side by side, yet again, coming through turn 9. The 953, that's Kakis, and the second of the Berzins, that will be Rudolph's Berzins. Still side by side going on, still going on at turn 12. This is why we found the Tillotson race so entertaining earlier on. Oh, big incident. Oh my goodness, that was a very heavy hit. Someone absolutely skewed off the road at turn 13. It did look very unfortunate. Oh, there was another one off at turn 3. Now, depending on the severity of that accident, we may see a red flag, or may well be covered under localised yellows if that driver is able to get away. But that was a huge hit. We'll have to wait to see. Oh, that's another hit. Oh, just as the camera cut away, there was a big spin. Several carts involved in that. The treble 9 involved. That's Ralph's Eagles. Goodness me, it looks like they're all going again, but yeah, that got very, very uncomfortable. And I don't see any localised yellows down there, so it could be the driver that had gone off there, which I'm assuming is the 926 of Ingus Just, having fallen to the back of the pack. Has managed to walk away from their car, which is good news because that was a very, very heavy impact. Top 3 look like they are breaking away a bit. With over half the race done, that has happened very, very quickly. Top 2 look like they're breaking away from Gorenko a little. Yeah, well, that breakaway was very short-lived. The top 3 have broken away from the rest of the grid, which is being led at the moment by the 965. Oh, there's a kick up of dust there. And that loss of momentum has cost someone 2 positions. Who was it? That was Legines. Down 2. So Berzins from Christopher's Lasdans. Then Gorenko. Gorenko is up into 2nd now, I think. Briefly. Oh, so Gorenko is up to 2nd, but then immediately got challenged back by Christopher's Lasdans. That's given Daniel Pateras Berzins the breathing space he needs. But we saw in previous races that those gaps can vanish. There is the next group being led by the 934. No, it might be 936 of... oh no, it won't be 936. They're not here. Oh, 936 is Savins. Yes, I beg your pardon. Yes, so Gorilla Savins is leading that particular group. Oh, Gorenko's got so much challenge from Christopher's Lasdans at the moment. Again, having to defend very heavily. What Gorenko wants is to back Lasdans into the chasing pack being led by Kyrillis Savins. so that he can chase off after Daniel Pateras Berzines, but there's already a couple of seconds between the first and second carts. 1.5 on the previous lap. New personal best though with these two, despite the fact they're fighting for position. Now 1.8 second. But Berzines is doing it again. He's running off into the distance. He had to really work for it last time, but he has got that gap that he wants. But look at this pack that Savins is leading. Oh, I thought that was... Oh, that is a spin. That was a big moment there for the 928. That is Ralph Legines. He's had a very mixed day. He was right up there in challenging for the sort of top 5 spots. Had a moment, made his way through the packets and had another moment. Oh, that's a challenge. That's a challenge from the lead of this particular pack. The 965 has got it. That's Kyrillis Dmitrievs. Oh, and that's another one off the road. It might be Legine again. Goodness me. It is action all through the field, but look at this group that is behind now. Dmitrievs. Oh, we've got one off at turn 3. I didn't see who had disappeared off the road. Somebody has. We saw from the yellow flags being waved. We'll see who falls down through the field. At the moment, Berzines, Garenko, Christopher's last stands the top 3, and there is the cart that's gone off, but unfortunately no way to identify it. The carts are broadly the same colour, and with no identifying marks on the overalls or helmet, we'll have to wait to see who plummets down the tower. Less than 3 minutes to go. What has been an absolutely enthralling race. Can't see the card number from that camera. Oh, it is Legine. I did wonder if it was the 928. It's really struggling there. Right. Oh, Garenko having to defend it heavily, going down into turn 8. Does manage to do so. It does look like Pateras Berzines is... Oh, sorry, Daniels Pateras Berzines is going to be continuing his winning streak. Still 2.25 minutes to go before the timer has elapsed. We continue to watch this brilliant battle. On air, we just see Miroslav Novik having a moment there, just as the last lap board is shown. Oh goodness me! Unfortunately, there was another problem with the power that's silenced us briefly, but the checker flag is being readied. That can only be for the 919, unless something has happened in the last few laps. And there it is, big open wide. That is 919. So Daniel Peteris Berzins has taken the win. And it looks like Gorenko was pushed down into third in the end. There's lots of people are celebrating. Unfortunately, I can't go through the positions because the tower is sadly not with me, and I can't identify the cart numbers as they come past. But I certainly can see. But oh no, someone crawling as they're coming towards the line. I think 953. I think that was Christopher Zlakis. Yeah, the carts are coming past the camera too quickly for me to identify the cart numbers. Wow, what a day it has been. What a wonderful day's racing here at Jelgava. And that is going to be it. That is our final race of the day. We do have some replay of the action, so let us enjoy the Tillerson T-Force whilst I sign off. So my name is Chris Buxton. It's been a great pleasure to bring you the commentary action for all 9 categories, all 27 races here at Jelgava for the Rotax Max Latvia Championship. And we saw some cone death as well going on. So it was good to see that the driver that had that big moment earlier in the race was able to walk away. And there it is. So they actually tripped over somebody heading down into that final turn. So it was wonderful that they were able to walk away from that. But from everybody here at Jelgava, thank you very much to all the production crew for bringing us the amazing stream pictures, including the drone. I very much approve of that. Always thank you to the marshals and officials for making the racing happen for us to enjoy the wonders of motorsport. And thank you for the drivers and families and teams for putting on an amazing show. Until we see you next time, from me, Chris Buxton, we just thank you very much and goodbye.